Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and the Shakeouts. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Today is happy Cinco de Mayo. Today is Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. Today, we're going back to the upside down, inside out Narnia. That is Dedham, Massachusetts. How's everyone doing today? Day 2 of the insanity that is the Stefon Diggs trial. I have no idea. Well, I mean, I wish I could say I have no idea why the Commonwealth or Norfolk County District Attorney chose to prosecute this case. I wish I could say I had no idea, but I absolutely have an idea. But it's interesting because don't you think they've already had enough press with the Proctor problems and all the other problems with the Massachusetts State Police and the prosecution of Penny McGee and the 2 prosecutions of Karen Reed? Don't you think they might have learned their lesson? But instead, no, they continue to make themselves a laughing stock of the United States, the armpit of America, if you will. That is the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. And the only good thing is that Michael Morrissey has decided not to run again. And so it is up to you, citizens of Norfolk County, to decide who it is that you want for your next district attorney. Do you think it is comedy gold? You're right. I mean, it is comedy gold. Yesterday was an episode. It sure was an episode. It's strange credulity. It's strange credulity. So many people think this is a civil trial. This is not a civil trial. Stefon Diggs, former wide receiver for the New England Patriots. Now he's a free agent. Is facing criminal charges for felony assault by strangulation, which carries a penalty of up to 5 years in prison. And there's a second assault charge that carries up to 2.5 years in prison. So this is not a civil case. You would think it was, but it's not. So yeah, it's not. And here we are. And in fact, thanks, Cal, for sending this to me. I didn't even have a chance to read it yet. But apparently, Stealing Sonny, the assistant of Stefon Diggs, made the Boston Herald. I mean, you can't even make this up. You can't make it up. I got to read this article real quick so I can bring it to you. Stealing Sonny is apparently somewhere in this article. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns long in the Boston Herald. And this is insane. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Law Junkie says, I feel bad for a young, successful man who's facing these charges because people are money hungry. Cannot believe that this has been brought to court. It's up to the prosecutor. It's up to the prosecutor. They're the ones who decide whether to move forward with these cases. There's no they didn't assess this woman's credibility before they decided to bring this onto the worldwide stage? Did they think it wasn't going to, did they think it was just going to fly under the radar? Really? Really? We've got the assistant district attorney that's trying this for the Norfolk DA's office. I don't know, needs a shave and a haircut, shampoo. I don't know. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Was Lally not available? Or has Lally graduated from the district court cases and disappeared? I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. But here we are, and we're here for it. We're here for every minute of it. The jury was told to be there at 9 o'clock, and so just waiting. Yeah, I wonder how much this one cost. Exactly. I wonder. I wonder a lot of things, but I really never get answers. Let me see. Hold on. Let's see what they say about stealing Sonny. Yeah, final two paragraphs of this Boston Herald article. Adams, as you recall, that's MILA ADAMS, the alleged victim in this case, also alleged that Diggs's assistant was under investigation for stealing watches, which was also struck from the record. But when the assistant came up again in later testimony, Adams referred to her as stealing Sonny on the stand. It is not an opportunity for you to just vent with your story, the judge told Adams at one point. Adams will resume her testimony Tuesday morning. And they just put the camera up and she's coming back. MILA ADAMS is coming back today. She's going to tell us more of her story. But it seemed pretty clear to me. She mad. She mad. She's mad at him. Hell hath no fury, as they say. And perhaps we have no, she has no fury. She was the only witness. She didn't tell any of her friends, even though she did lots of TikTok dances that night after she took the plane ticket to Atlanta that Mr. Diggs' assistant bought for her, changed it to a flight to New York, hung out with some friends for a week before going back to the house that she was fired from. She looked real happy. Didn't tell anyone about it. It's you just can't make it up, folks. You just can't make it up. And that's why you can never miss a show. Never miss a show because you never know what's going to happen. We forgot to read our motivational quote of the day yesterday. But let's pull the motivational quote. Well, the one from yesterday is, a good general not only sees the way to victory, he also knows when victory is impossible. See? See, Michael Marcy? He'd apparently never heard this quote before. A good general not only sees the way to victory, he also knows when victory is impossible. This is going to be tell me, many of you guys live in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Do you already feel like the laughingstock of the United States court system? Let's see what today's is. Tuesday, May 5th. This is a quote from Napoleon. I feel like we read this one already. Courage isn't having the strength to go on. It is going on when you don't have strength. Anybody need to hear that today? Courage isn't having the strength to go on. It is going on when you don't have strength. I see you. I see you. There you go. We also need an empowerment card every day. And hopefully I can drink some of this throat coat tea and get rid of this terrible vocal frog in my throat. All right, let's see. Empowerment cards. Let's shuffle them up. Oh, this is a really good one. I think I needed this one today. Don't adapt to the energy in the room. Influence the energy in the room. I like that one. Don't adapt to the energy in the room. Influence the energy in the room. There it is, hot off the press. I like that. I like it. There's the clock. This is Dedham District Court. So I think the courtrooms are smaller over there, sort of kind of near the Superior Court in Norfolk County, where we watched the Karen retrial and so many others, because we just can't seem to get out of Massachusetts for some weird reason. And courtrooms are smaller. They probably have longer calendars over there. And we're here for it. This is Judge Jeanmarie Carroll. And it is the trial of Massachusetts versus Stefon Diggs. Hey, it's me said this should have a special prosecutor. Yeah. They like to spend money. They sure like to spend money over there. Even when there's no conflict, they hire special prosecutors. So why not? Why not? But I mean, how much money is this costing Stefon Diggs? Somebody pointed out to me that his attorney, I want to say Kettlebell, but it's not Kettlebell. It's Kettlewell, right? Was Michael Proctor's attorney, but I think he was the attorney for Elizabeth Proctor during some of the Karen Reed shenanigans. I have to confirm that, but not the first time I guess we've heard his name. Oh, please. Aiden says this is the courtroom he was in when he took the stand against Lindsay. I don't know. I feel like that was a different courtroom where the witnesses had to stand in the witness box. I don't know. He knows better than I do. But I don't know. This judge, thanks a lot, girls on attorneys. This judge is famous for letting the guy who killed Michael Chestnut out when she shouldn't have. Oh. Okay. Liz Proctor needed an attorney because I think at one point there was some kind of Rule 17 motion during one of the Karen retrials to get her phone records or something. I don't know. You guys can refresh my recollection. All these cases start to blend together after a while. Oh, he said it was the same courthouse. Yeah, it's not the same. Same courthouse, not the same courtroom. I don't know. Not that important. Yeah, you're right. And the fact that the wife of the lead investigator of the Massachusetts State Police in a case needs a lawyer is just something else. Will we ever see anything like that trial again? Hopefully not. Trials. I don't know. Well, we're on the clock, so I guess they're bringing the jury in, maybe. Oh no, I'm rooting for the Avalanche. Sorry. PHC says I'm rooting for Minnesota. Boldy played for my son's club when he was a youth. Also, Quinn Hughes is a dog. I went to see you. I went to Colorado undergrad, and I did my law school in Denver, and so Colorado has my heart. And the Rangers sucked this year, so that's it. That is it. That's what I'm doing. We want the fan only. Everyone smash the like button before you forget. Don't forget. It helps the algorithm. Yeah, leave your DNA on the like button. I promise you Massachusetts State Police won't get it. And even if they did, they wouldn't know what to do with it. Or they'd bungle it. It's snowing in Colorado? What? In Boulder? Or in the mountains? Thanks, Gator Gal. Wow, I can't believe it. I'm just here for the vibes. Somebody said I was here yesterday and I'm back for the vibes. I love it. I'm just here for the vibes. We need a shirt. I can't find it, so I could give you credit for the comment. I'm not fully awake yet, as you can probably tell. Yeah, there's still a New York team in the playoffs. No shade if you're from Buffalo, but llama pajamas, Long Island has a bigger population than the rest of the entire state of New York, and I just don't consider Buffalo my team. I just don't. I just don't. Sorry. Not sorry. Huge storm. Huge. Is Ryan Hall on it? Ryan Hall, y'all? We're getting here. We're getting there. Let's get up to 135,000 followers today. Thanks, Blue. Appreciate your rooting for me. Oh, please. Right, Candace says, unless you're in Georgia, and then they may try and use your DNA 25 years later, or there may be a mix-up at the lab, or they may send your degraded samples out to a private lab in California that can give you the results you want. And then, based on that, a jury could send an innocent man to prison for 2 life sentences plus 45 years. But, believe what Dateline tells you. Right, Candace? You know. I don't know. Appreciative decedent. Is the clock an upgrade from the fan? I don't think so. I like the fan better, but it's a different courtroom. It's a different courtroom. Ryan Hall is the best. He is. You're on alert in North Texas for tornadoes or for snow? Calgary's in the house. Mom P. Texan, good morning. Not my circus says her career's over. Oh, yeah. Think any celebrity's going to hire her? I mean, apparently the reason, allegedly, if you believe her, part of the reason they were in a fight was because she or the other girl, Lindsay, wrote a blind item in some blog talking about how he was stepping out on some of his other ladies or something. A lot of drama in this guy's life. He needs to maybe cut ties with some of these women who are bringing so much drama into his life, but nobody asked me. Wildcat says, if I had not watched the trial, meaning the Edric Foss trial, I probably would have believed Dateline. I think a lot of people did. And I think that's part of the problem. Yeah, I know. I said he was a free agent. Elf said the Patriots let him go. He's not playing right now. I said he's a free agent, didn't I? I said he was with the Patriots. Now he's a free agent. And Jenny said she was telling them everything yesterday. Everything. Lunch break. I think that this judge said that she goes to lunch at 1. But I stop and I analyze and we rewind, so I can't promise you that you're gonna get lunch at 1. But that's when this judge goes to lunch, I believe. Sunny is the watch stealer. We're gonna see her today. Oh, I can't wait. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat. I did see something about that, Trish. Some guy proposed to his girlfriend at Fenway Park on Sunday. It was on the Jumbotron, and she said, I don't know. Dude, like, you better be sure before you set something like that up. Otherwise, you're going to be just embarrassed worldwide. Oh, my God, yes. Oh, my God, yes. Cardi B's dress for the Met. Did you guys see it? I can't unsee it. It looked like she was wearing someone's colon around her body. Now I'm going to have to find a picture for you. It was no. It was no. It was just no. It was a big no for me. And she usually I'm okay with her outfits, but this was just no. And here it is. It was Marc Jacobs. Indulge me for 1 second while I show this to you. This. Are you kidding me? When she spun around in it, it was like she was wearing someone's colon. It was horrific. All right. Come back here. I'm going to need to boost it because I can already tell the volume's low. Hopefully this will be.
Commonwealth versus Stefon Diggs.
All right. Good morning. Could I see counsel briefly at sidebar, please?
Is it okay? Hold on. It looked like oh, look, he smiled. Smiles. think part of my problem is that I'm only getting sound in one ear. So you let me know if it's all right for you. I'm gonna let it adjust a little tiny bit. I wonder who braided his hair today. He had a girl whose job it was just to braid his hair. And they're gonna buffer already. Oh, this is not, it was buffering for me earlier too. My own channel was buffering for me on my phone. So YouTube may be having issues. We will work through them as always. Imagine, I don't know. Is this Stefon Diggs' family? Is this the accuser's family? I don't know. YouTube is having issues. It's not just me. That's his mom. Thanks, Emily. I think Sunny was his assistant. I don't think she did his hair, but I could be wrong. I can't keep all these ladies straight. I do not know if there's any boots on the ground because if they are there, they have not told me. Thank you, Mac, for gifting 5 memberships, starting us off this morning. I see you have Khaleesi in your name. Are you upset that Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni's case settled? Oh, and then Blake Lively was at the Met last night. She was at the Met Ball. Settled her case. Doesn't have to go to trial. And she just, hopped on over to the Met Ball in a princess dress. Thank you, Mac, MSN, and Khaleesi for gifting 5 memberships. Nate Taylor's building her greenhouse today. Thanks for your super chat. Mac, MSN, and Khaleesi has been here for 10 months and says informative and hilarious. Thank you so much for being here for this 10 months. Yeah, there were some crazy outfits. Some crazy outfits. MILA Adams is still under cross this morning, so she should be the first to take the stand. I don't know. This is not an attorney we've seen before. I think he's been sitting behind Mr. Diggs. We like Cardi B. I don't like her music, but we did like her at her trial. We watched her trial, her civil trial. That was a civil case. She's funny in real life. She's funny. I don't like her music. The beeping comes from the court. That's not me. Yeah, maybe that's, well, no, that wouldn't be the workers' comp attorney because he's talking to Stefon. Yeah, Kim Kardashian's outfit was bizarre. There's a lot of weird stuff on the red carpet last night, if you watched any of it. The mega motion hearing is next Thursday, the 14th. That's what I have on my calendar. Unless it got pushed for Turtle Boy. Somebody asked. Sounds like a heart monitor. It's something they do in court.
All right.
There we go. Let me know if it's the sound is equal.
Court stands at brief recess. You may be seated.
We don't have any.
Very cool. Though.
Hot mic. A lot of these attorneys don't know about the hot mic in most of these courtrooms. And I think they're going to bring the jury in. Somebody said maybe she's going to drop her charge. It's not up to her, Carrie. It's not up to her. It's up to the DA's office. I don't think they're going to dismiss the case. I think they're going to let it go to a jury. Judges hesitate to throw cases out. They let the jury decide. I don't think so. That would be shocking, Angel, but I don't think it's going to happen. Lori says, I watched a little bit of yesterday's trial. Did Diggs have a relationship with the cook? Well, it's complicated. It's complicated. It's complicated. They met on Instagram maybe like 4.5 years before. He invited her to come work for him and cook for him as a chef. She has a degree in psychology. But it's complicated. Yeah. They did have some sort of a intimate relationship at some point, maybe at all points. Did she accidentally slip yesterday and say she was having a relationship with him while he was also with Cardi B? It's unclear. It's unclear, but she did say it was complicated. Ann Hagberg is here from Norfolk County. Would the prosecution be allowed to talk to MILA last night to tell her to settle down? Nope, she's under oath. They cannot have any conversations with her while she's under oath. Excellent question.
Yep.
Thank you for watching, and thank you for your 10. Kimberly asked the same question. Do you think Mila's attorney? Well, Mila doesn't have an attorney. Oh, I don't know. You mean her workers' comp attorney? Her workers' comp attorney could talk to her, but the prosecution can't. So maybe I misunderstood your question, Ann. But her attorney could talk to her. The prosecutor can't. Probably. Because I'm sure that her workers' comp attorney, and if that attorney intended to handle any civil case, went to social media to see how she was getting killed yesterday on social media. On all the social media.
May be seated.
Court, all rise. Hey. All persons having anything to do with the Honorable Jeanmarie Carroll, First Justice of the District Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This Honorable Court is now in session. You may be seated.
God save us from the Commonwealth. He really put everything into that, didn't he? He really did it with feeling. It's his big line of the day. God save us from the Commonwealth.
All right. Good morning, jurors. I hope you had a good evening, and I just want to inquire and see, has any member of the jury had any difficulty following my instructions not to discuss this case with anyone, not to visit any areas that have been mentioned in connection with this matter since yesterday? I see no hands raised and all heads going in the right direction. Thank you. And how about, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case outside of this courtroom since yesterday that has affected or would affect your ability to consider this case in any way as a fair and impartial juror? No, thank you all very much. All right, with that, we're ready to proceed. Commonwealth, is the witness available?
Yes, I believe we're in the cross.
We are.
Somebody needs to mic up the judge. Pool camera, if you can hear me, please mic up the judge. We cannot hear her. She doesn't insert herself into this trial much, if at all. So, okay, Mila's coming to the stand today. She's got a long cardigan, a long gray cardigan over, I don't know, maybe it's a cat suit. Looks like a turtleneck, black cat suit.
Good morning. Just a reminder that you're still under oath.
Okay.
And Ms. Adams, again, as of the same as yesterday, if you could do your best to keep your voice up, that is appreciated.
Yes.
Thank you.
Her hair is in a
Proceed, Your
bun.
Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, on January 1st, 2026, you sent Steph's girlfriend a text message that later appeared on TMZ's website, correct?
Oh, no,
Yes.
you didn't. She said,
And in that text message, you told Steph's girlfriend that you were so sorry, but you couldn't talk to her, right?
Yes.
And you told Steph's girlfriend in that text message, I didn't say that, especially in the way it was written.
Yes.
Right? And you were talking about the statement that you made to the Dedham police, right?
It was a voicemail, and I didn't listen. I read the transcript, so I didn't know her voice.
When you told Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026.
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
I haven't finished my question. When you told Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026, in a written text message, I didn't say that, you were referring to the statements that were reported in the press that you gave to the Dedham Police Department, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Did you or did you not write those words?
I don't understand your question.
Stop.
Without further explaining.
You can't testify under oath to this jury what you meant by the words you wrote to Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question without further explaining.
You also asked Steph's girlfriend to, quote, please call my mediator and she will answer everything you need to know, but only in person and confidentially. Right?
Yes.
Your mediator's name is Lynette Marie, right?
Lynette Marie.
Thank you. She's also known as Lynette Marie Turner.
I don't know.
You don't know your mediator's last name?
You can make this.
I don't know her. She's married. I don't know her exact last name.
Your mediator works for a company called LMT Global, correct?
Yes, that's her company.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Maybe, are they forbidden to say Cardi B's name? Maybe they don't want to bring her any unwanted attention.
I'm showing you a corporate document from the state of Michigan. It is an amended annual report filed by LMT Global Corporation. Can you please read the name of the president of that company?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sidebar.
Yeah, I mean, she can't authenticate this document. She doesn't know about any like Department of Corporations documents, but I guess she doesn't know the name of her, and she's smirking, and the smirk is gonna, I just want to wipe that smirk right off her face. I don't understand the question. I didn't say that. The question was, did you send a text message to Cardi B? I'm assuming it's Cardi B, Steph's girlfriend, on New Year's Day, like, Happy New Year. No, it wasn't Happy New Year. It was like, I didn't say that. And TMZ got a hold of it, because of course they did. TMZ is always there with all the tea. Yeah, mediator for what? Exactly. I think Cardi B was trying to like.
Your mediator, Lynette Marie, issued a money demand to Stefon Diggs on December 29th, the day the criminal complaint in this case issued, right?
I'm not sure of the date.
Oh, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Here comes the money grab, everyone. Mediator demanding money. If you pay me X, I'll drop the charges. Take bets on how much you think it is. No cheating.
Do you recognize this email from L. Marie on December 29, 2025 to Stefon Diggs and a number of other people?
No, I don't recognize it.
You've never seen this money demand before?
I seen the money demand after that's it. I don't recognize the email.
Testimony under oath is that your mediator made a money demand on December 29th for money for you from Mr. Diggs.
Money for past
The
wages.
same day the criminal complaint in this case issued, and you didn't see it?
I can't answer that question.
I'm sorry?
I can't answer that question without explaining
dismissed.
further.
Can't answer that question under oath.
Without explaining.
You're
Your
out of
mediator
here.
demanded $19,000 on that date, didn't she?
For wages owed, yes.
19,000. Less than I thought.
Your Honor, I move to strike that.
Overruled. Answer stands.
Sorry.
Answer stands.
Thank you, Your Honor. You've made another money demand in this case, haven't you? Actually, before we get there, the
I didn't get a
19,000,
chance to answer the question.
before we get there,
Are you withdrawing your
yes,
question,
the
counsel?
question is withdrawn. Thank you, Your Honor. After a money demand for $19,000 was provided to Stefon Diggs, on February 13th, you issued a public statement, didn't you?
Yes,
And in that public statement, you said, I have never sought money to settle this matter, right?
I haven't.
And by the middle of April, you had hired a lawyer to represent you, right?
For workers' comp.
That's a yes or no question, ma'am.
Yes, for workers' comp.
Your Honor, may the witness be instructed to please answer the questions posed.
Witness answered your question.
All right. And for workers' comp, the lawyer you hired, is she sitting in this room right now?
Yes,
And she helped you prepare for your testimony in this case, right?
she came to support me.
You guys are wicked
She
smart.
came to the meeting with the Commonwealth's lawyer to help prepare you for your testimony in this case, correct?
I don't know how to answer that question.
You can't answer that question under oath, ma'am?
No,
You met with the prosecutor last Thursday, right? With your lawyer,
I was
right?
told to have a lawyer because you guys asked me to plead the fifth on some things. So I was instructed to have my lawyer come.
So your testimony under oath.
Okay. I was told to have a lawyer because you guys instructed me to plead the fifth. Who's you guys? The defense attorneys would not be instructing her to do anything. What in the world is she talking about? It is too early for this. It is too. I'm not even going to say what I was going to say. Listen to this again. Somebody got a hold of her last night. Maybe it was her workers' comp attorney and said, listen, if you can't answer the question, just say you can't answer the question. Just say you don't understand the question. We are going to be here all day, because this defense attorney is not going to let up. She's not going to let her weasel out of answering these questions. Because you guys told me to plead listen to this.
With the prosecutor. You can't answer that question under oath, ma'am?
No,
You met with the prosecutor last Thursday, right? With your lawyer,
I was
right?
told to have a lawyer because you guys asked me to plead the fifth on some things. So I was instructed to have my lawyer come.
So your testimony under oath is that the Commonwealth's attorney instructed you to bring your private lawyer?
Or a lawyer that you guys offered a lawyer. So I brought my private lawyer.
I'm sorry, when you say you guys, do you mean me, defense counsel for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
Is your testimony under oath that I had some role in your preparation session with the district attorney's office to prepare you for your testimony in this case?
I was told that the defense said I needed to have a lawyer, or they were going to provide a lawyer, something in that context, about pleading the fifth about messages. So I brought my lawyer, which was when I walked to the side of the judge yesterday.
If you're not coming to the screen, do yourself a favor and come to the screen, because this girl is smirking throughout her entire testimony. Like, are we all in on the same joke here? It's like she thinks is there something funny? Ms. Adams, something funny?
Your personal lawyer is here today, correct?
No workers' comp.
She's with the law firm of Boston Law. That's a law firm here in Dorchester, Massachusetts.
Dorchester.
I apologize, but you do need to keep your voice up. I don't know if you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Tell the jury how much I think you described her as a workers' comp lawyer.
I got her because I was injured on the job and I needed to file a workers' comp case. Stefon Diggs did not have proper workers' and comp insurance.
The final portion of that answer will be stricken and you will disregard it. Ms. Adams, if you could just listen to the question, answer the question, and if you need it rephrased, council will certainly rephrase it for you. Next
Okay.
question, Council.
Thank you, Your Honor. 3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Mr. Diggs, didn't he?
Oh no. Oh no.
Mr. Diggs offered me $100,000
Ma'am?
to recant my statement.
That is a yes.
That is the
Your Honor,
only.
Maybe be heard by.
All right, now you need a mistrial. That's a mistrial.
Objection moved and strike. Your last part of the witness's answer.
No, mistrial. This is highly prejudicial. Okay? Isn't it true you demanded $5.5 million? However, long ago. Mr. Diggs offered me $100,000 to recant my statement. We are on candid camera. This is like jury duty on Amazon Prime. I'm rewinding it. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got you. I got you. She thinks she's winning. The judge is instructing her to answer the question. Praise be. Under her eye. Here we go. Listen to this again. She's going to say what she wants to say come hell or high water. Is this real life? I feel like we're being punked.
Thank you, Your Honor. 3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Mr. Diggs, didn't he?
Mr. Diggs offered me $100,000
Ma'am?
to recant my statement.
That is a yes.
That is the
Your Honor,
only.
Maybe be heard by, please.
Objection moved and strike. Your last part of the witness's answer. The last part of the witness's response. will
It's
be
too prejudicial.
Non-responsive. You will disregard it and you will not consider it during your deliberations.
The only way that he can dispute this is to take the stand and say, no, I didn't. Oh, no, I didn't. So this is so prejudicial that there needs to be a mistrial or the charges should just be dismissed at this point, and that's it. How dare she? We have a how dare you emoji. The only way to refute that is for him to take the stand, and he has a right against self-incrimination. He doesn't have to take the stand. Look at him. He wants his name cleared. That's why he's here. Agreed. This is bullshit. I think the cook just cooked herself. Welcome to the barbecue, ma'am. You're being roasted. It's not looking good for you. If you thought what happened with TMZ was bad, wait till you read the Boston Globe tomorrow. Like they're not going to pick this up. You know, he's praying right now. And he's trying so hard not to make any facial expressions. And he's doing a great job at composing himself. Because my head would be popping off if I was sitting in his chair right now. All right, she got 2 goals. Money and making Stefon look bad. Yeah, we can always count on the New York Post. Always. Look at Stefon. She cooked her own goose. Thanks, Carol. This Commonwealth is the gift that just keeps on giving. He's trying so hard to keep his head on, demanding $5.5 million. The irony of that is that even if he paid her the $5.5 million that she wanted, the Commonwealth didn't have to drop the charges. And she's telling us that somebody told her to bring her attorney because she should plead the fifth to some of these messages. What did she ever say in these messages that could have been criminal? Or are they saying that because she lied in the police report to Dedham PD that all this was a lie? And maybe she admitted it in some test messages. I don't know. I think we're a little bit behind. We have a little bit of room to scooch here. Oops. Long sidebar.
All right, jurors, can you step down this way, please?
Oh, I think they're going to move for a mistrial. This could be a very exciting morning.
This court stands in a recess. You can step down now. You may be seated.
All right. Well, we stand in recess. We're still a little bit behind, so we might have a little bit more room. I don't know if they're taking a 10-minute break. It's hard to say. We don't really know what's happening. Maybe they need to go draft their motion for a mistrial. This is making Marcy look even worse. If that's possible, it is. I agree. Many of you think that she's a gold digger. Yes, maybe they are letting the witness talk to her lawyer. That could be. Her workers' comp lawyer, she's very clear on that. She's not going to sue him or anything, even though she demanded $5.5 million. We learned he didn't have the proper workers' comp insurance. That's why she needed a lawyer. And that she demanded $5.5 million after her initial demand back in, I think it was January, of $19,000. While we're waiting, I can read the Boston Globe article to you. I mean, I guess it was from the Boston Herald. It's under a paywall for a lot of people, so let me see if I can pull it up, and I'll read it to you. Do a little ASMR reading early this morning. The headline: Diggs trial on assault charges opens. Ex-Pat receiver's former chef Paramore takes the stand. A personal chef who accused ex-Pats player Stefon Diggs of assaulting and strangling her spent hours on the stand Monday recalling the alleged physical confrontation between them and trying to explain omissions and inconsistencies in her initial report to police. MILA Adams said that Diggs hit and strangled her during an encounter December 2nd while she was working as a live-in personal chef at his Dedham home. She reported the incident to police on December 16th, and Diggs was charged a few weeks later. We learned that he was charged on the 29th, same day she made her $19,000 demand. No medical records. No, she didn't receive any medical treatment. Taking the stand as a witness for prosecutors, Adams told the court that the December 2nd argument started because of a separate issue she was having with another employee of Diggs. That other employee was set to attend an event in Miami that included a birthday celebration for Diggs the first week of December. Adams was also originally supposed to attend, she said, but on the morning of the alleged incident, Diggs told her she was no longer invited. Boy, did she get pissed. Adams acknowledged her relationship with the former Patriot. She acknowledged that her relationship with the former Patriot was already complicated. They met via Instagram DMs 4.5 years ago. Quote, "It started out as friends, it became sexual, and we would meet up, and we decided I would come work for him in February 2025, she said. He agreed to pay, via text rather than contract, $2,000 a week and reimburse her for grocery costs." Adams told the court that she'd worked as a private chef for other athletes and entertainers for 13 years, and that her role in Diggs's home was to cook for him whenever he needed. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks. It was his comeback year, and I wanted to help him be healthy, she said. Diggs was released by the Patriots in March. All right, we got another Bible thumper in here trying to convert us to whatever religion that is. Goodbye. Adams said that she felt frustrated that he'd waited until the last minute to tell her she was no longer on the guest list, saying that she and Diggs' on again, off again girlfriend, the rapper Cardi B, had talked about wearing matching outfits to the event. During the day on December 2nd, they continued to talk about it over a profanity-laced text message thread. That afternoon, Adams was sitting in her room with the door closed when Diggs walked in. She said he looked very angry, leaned on her bureau, and asked her to come over to him. As they were talking, Adams testified that she was unable to finish a sentence before Diggs, quote, smacked her. While on the stand, she started to cry and asked for a moment before continuing. When she said she raised her hands up to block him, he put her in a chokehold. Adams said she tried to wedge her hand. She tried to wedge her hand in between his arm and her neck, but he told her that wouldn't work. Eventually, they toppled over to the bed, and he let her go, according to her testimony. Before he left the room, she said he told her that she'd need to be out of the Dedham house while he was gone. Adams couldn't recall exactly how long the incident lasted. That night, Diggs' assistant arranged for Adams to fly home to Georgia, then rebooked her a flight for New York. I thought she rebooked it herself, but I could be wrong about that. Before going to Logan Airport, she gave Diggs a birthday present. In New York, she stayed with a hairdresser who also worked for Diggs. Quote, I didn't tell anyone there, Adams said of the incident. They have their own interpersonal sexual relationship. Adams returned to Massachusetts on December 9th and continued living and at times working in the home until December 15th. During cross-examination, or we like to call it cross-examinasia, Diggs' attorney zeroed in on parts of Adams' testimony that did not align with the report that she gave police. The report said that the fight was about money. It noted that Adams said she'd left her position with Diggs on the day of the fight, and only returned to his home for her possessions, but the defense had Adams read text messages from Diggs that appeared to show she was fired on December 13th. The police report also omitted any information about her sexual history with the defendant. The most important thing was the attack, she said. I did not lie. I just did not expand on detail. Quote, I was scared of how I would be perceived, end quote. Adams added, quote, he was in a very public relationship with Cardi B. Through the cross-examination, Adams had to be reminded several times to only answer the questions she was being asked, talking about the non-disclosure form that Diggs asked her to sign after the alleged assault before she went to the police. And while they were arguing over some back pay, she said, quote, Mr. Diggs likes to abuse people and hide his abuse, end quote, which was objected to by the defense and struck from the record. Adams also alleged that Diggs' assistant was under investigation for stealing watches, which was also struck from the record. But when the assistant came up again in later testimony, Adams referred to her as stealing Sonny on the stand. It's not an opportunity for you to just vent with your story, the judge told Adams at one point. Adams will resume her testimony Tuesday morning. That is from this morning's Boston Herald. Even Sue O'Connell, who I often differ with in opinion, thought this woman was full of it when I watched some sort of piece they did on debriefing the trial yesterday. You can't make it up. CC Headband is here. Been here for 4 months. Says, I'm taking you all with me. Taking you all for margaritas with me today. I love this channel. Oh, thank you. CC Headband Cupcake Leonard. Emily says, I can't wait for the snark today. This is wild. We only got into it just a little bit before we had to break and send the jury out, and everyone had to go take a breather. Overruled Sit Down says maybe he should hire men, not crazy women. Thanks for being here for 18 months. Shuda says, thanks for entertaining me for 11 months. Mel, I love you with all my heart. I love you with all my heart too. Thanks for tuning in from across the pond. USMC Cowgirl, Semper Fi. Thanks for being here for 22 months. Yep, you're almost to the new cupcake. At 24 months, you get 2 years, you get a new one, the blue one with the pink topping. She says, thanks for sharing your knowledge with class, humor, snark, and sass. Love with all my heart. My favorite of the Met was the mystical, magical Stevie Nicks. Love Stevie Nicks too. Thanks, P. Lola's mom, for becoming a new member. Mulva is here. Oh, you know I love a Seinfeld reference. Thanks for your 5. Too bad she didn't steal Cardi B's outfit from last night. She would sound so much more credible dressed as a colon. Well done. Gen X, Jen I Am says she didn't have on her resume that she graduated from the McAlbert School of Witness Testimony. I mean, listen, after they all got away with it, it's become the norm. As if it wasn't already the norm. Thanks for your 5, Jen. And Not My Circus became a new member. Welcome. And Gail Taylor became a member from, thanks for your super chat. It says, here in the UK, we would class this as her having a chip on her shoulder. Shame the judge didn't reprimand her for smirking. Throw the case out. Here in the US, we would say she has a chip on her shoulder too. Unbelievable. Please. Court's on a break. I don't know how long it's going to be. But we're here. Uh, 5 years. 5 years on the assault charge. On the strangulation charge, up to 5 years in prison. And up to 2.5 years on the second charge. The other assault charge. So, he's facing real jail time. If he's found guilty of this, although I don't really know how he could be at this point. Thank you, Dina Jams, finally catching alive. You're the best. No, you are. You've been here for 26 months. You're the best. Oh, Grace and Shauna Live says she just went back and watched the Penny McGee trial. Wow, just wow. Told you this is insane what goes on in this county. Penny McGee was insane. I'll tell you about it if you don't know about it. I'll tell you the lore. Hold on. Penny McGee is a woman who was on trial for manslaughter. I can't remember when it was. Last year, maybe? Year before? Court TV and Law and Crime dubbed her like a Newport socialite. But she didn't have any money left because she had been married to this guy named Andrew Savitz. Andrew Savitz has 2 very, very, very wealthy brothers in the hedge fund business. I think one was from Greenwich and one was from somewhere else. And Penny McGee divorced her husband because I guess she didn't like him anymore. But she had no money because he kicked her out of the house that she had been living in with her 2 children because his brothers wanted to sell this house. So for the time being, when this incident happened, she was living with her ex-husband, Andrew Savitz, in a home. I forget what town it was in, but it was Norfolk County. They were yelling and having a fight. And Penny says that he was slamming her head on the counter and throwing her against the refrigerator. And her daughter, Zuzi, came down the stairs and Zuzi testified. And Zuzi clearly had a chip on her shoulder and hated her mother, blaming her for the divorce. Zuzi testified that her mother shoved her father. And then her father dropped dead of a heart attack in the foyer of the home. At autopsy, it was in Brookline. Was it in Brookline? At autopsy, he had several pre-existing conditions, including like a widowmaker, like 80 or 90% occlusion of both descending arteries. He had diabetes. He had been in 2 major car accidents. He had cognitive difficulties, and he literally died of a heart attack. Penny McGee was tried on manslaughter charges because the insane medical examiner in Massachusetts pulled out some old textbook and said, well, says here that if 2 people are in the room when 1 person dies, it can be called a homicide. That case was a bench trial in front of Judge Cannoni, who was the same judge who tried Karen Reed's both trials. And she was represented by the great Larry Tipton, who is not only a great private defense attorney, but he does also represent as a public defender if he decides to take the case, which he did in Penny McGee's case. And Penny McGee was quickly acquitted from the bench by Judge Cannone. It was wild. It was wild. Murder by heart attack. Yep. That's what it was. You remember. You guys were here. If you haven't watched it, I have a playlist on Penny McGee. It's short. It's only like maybe 3 or 4 videos because the Commonwealth didn't want anybody to know about it. Nobody was really broadcasting it. I don't remember exactly the circumstances, but I remember we had to cobble together some testimony because it wasn't readily available. And you know what I like to do? I like to show you the stuff that nobody wants you to see. It was insane. Nod says he died and she was in the room, so she was the cause. How that Emmy said that out loud, I'll never understand. Excuse me, ma'am. Is that science? Yes, he had had a stroke before that too. I forgot that part, Candace. He had had a stroke. And so that's why he had some cognitive difficulties and he couldn't drive anymore and stuff like that. I mean, all right. Gothboy says that old law is from the witch trial days. They uttered words that made someone die. Right. Elizabeth says she thinks there's a very good chance of a mistrial. They're back there writing the mistrial motion. They could just orally argue it. I don't think they would have to even write it. But maybe they're trying to get some case law that's in their favor because, you know, there's always a case. There's always a case. Is anybody live tweeting from the courtroom? Okay, this person, Saucy Skins CBD says, this lady is not here for money. She's not suing him. Not yet. Have you been here today? She demanded $5.5 million from him 3 weeks ago. And if she gets a conviction in this case, she will sue him. You can bet your bottom dollar. So if you believe her testimony and you think she's straight up honest, you have more grace than I do. But we just heard her say that she demanded $5.5 million from him 3 weeks ago. Oh, Sue O'Connell is. Thanks. We'll see what she's got to say. She had some interesting stuff to say about the jury yesterday. If I can pull that up, if this break is going to be much longer, we may be able to do that. Creating through chaos. Are you in the courtroom? Says during the recess, the defense and prosecution chatted briefly. Defense has been in a huddle with Diggs, who has occasionally looked over to his mom and smiled. Okay. All right. So Sue O'Connell, who is not a reporter, she's a commentator for NBC Boston, is in court 32 minutes ago. So we'll start from 32 minutes ago and we'll take Sue's recap for what it is. Let's see if we agree with her. It's factual. 32 minutes ago, quick recess, jurors enter, judge enters. Judge asks if jurors have follow instructions. They have. MILA Adams returns to the stand. Judge reminds her to do her best to answer the questions. Sarah Silva resumes cross-examination for the defense. Sarah Silva is the female attorney on the defense team of Stefon Diggs. Adams resumes being unable to answer the questions, says Sue. I have a better view of the jury today. Oh, good. Tell us everything. As the judge instructs the jury for what I think is the third time around testimony that is struck from the record, the 6 jurors I can see nod. Oh, this is what I learned yesterday. This is only a jury of 6. I guess because it's a lesser charge. In Massachusetts, you get a 6-person jury. So there's 1 alternate, 7 altogether. 6 are women, 1 is a man. The man, Sue O'Connell said yesterday, is like senior citizen age, like she said, older than all of us, so the other people on the panel. Oh, please. She says, the 6 jurors that I can see nod when the judge instructs the jury for the third time around to strike something from the record or disregard what MILA Adams said. Sue O'Connell goes on to say, yesterday I wondered if MILA Adams had been properly prepared by the DA, but her inability to confirm even the most basic information and her confusion paints a different picture. And then 20 minutes ago, sidebar and recess. And then she says, at this point, the judge must be considering how much testimony the jury has been told to ignore and how feasible it is for them to do so. During the recess, the defense and prosecution chatted briefly. Defense has been in a huddle with Diggs, who has occasionally looked over to his mom and smiled. Oh, thank you, creating through chaos. So you were typing in the chat what Sue O'Connell was saying live, tweeting from court. Somebody wrote in there, Melanie Little says that's reason for a mistrial. I see you. I think it's a good argument to be had. I think it's a good argument. I would ask for a mistrial with prejudice at this point, meaning you can't come back again. And we wait. I mean, I don't know why they brought this case in the first place. We will see. I know. I have like some things I can't remember at all, like things that happened yesterday, but sometimes I can remember things like Penny McGee's husband's name, right? Melissa says, why do people feel the need to text what other law tubers are saying right now? I don't know. They posted it in O'Connell's thread. Oh, you mean in my chat? I know. Does anybody watch Emily Baker? I love Emily D. Baker. I've been watching her like since before I was on YouTube with the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. She's got very specific rules in her chat. You're not allowed to talk about other creators. You're not allowed to self-promote. A lot of rules that people seem to follow, but nobody seems to carry the rules over to my chat when they come here. So I don't know why. I thought it was just common courtesy on YouTube that you don't tell people to go watch something somewhere else, but I guess people don't know. Yeah, Zuzzy, you can't believe Davy Cake says, I can't remember. Can't believe you remember Zuzzy. Yeah, it was like Z-U-Z-Z-I-E. Here we go. They're back. Getting a look at the defense. I mean, I want to call him a defense attorney because he looks like a defense attorney. The prosecutor, his name is Drew Virtue. Let's see if he's got any virtue and he decides to, drop the case. Maybe. Let's see. We're waiting. Law and Disorder says mistrial with prejudice doesn't mean she can't or he can't sue civilly, correct? No, has no bearing. It makes it harder for her, obviously, because everything she said on the stand would come into a civil trial. It's testimony under oath. Thank you, Michelle. Michelle Mitchell Claude Hopper. Michelle. That's a reference to the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. Thanks for being here for 19 months. Love you and Emily D. Baker. The best. Thank you. Lawyer, tweeted it should be a mistrial with prejudice too. Oh, good. I love when we're on the same page. It's so funny because I don't have time to watch anybody else's shows. Barely have time to do my own shows. So I love how we're all reacting the same way. Here she comes. She's coming back with her big cardi. She's got a big cardi on today, a long cardi. Oh, my mods are on a tight ship too. I have the best mods on the internet. Somebody should turn the sound on.
And it's that you're responsible for answering questions that are put to you. If you don't understand a question, you can say that. And I'm sure counsel will rephrase. If you can't hear a question, tell them that as well. But courtrooms function and especially trials, unfold in a question and answer format. This is not an opportunity for you to interject your own narrative and evade responding to questions the court deems appropriate. And if you continue to do so, your entire testimony may be stricken. Am I clear?
Yes.
of the jurors.
So this judge decided to just go with an instruction to the witness and warn her that if she continues to just insert her answers where they don't belong, her entire testimony could be stricken. Let's see if she's able to keep her mouth shut and answer the question. Making those weird mouth movements again. Can't make it up, folks. You can't make it. If you weren't watching this, you would not believe it if I tried to tell you about it.
May be seated.
Jurors, at this point, I just want to be clear on one point, all right? And it's the following. You may not consider anything you heard that was stricken from the record. When an answer is stricken from the record, it does not exist. And in determining what the facts are from this case, you're sworn to determine those facts solely and exclusively from the evidence presented, and you may not consider any answer that I have stricken. All right? Thank you. You may proceed. Thank you, counsel.
Ms. Adams, 3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs, correct?
It's a yes or no question.
That is client lawyer privilege. I cannot speak on that.
You believe that your lawyer's communications to Stefon Diggs are covered by your attorney-client privilege, ma'am?
I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer to that question.
You know that someone on your behalf has demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs, don't you?
I have a workers' comp claim, and
Your Honor?
I've explored all civil options.
Ma'am,
I don't understand.
are
the
you
question.
able to
Sorry.
answer
No.
that question?
No, I'm
Counsel,
not
restate
able
the
to.
question, please.
You know that someone on your behalf has demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs.
Do you know that, Miss Adams?
No, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know how to answer the question. I don't understand.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Let's see some lies, yeah. In the chat. We have an emoji for that.
Your Honor, before we direct, may we be heard at sidebar?
Of course.
Yeah. Why are we here? She does not want to admit that she's trying to shake this man down. It's Shakedown Street. I got a sign right behind me. She's trying to shake this man down for $5.5 million. She does not want the jury to know that, because then they won't believe her. But I got news for you, sis. I don't think they believe you already. I got to pursue all civil options. She tries to hide behind attorney-client privilege. Attorney-client privilege refers to communications between you and your attorney, not communications between your attorney and the person you're trying to shake down. And what are they going to have to do? Are they going to have to call her attorney to the stand to talk about the letter that her attorney wrote to have her authenticate it? And then her attorney's going to say, oh, my client didn't know I was sending out this demand for $5.5 million. It makes no sense. Make it make sense? You can't. You can't. I think there's going to be some redirect, but right now, he's going to try and clean it up. Good luck, sir, my brother.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, defense counsel showed you a form about that you filled out to the police,
Yes.
and they made a point that you're the hand, but not the forearm and elbow. May I approach?
Dude, do you think anybody cares about that now? All they can think about right now is the shakedown. Doesn't matter what part of his body touched hers at this point, because nobody believes the thing she had to say, in my opinion. Although there seems to be a few in the chat who do.
Just take a look at that and
look up recognize it?
Yes.
And I may direct the witness's attention. Could you read right here when it says the expected injury? Or
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. Why is he having
is
her
there
read?
anywhere on that form where you do note the forearm and forearm being used to choke you?
Objection.
Yes.
Sidebar.
Yeah, that's not how you refresh someone's recollection by showing them a report and asking them to just read from it. I'm sorry, counselor, is this day one for you? The judge should not have sustained that objection. I mean, she did sustain it, didn't she? Wait a second.
Sidebar.
Forearm being used to choke you?
Objection.
Yes.
Sidebar.
Yeah. Her credibility is over.
And here when it says the expected injury? Or
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
It was sustained, right?
the
This is not how,
Sidebar.
that's not how you do it. It was brought out on her, I don't know if it was the cross, that that she told police that he put his hand around her neck, right? I think that's what they're getting at here, and trying to get her to correct the record. But getting her to correct the record by showing her a report that was written by the police is not the way to do that. It was the judge that said sidebar? Okay, I thought it was. Sorry. It sounded like the female attorney. They're both getting mad at this point because the tone just reminded me of Sarah Silva. Candler Land says, why does the Commonwealth want to go after him? Because he's a big celebrity. She's lying, and he won't. He won them the Super Bowl. What is the Commonwealth's motive? Publicity. And then what? If they didn't go after him, it'd be like, oh, people who are famous, you don't go after them. They get away with crimes.
Cross, I believe there's some questions about the text messages leading up to the assault.
Yes.
And, do you have still a binder in front of you?
Yes.
Do you mind opening to section 3 and to the pages ending in 114?
Sometimes it's just impossible to rehabilitate a witness. This is one of those times.
Would you mind reading the text messages from page 114 to 117?
And I'm running that bitch life. The next text message doesn't say anything. I won't be paying you shit.
And would you mind just saying who's saying it?
Okay, I said the first. I and running that bitch life is what I said. Mr. Diggs said, I won't be paying you shit. Fuck, I look like paying you and paying another chef. Is you high?
Language alert in case you are on a public computer, public television, your kids are in the house or in the room or in the car. There's your language warning.
Fuck, I look like paying you and paying another chef. Is you high, bitch? Who the fuck give you money for your business? Who the fuck gotta give you money for your business? I don't gotta do a motherfucking thing. And you can get whoever you want. You got my address. Tell them to come take the money then. Fuck you talking about. I said bet.
Bet.
Pussy. I said pussy. Show me I'm pussy.
Well, she looks right at the jury when she said that P word, like she was real proud of it. Like, oh yeah, I said that to Stefon Diggs. I used the P word. Watch this. Watch how she looks at the jury. Not a good play, in my opinion. There are 6 women and 1 man on the jury. This is not helping her at all. I am so confused.
pussy. I said pussy. Show me I'm pussy. Will do.
That's all.
That's it.
In your experience as a personal chef, is it common practice that when chefs get sent away, they get paid for the week that they get sent away?
Yes,
Objection. Your
because
Honor.
that's the only job I have.
And I know on Cross it came out that you made a public statement where you said, "I've never sought money to settle this case." When you said this case, was that referring to the criminal case? Or?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Very briefly, Your Honor, if I may.
Go ahead.
That series of text messages that you just read, that was in response to you saying after you were fired by Mr. Diggs, you will be paying me out for the season and the money. I'm sorry, and this is on page 113 of Exhibit 3. You will be paying me out for the season and the money you said you would give me for my business. Wasted my fucking time being here because you got a fucking circus going on, right?
Yes.
So when he said he wouldn't be paying you, he was referring to your demand that after you leave your employment on December 2nd, he nonetheless continued to pay you $2,000 a week for the rest of the New England Patriots football season while you were not working for him, right?
That's not how it goes.
You will be paying me out for the season, right?
I was a contracted employee.
It's a yes or no question, ma'am.
I don't know how to answer that question. Sorry.
And before you said that, if you turn just one page back to page 112, what Mr. Diggs said to you that you were responding to was, I'm going to leave you be. Thank you for cooking for me for this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got to this. That's what you were responding to when you told him he would be paying you out for the season, right?
No, it's a full context of those messages.
Ma'am, was the message that came from Mr. Diggs that preceded your demand that you be paid out for the season? Thank you for cooking for me this season. I appreciate you. I'ma leave you be.
Can you say that again?
You can look right down there on page 112. I'ma leave you be.
What was your question?
I'm not finished. Thank you for cooking for me for this season. You can read along and correct me if I get it wrong. I appreciate you. Hate it even got like this. Right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And you were really hoping that Mr. Diggs would give you some money so you could open your own restaurant, weren't you?
Objection.
That was our agreement.
That was what you wanted him to give you, right?
That was an agreement.
Ma'am, is this a contract suit?
Objection.
This is an assault.
That objection is sustained. Witness doesn't have to answer.
Withdrawn, Your Honor. Thank you.
There's no question in front of the witness.
You wanted him to pay you to open your own restaurant, right?
I wanted him to pay me past wages.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor, please.
She's unbelievable. She wanted her own restaurant.
Other questions, Your Honor?
Thank you. Anything else?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Get the hell off
Calls
the
like
stand.
Kenneth Ellis of the Dedham Police.
Wow. Just wow. I don't think I've ever seen a worse witness in all the trials that we've covered. If you can think of one, let me know. Like, even Chris Melton was better on the stand than she was. This is going to be the detective from the Dedham PD who took her report. This girl's like, give me a snack. I need a snack right now. She just waited. She just grabbed a snack. Hold on. Maybe it's a cough drop. I don't know. She's pleased with herself, and she should be. She won the Kelly Dever Award for Obstinate Witness. Thanks, Larry. We'll make a trophy for her.
Just watch your step. You're going to remain standing and face the court. Thank you.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, see?
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Kenneth Ellis, Ellis.
And what do you do for a living?
Dedham police officer.
And how long have you been an officer at the Dedham Police?
18 years.
And what's your rank?
Patrolman.
And prior to being an officer at Dedham, did you go anywhere else? Were you an officer anywhere else?
I was not.
So prior to being an officer at Dedham Police, did you go through any sort of special training or academy?
I did. I went through a police academy in Randolph.
And how long was that? What did you do in the police academy?
I was about 25 weeks, I believe. Everything from law, different aspects of the law, criminal law, constitutional law, motor vehicle. We had emergency vehicle operation, firearms, report writing, first aid, things like that.
Turning your attention now to December 16th, 2025. Do you recall if you were working that day?
I was.
And do you know what shift?
I was working the day shift, 8 to 4.
And were you out on duty, patrol? What were you doing?
I was assigned to the front desk.
Okay. So when an officer is assigned to the front desk, what are their duties?
You basically just any walk-ins. Sometimes we have the business phone rings, the non-emergency line.
When you say walk-ins, is that just someone literally?
Yeah, anyone can walk. It's people, ranging from, oh, may I use the restroom, or I'd like to make a report. Anything. Yeah, anytime someone comes in, we greet them.
People come in to use the
And
bathroom at the
during
Dedham
that day, did anyone come?
Really? People come into Dedham PD to use the bathroom. Do they have a nice restroom there? Now I need to know.
Anytime someone comes in, we greet them.
When you say walk-ins, is that just someone literally?
Yeah, anyone can walk. It's people, ranging from, oh, may I use the restroom, or I'd like to make a report. Anything. Yeah, anytime someone comes in, we greet them.
And during that day, did anyone come in?
Yes.
And do you know who that person would be?
We had MILA Adams.
And when this person came in, you didn't know who that was at the time. Right?
No.
Okay. And she came in. What, if any, observations did you make of her when she came in?
She sat down on the bench and she was crying.
All right. And did you approach her, or did you wait for her to approach you? How did that?
I actually went. Normally, I speak over the phone. There's a phone to talk to the people in the lobby.
Like behind glass?
Yes. Yeah. It's like almost like a smoked glass. But because of her demeanor, I went out to speak to her in person.
And did she want to talk to you at first?
No, she did not.
And why?
She asked if there were any female officers working.
And what did you say?
I actually went back to the shift commander's office and I checked the scheduling sheets, and it appeared that there was not one until 4 p.m. that day.
So what did you do?
So I went back and I let her know, and I just told her that, she didn't feel comfortable giving me a statement towards anything, then that's okay. And, if she could come back at 4 o'clock. And then I went back to the desk, I believe, for a bit.
And then what happened?
Then she called me back over and said she would like to give me a statement.
And where did you talk?
So right after you enter the lobby area, there's double doors, and then to the right of the double doors, there's kind of like an interview room. So we do fingerprints for like civilian things, gun permits, things like that.
And what did you talk about?
So she just wanted to give me a statement without mentioning anyone involved.
So what do you mean she didn't want to mention anyone involved?
Well, she said, I'd like to tell you something.
Sustain.
Okay. But eventually, did you come to learn the identity of the person that she was talking there about? And who was that person?
She identified him as Stefon Diggs.
And how many times did you talk to Miss Adams?
Just that time in person, and then I believe there was multiple emails, and then it was probably 2 more times on the phone, maybe 3.
I want to draw your attention to the binder in front of you.
Sure.
Do you mind looking at that first, flip the page to that first one, that first tab? There's something in front of you. This is what was previously marked as Exhibit 1. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, that was, those were screenshots of text messages that she forwarded me.
So those are the messages that she provided you, right?
Yes. Yeah.
That one page, yes.
Just like Higgins.
At the conclusion of all your communications with her, what did you do?
So that day, you mean, or
just at the, I guess, end of, would you call this an investigation? I don't know enough the police term.
Yeah. So like once at the end of it, which was about a 10 days or so, maybe 8, 9, 10 days from the time that she originally reported it, I ended up filing a criminal complaint.
Against whom?
Mr. Diggs.
And for what?
Was assault and
Overruled.
assault and battery and strangulation or suffocation.
Right. No further questions.
Oh, burp snarts. That's an excellent username, I guess. Burp snarts says the bias here is wild. God forbid any of you are assaulted and ridiculed. I don't know if you've watched the entirety of 2 days of testimony from that woman, but in my opinion, she was not credible. And that's my opinion based on the evidence that I've heard and her testimony. And that's what the jury's going to do. The jury's going to assess her credibility, and they're going to decide whether or not they believe her. And based on the fact that she wouldn't even admit that 3 weeks ago, she demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs to, make this all go away. I think we all know what she's doing here. It's not bias. It's evaluation based on evidence. Testimony is evidence. That was a very short direct. I want to hear the last question again.
And or suffocation.
Right. No further questions.
Assault and filing a criminal complaint. 10 days from the time that she originally reported it, I ended up filing a criminal complaint.
Against whom?
Mr. Diggs.
And for what?
So it took them 10 days to file a criminal complaint against him. More than that, the 29th. She was in there on the 16th. It was over 2 weeks before they decided to proceed with it. And it took her, I don't know, 2 weeks to go in and report it, and then another 2 weeks before he was charged.
Was assault and
Overruled.
assault and battery and strangulation or suffocation.
Right. No further questions.
If you don't like the chat or the commentary, just plug in Law and Crime into your browser of YouTube, and you can go watch it there without me
We'll
talking
start
at
at
all.
the end there. Thank you for being here.
Sure.
You said you've been a Dedham police officer for 18 years?
Yes, sir.
You just told us a little bit about the investigation, I think is what the DH has described it as. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, essentially.
Yeah. And so that involved what you just said. You took a statement from Miss Adams, you exchanged emails, you got a couple phone calls from her, and then you got a voicemail asking you to go to court, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then that's what you did.
I did contact a phone number of Mr. Diggs twice, left voicemails, and was not able to speak to him.
That phone number, you don't know that that's his, correct? You didn't speak to anybody.
One of them I did use the TLO service to confirm his name. It was a 240 exchange.
So I just want to be sure here, Officer Ellis. You called the phone number, correct?
Yes.
You didn't speak to anybody.
No, I did not.
You spoke on the phone to Miss Adams, correct? You spoke in person with Miss Adams on the 16th, right?
I believe it was the 16th, yes.
Right. You didn't speak to any other people, correct? That's
No.
the only human being you spoke to.
No, there was another attorney I spoke to, but I don't believe from your firm.
Okay, so some other attorney.
Yes.
All right. You didn't get any photographs, right?
No, there was none presented.
And there was none to take, right?
Not from me, no.
Right,
Absolutely.
because when Miss Adams walked in and you observed her,
Yep.
you didn't see anything on her body that said, I should document that.
I did not, no.
And your job is to document what's important, right?
Correct.
And that's where you write a police report.
Yes,
And so about December 16th, you did write a police report, correct?
I did, sir.
And that was documenting the conversation that you had with Miss Adams, right?
Yes.
And you said you've been a police officer for 18 years. I imagine you've written a lot of police reports.
I would say so.
Okay. And you've spoken to a lot of folks, correct?
Yes.
And you know that you write that report to record all of the important information that
Yes.
that person has,
Yes.
right? To document it.
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case, right?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Yes. And so when you spoke to her on December 16th, Miss Adams told you that there was a dispute over text message with Mr. Diggs, correct?
Yes, the initial disagreement, I suppose.
Yeah, and
started
that the
over
disagreement
text
was,
messages.
was about money,
That's
right?
that's what I
That's
was
what she
told.
said.
Yes,
She said they were arguing about money over text messages,
correct.
right?
Correct.
And then he came into her room and this thing happened, correct?
That's what she told me. Yep.
Okay. And then after that, she left her position, right?
That's what. Yeah, she said. Yep.
Meaning her job.
Correct.
And then she told you she did go back to the house on December 9th to get her things, to get her belongings, correct? Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the next thing she told you was that she, in that interim period, after she left her position, she went to New York City on December 2nd to be with friends, correct?
Yes,
And when she said that, those were her friends, right?
that's what I believed.
Right. You didn't think she was going to go see somebody else's friends,
No,
correct?
no.
Yes. And it'd be important to you to know if those were Stefon Diggs' friends, right?
I suppose.
That'd be important to your investigation,
Yeah.
wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
Okay. And so another thing that was important, I think you already talked about, that was Exhibit 1. You got that right in front of you, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so Miss Adams had said there was an argument over text about money that ended in a physical altercation, correct?
Correct.
And you asked her for the text messages, right?
I believe she offered them. I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, but yes.
And you took them because
Yes.
accepting the text messages that led to physical altercation would be important, right?
Correct.
You want to have that.
Right.
You want to document that.
Right.
All right. And so that's what that is. You received those from Miss Adams by email, correct?
Yes. I did.
And then you documented them, you saved them, and they're sitting right there in front of you right now for trial, correct?
Correct.
All right. And looking at those text messages, if somebody deleted messages from that before they ever sent it to you, that would be important for you to know, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
If those weren't complete,
Correct. It would,
you would want to know that.
I'd want the whole picture. Correct. Yeah.
Okay. If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
She deleted a couple of messages that made her look bad before she turned them over. Very similar to what Brian Higgins did in the Karen Reed case.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
No redirect, Commonwealth Rests.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. Does the Commonwealth have any more witnesses? Officer Kenneth Ellis, thank you for your service. And that's their whole case, my friends. I'm pretty sure that's their whole case. Oh, he did say the Commonwealth Rests? I didn't hear it. Let me go back. Hold on.
No redirect, Commonwealth Rests.
Oh, Commonwealth Rests. Thank you. Thank you. I missed it. It was very quiet in my ear. I had to jack up the volume. They're at sidebar. Now there's going to be a motion for a directed verdict in which the defense will ask the judge to please direct a verdict for my client, throw this case out because there's no way in hell that a jury could ever find her credible. But these motions are rarely, if ever, granted because judges like to defer to juries and they like juries to decide cases. Will the defense put on a case? I think they've got a lot of witnesses lined up.
All right, the Commonwealth Rests. Any evidence for the defense?
Defense calls Michael Perry.
All right. The defense is going to call a witness. I guess they didn't make a motion. That was quick.
You could just remain standing, watch your stuff, and face the court, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I did. You may sit.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, my name is Michael Perry, last name Perry.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I do digital forensics for a company called Level Blue.
Okay. And how long have you worked for that company in that role?
Essentially 15 years through a number of acquisitions. Level Blue recently acquired Strauss Friedberg, who I worked for a number of years.
All right. So you've been in your position for a number of years, essentially with the same company. The name has changed at the top of the header. Is that fair to say?
That is.
All right. Prior to that, what kind of experience did you have?
Your Honor, Commonwealth would stipulate that this witness's credentials.
All right, thank you. I'll
I'm
leave
gonna
it to your discretion.
Move along. Thank you. So just quickly, prior, what was your experience to working for the company that ended up becoming Level Blue?
I worked for Strauss Friedberg. Prior to that, Aon. Then Aon acquired Strauss Friedberg. Strauss Friedberg acquired Elysium Digital. So that was kind of the progression. But I held the same position.
Okay. And before that, did you work as an investigator of any kind?
I did. I worked for the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department as a digital evidence analyst.
How long did you do that?
It was about 5 years.
Okay. So my math is correct, you've been analyzing digital evidence for about 20 years then?
That's right.
And you have to undergo certain kinds of specialized training on how to do that?
Yes.
And I imagine if technology is developing, you have to kind of get retrained on that fairly often. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Right. Do you have any experience in dealing with digital data with regard to iPhones?
I do.
All right. And can you just describe kind of when we're talking about digital data from a phone, what does that mean? What does that look like?
Digital data from a phone is, data stored on the phone is extracted out. So I have special tools, forensic tools, that I use to connect to the phone, pull all the data that I can from it, and then I load it into some applications to look at the data and find out what data is stored there. And, I can put together reports of data that might be relevant to a case.
Okay. And so when you say data, what does that mean?
So for a phone, it would include the things that you would use your phone for. History of phone calls, text messages, pictures that you take with the phone, maybe some internet browsing.
Right. So when a user does all those things on a phone, is there kind of information recorded inside the phone tracking the user's movements?
It can. Yeah. Whatever the user does with the phone typically is stored on the phone.
Understood. I'm going to ask you to take a look at the binder in front of you, Mr. Perry. I'm going to ask you to turn to, I believe it's marked C.
Okay.
You see that front page there. It looks like it says Celebrate at the top right corner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. What are we looking at there in Exhibit 3?
This is the first page of a report that I put together after preserving one of two of Mr. Diggs's phones. So this is the first page of one of those reports.
All right. And so the report you're talking about, fair to say that's a number of pages there in Exhibit 3, correct?
It is.
All right. And that contains data from the phone that you just mentioned from December 2nd. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Celebrate has entered the chat.
I'm going to ask that you turn the page in Exhibit 3 to, there's a little number on the bottom right corner that says 113 on the right. It ends 113, I should say.
Okay.
All right. So I want to kind of direct your attention here to this two messages in the middle of the page. The first begins, you will be paying me out for the season and the money you said you would give me for my business, it continues. Do you see that kind of blue bubble that we're looking at there?
I do.
All right. What are we seeing on the page here of the report when you see the blue bubble on the left and the green bubble on the right?
So this is an exchange of messages from the two parties. And you might think like, oh, I know blue bubbles and green bubbles. That's familiar. Like blue bubble is an Apple iPhone and a green might be an Android. But in this case, it's just to distinguish between the two parties. So the color doesn't really mean much here in that both parties had iPhones. So these are all just iMessages. But the report is in conversation view. So it's meant to look like you're looking at a phone. And so, the owner of the phone, Mr. Diggs, is the messages on the right in green, and on the left, they're messages from Miss Adams and they're in blue.
Okay. And fair to say, in terms of Mr. Diggs and Miss Adams specifically, that those are, you don't know Miss Adams, correct?
I do not.
You're just going off of the contact information in the phone and the cellular phone number on the page?
That's correct.
Please turn to the next page ending 114. So looking at this box on the top left corner of the box on the left, that page has a bubble that says, "in ruining that bitch life." Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Up in the top left corner of that, there are two phone numbers. What are those two phone numbers? What's the significance of the data in the top left corner?
They're it's the contact information for both parties that are in this conversation. So you have a from number. The stored contact name is MILA Chef. And then you have the two, which is the owner of the phone who's receiving the message. That's the numbers in the top left.
Okay. And so would those be the two phones having the conversation in the iMessage chat?
Yes.
Kind of going down to the middle of the page, it indicates there's a time there that says 12/2/2025, 5:35:01 p.m. UTC +0. Can you explain what that means?
Yes, that's the time stamp when the message was read. And UTC is it's a universal time coordinated, which just means universal time, which is the time basically in London at the time. And it's kind of like a standard to base timestamps off of, where at the time of this message in December of 2025, we're not in daylight savings time, so our time zone is -5. So Eastern is -5 from that UTC time.
All right, so the UTC +0, you would need to subtract 5 to get to Eastern Standard?
That's correct.
All right, and so looking down at the bottom here of that same message, in the bottom right corner, it says 12/2/2025, 5:34, 43 seconds PM, UTC +0. What's that?
That's the time the message was delivered to the phone.
And when you say the phone, that would be the user's phone?
That would be the user's phone, Mr. Diggs's phone in this case.
And again, the same calculation would apply. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So that message was delivered to Mr. Diggs's phone at 12:34 p.m. Eastern Standard Time?
That's correct.
Looking at this box, the kind of corner, the bottom right corner we just talked about, you said that's when it was delivered to the phone, the user's phone. Is there any way, any other way, I should say, for one of these blue boxes, one of these messages to appear in an iMessage chat?
No, I mean, it's just sent from the user that's part of the conversation that we see here.
Okay. And so the user in the right on the green, is there any way that that person could create a message on the other side of the conversation?
No, a user is not able to insert a message into a conversation just on one side of, in their own phone.
So a user could insert messages into iMessage on their own side of the conversation, but not on the side of the person they're talking to.
They can only send the message. They can't go into a conversation and just put a message in there. It has to be sent in that two-way communication.
Conversely, if the user of an iPhone wanted to erase messages on their side of the iMessage chat, would that be possible?
Yes.
If just directing your attention to the bottom right of page 114, there's a green box on the right. That's a message Mr. Diggs sent. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. If that message were deleted, would you be able to tell from the data that was extracted?
Possibly.
Okay.
And the reason why is that on an iPhone, if you delete a message, it actually gets retained for 30 days. So if you have an iPhone, you can go back and recover that message. Maybe if you deleted it by accident or something, you can recover it within 30 days. After 30 days, it's not recoverable.
All right. And so you could see the data for 30 days if a user deleted it, if you extracted their phone, correct?
Within that 30 days.
All right. How about if they deleted it and you just looked at the screen?
If they deleted it and you looked at the screen, no, you'd have to go to the menu and look at recently deleted.
Understood. I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Just a few more questions, Judge. Apologies. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Perry, to turn to Exhibit 4. That's marked D. And I only got a couple questions for you on this. So I'm going to ask you to turn to the page that is marked 182, bottom right corner.
Okay.
All right. And so fair to say there's a message there that in the bottom left corner says, reacted to, all good. You know, I try not to make things bigger than what they are. You got your own life and things you deal with. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So going to the time in the bottom right corner of that message, it says 12/11/2025, 8:37, 21 seconds a.m. UTC -5. Can you explain what that means time-wise?
Yes. So this is UTC -5, which means it's Eastern time because it's in December. So it's Eastern time zone. And what that means is for this report, after I preserve the phone, I load it into the application, my forensic application, and it parses the data that I extracted from the phone, and it recognizes that it looks like this phone is in Eastern time zone. Would you like me to translate the timestamps into that? And for this one, I hit yes. And so it's giving us a timestamp that's translated to Eastern time where the phone was used. The other report, I must have hit no for that, and it was just UTC.
Okay. And so Exhibit 3, there is no conversion in the actual report, and Exhibit 4 there is for the time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth, any questions?
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the Exhibit 3, this extraction, when did you perform this extraction?
This extraction was April 13th, I believe it was.
And Exhibit 4, when did you perform that exact extraction?
I believe that was the next day.
So is that these text messages were sent in December?
December 2025.
So the extraction report you did in April was beyond the 30 days, right?
That's correct.
So if someone had deleted messages from this, you wouldn't be able to tell.
Not from looking at this phone, no.
Nothing further.
Anything further?
No.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Not sure what they got out of that. Is the jury lost with this stuff, says Noni's Treasure House?
It's called JANELLE Salas.
Janelle is coming to the stand.
Watch your step. You're going to remain standing facing.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may sit or stand, whatever you feel comfortable.
Yeah, they're trying to show that she deleted messages.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
JANELLE Salas, S-A-L-E-S.
Where are you from?
Maryland.
What do you do for a living, Miss Salas?
I am the chief of staff to Mr. Diggs.
You say Mr. Diggs, is that Stefon Diggs?
Correct.
How long have you been Mr. Diggs' chief of staff?
Since July 2023.
What are your responsibilities? What do you do day to day as his chief of staff?
I manage all the moving parts. It also varies between during the season or off season. Calendar management, vendor management, and I'm pretty much the liaison between his marketing and talent agency. If I need to speak to finance, anything that comes up with his agent, anything personal, family related.
Sounds like quite a bit there. Okay. You said it varies by whether it's in the off season or the season. What does that mean?
So during the season, the calendar is pretty much structured for about 20 weeks, depending how long it goes, from camp all the way until the end of the season. So there's a strict schedule day to day, pretty much from 7 to 6 p.m. And then off season, it varies between training, traveling, and other business commitments.
Okay. And so you've been saying season and off season. Fair to say Mr. Diggs is a professional football player?
Correct.
And so that would be the football season?
Correct.
You said that in the off season, in the regular season, there is kind of schedules that you have to liaise with the team on, correct?
Correct.
Right. In the off season, it's more a schedule that you and Mr. Diggs can set then?
Correct.
When is the football season? What time of year?
Preseason, I would say July. So that's when we start preparing for camp. And then it starts, the actual NFL preseason is August. And then the official NFL season begins in September.
Okay. And when does it end?
If you go all the way through, January and February.
All right. So December is during the
season,
NFL season?
Regular season.
Regular season. Among the things I think you just mentioned that you have to kind of arrange is living arrangements, places to live.
Correct.
All right. And have you lived in different places, or have you helped kind of secure housing over different places?
Yes.
And where's that been the last few years?
When I first started with him, it was between Buffalo, Houston, Miami, and then as of the past season, Dedham, Massachusetts.
All right. How did that house in Dedham, Massachusetts come to be the place where Mr. Diggs lived?
I got connected with a realtor through a mutual business associate, and he found this open home for rent because the goal is to rent a home. And so they found this space, and we looked at it. We did the walkthrough, and it was pretty much the only one that was really available in the area because it was super limited, and it fit the needs. Let me just
stop you there. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So you were involved essentially in setting up that house?
Correct.
All right. I want to talk.
We looked at the listing. It's a $3 million house. It was 9,000 square feet. Somebody told me it's over by the Dedham Country Club, which is a really nice area. And we have a new listing that we can look at when we have a little break. And I would hire this girl in a second. She's on top of it. She knows what she's doing. She's a boss. I love her.
Talk to you for a moment as well about other employees, contractors, those types of things.
Okay.
Are you involved at all in hiring or kind of arranging different services?
Yes.
Right. And so what would those be, generally speaking?
During the season, it would be his wellness and maintenance schedule. So it's massage therapists, nurses for his IV therapy, hair, nails, esthetician, just pretty much did regular maintenance on his body to just keep him going throughout the season.
Okay. And in terms of any other employees, have you had to try to, arrange for flights,
Yes.
drivers?
Correct.
What about a chef?
This past one, we were just familiar. He was friends with her.
All right. Let me go back before. Have you hired chefs before in the
Correct.
past?
Yes, I have.
All right.
Yes.
In terms of just kind of the process of hiring drivers, chefs, masseuses, anybody else, is there a normal process for engaging someone for their services?
We vet them out. I typically have I ask someone that was already a trusted resource, and I vet them out through them. We get paperwork, we come to agreements to terms. Sometimes they have a contract, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they have an NDA, sometimes they don't. It really is dependent on the relationship. And also, especially if they're new, they get the full on package, basically. NDA,
All the paperwork you just
W-9,
described.
correct.
Okay. So you mentioned you didn't have paperwork for the most recent chef. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And what's that person's name?
MILA
Do you know Mila's last name?
Adams,
All right. When did MILA Adams start working as the chef?
July of 2025.
Where did she work?
In Dedham at the house.
All right. Did she live in the house as well?
Correct.
Who were the other people who spent time in that house and or lived in it?
Spent time in it. I spent time in it when I would visit for games. His brother visited, one of his childhood best friends, photographer, videographer, mom, and other business associates and any friends that would come and visit.
Okay. Were there kind of permanent or assigned bedrooms in that house?
There was a general understanding of whose room, who stayed in which room, and pretty much if you got there, it's like first come, first serve. So there was only just 2 assigned rooms.
All right. Did Mr. Diggs have an assigned room?
Correct, he did.
And where was that house?
It was the main primary bedroom. When you walk upstairs, there's the first immediate bedroom. There's a landing and a laundry room, and it's the first immediate bedroom to your right.
All right. You just walked us in the house there for a moment. Could you just describe what the layout of the downstairs looks like?
So generally, there's a big grand foyer. When you walk into the house from the front door, there's a formal living room. To the right, there is a office to the left. There, when you walk up, it's about 2 steps and you go up, there's a formal dining room on the right. And then you walk up, it's an open concept. So it's an open living room and an open kitchen to the front of you. To the left of that is the stairs going upstairs to the 4 bedrooms. And then there's a stairs that go downstairs, right underneath the stairs that go up to 2 bedrooms in the basement.
Okay. Did Miss Adams have a room in that house?
She did.
Where was that?
So when you walk upstairs to the landing part to the second to the 3rd floor, you walk up the second flight of stairs, which is about 4 or 5 steps. There's a bedroom to the right. And then there's 2 bedrooms to the left. She lived, her room was the last bedroom all the way down the hallway on the left side.
I think you just described that this was an open set.
Yes,
you said?
it's open. So it basically looked like there was a bridge, like a U bridge from the upstairs looking down, because the middle of the house, you can look down and you can see everything.
Okay.
And you can look up and you can see the hallways of both going into all 3 bedrooms.
Understood. So, different people at the house, did you have a key?
I had a key to the front door.
Okay. Were there any other security systems set up at the house other than just locks?
The garage, and then doors for like her bedroom and his bedroom.
Okay. And that is that
And his closets.
all right? Any other measures on the house?
Garage door. I know there was a ring camera system, an alarm system, but other than that, nothing out of the ordinary.
Got it. So I want to direct your attention to December 2nd, 2025.
Okay.
Were you working that day?
Yes.
Where were you?
I was at the house. It was the day after the Monday night football game, and I had a hair appointment because we were getting ready to leave for a trip.
Where were you going?
Miami, Florida.
Who was going to Miami, Florida?
Miami trip consisted of Mr. Diggs, myself, his brother, his childhood best friend, and another close friend of his.
Who had made the arrangements to get that group of people to Miami?
Me.
When did you start making those arrangements?
The week prior, once we figured out the logistics. I typically try to do things a few days prior just because of the requirements that some of the travel vendors need from us, and because it's such a busy week. So I try to book as soon as possible.
All right. What was going on in Miami?
He had Art Basel, which is a art festival, art fair, and he was showcasing he was debuting his furniture line.
Right, so Mr. Diggs.
Is she Sunny? Because they haven't mentioned whether her nickname is Sunny, but I'm going to assume that I think she's Sunny, but I guess we'll find out. Do they fly private? I need to know.
Has a furniture line?
Correct.
That week, was he not working? Was he missing a game? What was happening?
So Monday night, he had the Monday night football game, and it was going into his bye week.
What's a bye week?
Bye week is pretty much the 1 week that the NFL gives to players where they're pretty much off. They just have to report back on the scheduled day that it's typically like 4 or 5 days off, no meetings. They can go on vacation. They come back that Monday.
All right.
Regular scheduled programming.
And the plan was to go to the Art Basel, is what it was
Correct.
called?
Correct. Yes.
In Miami during the bye week.
Yes.
Anything else going on in Miami?
We were also celebrating his birthday,
What day is his birthday?
November 29th.
Right. So his birthday had already come and gone, correct?
Yes.
All right. And was there a birthday party that week?
There were at his house or in Miami?
In Miami, I mean.
In Miami, correct. There was.
I could be wrong on this. Somebody said Mila must have been seething that she couldn't go to Art Basel. Oh, yes. If you didn't watch the testimony yesterday, go back and watch. She was really mad that she didn't get to go to Art Basel. He's debuting his furniture line. His birthday is November 29th, and I'm assuming the chief of staff knows that. Didn't Mila say his birthday was November 28th? I could have sworn. Yeah, you heard it too, right? They're such great friends for 4.5 years, complicated friends with benefits. After the assault, she had to go into his room and give him a birthday gift. I don't know if it was during his 2-hour massage or after. But Mila was such great friends with him for so long, she didn't even know his birthday. Yep.
You mentioned that there was a game the night before. What time's a Monday night game start, if you know?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock p.m.?
Mm-hmm.
So you know when it ends?
Probably midnight, and we probably didn't get out of there until like 2 a.m.
Got it.
Maybe 1 a.m., 2 a.m.
So that morning you said you were getting a hair appointment.
Mm-hmm.
Where was that?
It was at the Dry Bar in Chestnut Hill, and my appointment was at 10 a.m.
Shout out to Dry Bar.
How did you get there?
I drove.
Do you have a car?
No,
Whose car did you drive?
I drove Mr. Diggs' car.
Got it. And how long did that take you to get to the hair appointment, if you remember?
About 30, 35 minutes because of traffic and the weather.
You mentioned that there was a Ring video
I've been to that dry bar. It's a good one.
system.
Mhm.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at a video that is on Exhibit 11.
Well, let's watch the Ring video, everyone. Come to your screen if you can.
One moment. That's fine.
They got to fix that glare. They need one of those ugly curtains on that window. Jen knows. She's been to that dry bar too. It's excellent. Yep, she thought she was gonna go to Art Basel because she was gonna wear matching outfits with Cardi B, or they were planning their outfits, Dawn. But then she got cut from the list and she was not happy. I want to know what kind of car too. Tell us everything, Sonny.
Council, do you need a minute? Because I can take the morning recess now if that's helpful. That's okay, whatever.
Yeah, that shower curtain and that Norfolk Superior Courthouse. It was like Judge Cannoni went out and got a shower curtain at lunch and put it up. It was terrible. That green shower curtain, Andrew, I remember. Dry bar is a place that only does blowouts. They don't do haircuts or anything.
Let's give you a second and everyone. Oh, wait, here we go.
Here we go.
A dry bar is a blowout place.
Yes, if we could play that.
They do blowouts for hair. I don't know what kind of car it is, but it looks
For the
fancy.
record, that's a video ending in the number 602. Do you recognize what we just saw there?
Yes, that's Mr. Diggs' Maybach.
It's a Maybach.
And what's happening that
He left for work.
Where were you?
I was in the car, probably waiting to leave and warming up the car to go.
Okay. And you weren't in that car that we just saw
No,
drive out.
I was in
correct?
his Porsche.
I'm
Maybe
happy
I
to
can
continue,
Porsche.
Judge, but we have a while further, so it might make
No,
sense.
that's fine. Why don't we take, viewers, why don't we take the morning recess? I think there should even be some coffee.
Porsche.
All right.
The Porsche people like
All
it
right,
when you,
jurors can
when you
step
say
down this way,
Porsche. All
please.
right, so they're on a 10-minute break. I think, are we behind? Are we? Oh, we're on real time. Wow, look at that. No, maybe we're a little tiny bit behind. Do 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 do. Well, that's good because you know what I have for you? You know what I have for you? I have the newer listing for the house. Remember yesterday we looked at the house and it was an older listing on Zillow and it had really ugly paint colors. Like one room was painted black and then another room was painted red. And then a lot of the rooms in there were painted olive green and it was really ugly. Let's take a look at the newer listing because they did some renovations and we want to see it all, don't we? Somebody was actually in the chat who said that they had been to a holiday party there. Here is the better photos of the house. 5 bedrooms, 5.5 baths, this listing says. Didn't they say, I thought the other listing that we looked at from Zillow said it was 7.5 baths. Because I remember saying 7.5 baths is a lot of toilet paper. Hang on. So court is on a break. Let's change this banner. Sunny's on the stand right now. I wonder if she's going to be crossed about being accused of stealing watches and money. Is that what she said? She steals watches and money, or she's being accused of stealing watches and money? Boy, that MILA, she just wanted to spit everything out. All right, here it is in Dedham. I mean, it's a lovely house. I think this is on something like over an acre and a half. I don't know if he's living there anymore. I don't know. And much better than the olive green. I mean, I don't know if they staged this furniture. I don't think this was his furniture, but look at the ceilings, coffered ceilings, maybe. A Maybach is a Mercedes. It's like their highest end. The highest level Mercedes. I don't know if it's more expensive than a G-Wagon, but I pretty much think it is. It's much brighter than it was in the original pictures that we saw. These sliding barn doors are like a new thing. A lot of the houses in California, I noticed when I was in California, a lot of houses have these sliding barn doors. I don't know. Maybe it may already be out of style. I'm sure I have some interior decorators in the chat because we have everybody in the chat. We have engineers, we have forensics people, we have a lot of nurses, a lot of mail carriers, truck drivers. It just doesn't match the style, I don't think, of the wrought iron front door. You can tell me, but two totally different styles. Already out of what? Barn doors are way out of style. Oh, that's what you meant. Already out. Yeah. Okay. So this is a mishmash, kind of a mishmash here of different styles. I don't think I like it for me personally, but it's a beautiful home. I think we read it was 9,000 square feet. Okay. Here's some, here's looks like an office. Interesting choice of desk chair that does not look in any way to be comfortable, but to each his own. Beautiful wainscoting throughout with like a very modern built-in bookcase, right? A lot of mixtures of styles, traditional and modern. I don't know what's going on there. The desk is interesting too, right? It looks like it's metal, but I don't know. I wonder if it's from his furniture line. And we're gonna have to fall into the rabbit hole of Stefon Diggs' furniture line. Janelle and Sunny are two different people. Why are people telling me that it's Sunny? From now on, I'm going to make a new rule. Don't put anything on the chat unless you know for 100% fact that it is 100% fact. Because I pull up comments because I trust you guys. I trust you guys that you're either Googling or you really know the answer. I can't trust anybody. You guys are ruining my trust. You can't be in the trust tree anymore if you put fake information in the chat. Oh, please. Yes, and then there's some beautiful kitchen. I mean, it's white. Look at the size of these refrigerators. I'm going to guess that's a twin Sub-Zero. Or is that a wine fridge on the right? All built into the cabinetry. Maybe the wine fridge is over here on the left. Unclear. I don't like a see-through refrigerator door because I feel like I don't want everybody seeing what's in my refrigerator, and it's messy. And then there's some wicker bar stools here, but it's a beautiful, looks like marble countertop, huge island. Well, double sinks, a sink in the island and then a sink overlooking the yard. It's lovely. Much better than the one we saw yesterday. Looks like a drop-in farmhouse sink here on the island. And is that a wolf? Wolf stoves usually have red knobs. I can't tell. Maybe someone in the chat knows. Looks like an 8-burner. Dual, maybe dual fuel. I don't know. I like a pasta faucet over the stove. Do you like a pasta faucet? It's Viking. Thank you. Pasta faucets are good because you don't have to lug the heavy pot full of water over to the stove. That's an OG Edge counter. Thank you, Robin J. I remember looking at stoves when I redid my kitchen. Anybody know what an AGA stove looks like? AGA? To die for. I mean, I can't even imagine how much they are now. Nice eat-in kitchen, little dining area. Blue knobs is a thermidor, says Magnolia Gypsy. I'm getting all kinds of different answers. Do I have to restate the rule? Do I like to cook? I love to DoorDash. I never have a chance to cook. I don't know. My time, I spend too much time here with you. I don't have time to cook. Beautiful. So many windows, well lit. And here's another little seating area. She described it to us. Janelle did. She described the layout of the home. Fireplace. Wood floors. All right, let's get to the rest of the house. Remember she said you can, when you're upstairs, there's like a sort of like a hallway that you can see down into the foyer. That's what she meant. Stone fireplace, and this other room looks like maybe like a den, I would say. There's a nice, looks like a mudroom. Some white wainscoting. Hooks for everything. I love a good mudroom. Who doesn't love a good mudroom? Your kids can come in, throw their boots in there, put all their backpacks up in those. Well, they probably can't reach those cubbies up there, but they have put their backpacks in those baskets on the bottom. Very functional room. Here's a bedroom with a little corner fireplace. Where's the panic room? Oh, that's a great question. Nice bathroom, freestanding tub, huge shower. Double sinks, but on opposite sides of the bathroom. I like that. Big freestanding tub. Oh, and look at this. This is the vanity over here. Oh, no, it's just I like the way the mirror is lit. Nice laundry room. Here's another I guess they didn't forgot to paint the black walls in this bedroom. He rented that house from another player, says Bree, ×3. Another bathroom. Another bedroom. Plenty of room for all of his friends and entourage that wanted to stay there. Enormous television in this bedroom. More bathrooms. Not sure what this is. This could be I don't know, it could be an attic. Not really quite sure. Here's a room with a billiard table in it. Nice blue felt on that table. Looks like a bar maybe over here in the corner. Another empty room with another big TV. Here's a room with a wet bar. Maybe that could be a game room. A whole butler's pantry here, or it's like a second kitchen almost. Another bedroom, another bathroom. This is interesting. Tiny media room, tiny, giant TV. 1, 2, 3, 4 recliners in there. I've seen some home theaters that would blow this away. Maybe this is just for having 4 friends over to watch the game. Oh, and look, a golf simulator room. That's awesome. I'm a golfer. Any golfers in the chat? Wouldn't that be so fun to have your own golf simulator room? Oh, please. Okay. And there it is. I don't think it's for sale or rent right now, but here's a floor plan. I think, or maybe this could be an ad. Yeah, I don't know what that is. That's an ad. So if you are in the market, Emily C says, I'd never see my husband again. We had a golf simulator in our house. If you're in the market, it is at 7 Schoolmaster Lane in Dedham. 5 bedrooms, 5.5 baths, 9,608, almost 10,000 square feet. Almost 10,000 square feet. 1.63 acres. It was built in 2001. It last sold it in 2022 for $2.5 million. And that is a $258 price per square foot. 3-car garage. We know he has a Maybach, and we know he also has a Porsche that he let his chief of staff drive to get her hair done at the Dry Bar. For those of you who don't know, Dry Bar is a chain. It's nationwide. And it's just blowouts. They don't do cuts or perms or anything else. They just do blowouts. So if you need to go somewhere, like you go to a party or something, or you go to court and you need a blowout, you can get a blowout. You can also get a monthly membership there too. And now I just laid some knowledge on you, Scott. See, you know now. Now you know. Court said they were taking a 10-minute break. And so we sit and wait. Let's see, we could look at some GALA fashion if I could find a good slideshow for you. I mean, Met Ball was last night. Did anybody watch the red carpet? I didn't know who any of the people were. They didn't really have people working the red carpet like they do at the Oscars and other shows. So it was hard to know who the people were, except for, the obvious ones like the Kardashians. Yeah, no pool. Interesting. No pool. I mean, Anna Wintour, everyone knows who she is. That's pretty obvious. But I am told, thank you to Heather who sent this to me, this updated listing, said that Mr. Diggs lived in Dedham by the Dedham Country Club, which is right next to Needham and Westwood, that are very expensive towns. And the rest of Dedham is not like the area that by his house. And so that is the T on the neighborhood. Yeah, there's a Dedham Country Club. Oh, they're back. Oh, I didn't see Margot Robbie, but I did watch Wuthering Heights. Wuthering Heights is on HBO now. Tell me, did you like it? It's haunting me a little bit. I loved that book so much. I read that book when I was very young. And tell me if you liked Wuthering Heights. If you haven't watched it, it's on HBO. You could watch it now if you don't have to go to the movies. And I liked it. Well, I thought they were back. Okay, let's look. Stefon Diggs furniture line. He started a new furniture line. It's called, well, my Latin is a little rusty. Si vis pacem, which translates to if you want peace. All this man wants is peace. Let's find some pictures of the furniture. How about not just an article? Hang on. The camera's getting real shaky. Camera's getting real shaky. Oh, it's interesting stuff. All right, let's take a look at this. And that is why he was going to Art Basel, because he was debuting his furniture line. That's what they told us. They told us everything. And so this is just what a little brief Google search brings up. Stefon Diggs furniture line. Can we make this bigger for you? Let's see. Very modern. Let me know what you think. Interesting. I think it's very interesting. Eclectic, modern. I don't know. I might be a fan. Let's say you. Here they come. Jurors entering. Emily said that mirror is made with real coyote fur. Do you guys watch The Hunting Party? I watched an episode last night where the serial killer was making shoes out of people's skin.
Maybe seated.
And he was also selling shoes made out of things like extinct animals.
All right.
Before he got caught as a serial killer. It's crazy.
This one goes back in session. You may be seated.
We don't just do law here. We do lots of stuff.
Let me resume your honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Miss Salas, we just watched a video off of Exhibit 11, and I think you said that was Mr. Diggs going to work.
Correct.
What kind of car was that?
A Maybach.
Okay. You said you were in a Porsche warming the car up?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to, first I'm going to ask Miss Silva to play a video there ending in 610. I'm ask you to watch that, Miss Salas. Okay, so if we can replay that, you can get a look at it, Miss Salas. If we could pause it right there real quick.
Nice Porsche.
All right, so do you recognize what that video depicts?
Yes.
What's that?
It's the Porsche leaving the house.
Who's driving?
Me.
That's you leaving the house?
Yes.
All right. And if I could direct your attention here, the time on the exhibit is 9:26 Eastern Standard Time on December 2nd, 2025.
Correct.
Does that sound about right for when you left the house that morning?
Yes. Because my appointment is at 10 a.m.
Okay. So looking at that image, can you tell us, kind of just orient us on what we're looking at there?
The car, so that's the front of the house, and there's a long driveway that goes towards the back of the house to a 3-car garage and a driveway where you can probably fit maybe 2 or 3 more cars in the actual plot in front of the garage.
All right. Is there a way to enter the house through the garage?
Yes, there's an entry door going straight into the grand foyer of the house. There's the basement entry, stairwell, a powder room on the right, the entry stairwell to the basement to the left. And when you walk straight, there's a grand foyer. In front of you is the dining room and then the formal living room. And then to the left is the living room and the kitchen. Okay. And the stairwell going up to the 3rd floor. Yes.
All right. And so did you go through the garage to drive the Porsche out that morning?
Yes.
Do you remember getting back to the house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
It was in the afternoon after I had ran my errands from my hair appointment.
Okay. What I would ask is if Miss Silva could play a video with the last 3 numbers, 637, off of that same exhibit, Exhibit 11.
Oh, Cam, that if you are predicting that he wasn't even home when she says it happens, that would be wild.
If we could maybe replay that one more time, it's only about 3 seconds. All right, so do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes, it's the car returning home.
And is that you driving the car?
Yes.
All right. And the timestamp on that indicates it's 12:59:59 Eastern Standard Time. So it's just about 1 p.m. Is that consistent with your recollection of when you got
Yes.
home?
Yes.
What were you doing that day after you got your hair done?
I was coordinating our travels because I was getting updates from the airport regarding the change of airports, change of planes, and trying to just get everybody together to be ready to leave by the end of the night.
So you were working?
Correct.
And is there an area where you worked in the house?
In the kitchen, in the small little dining table, like in between the kitchen and the living room.
We saw that.
I'm going to ask Ms. Silva to play one more video for us. That's going to be 183725 on Exhibit 11. If we could try to replay that one more time as well.
Here comes the Maybach.
It looks like she's paused it here, a second into the frame. Do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
It's the Maybach coming home.
All right, is that Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
The timestamp on that looks like it says 15:38 and 51, so maybe 3:39, 3:40 p.m.
Yes.
Is that consistent with your recollection of when you got
Yes.
home?
Yes.
You said you were working that afternoon. Do you know where Mr. Diggs went in the house?
He likely went to say hi to his brothers and then went straight upstairs to take a nap because it's the day after a game.
Objection. Okay. Do you Where were you sitting?
I was probably walking around the house, either the kitchen, probably going up and down, up and down to the basement because I was probably doing laundry.
She said it happened between the time she texted somebody named, I think, Annie at 3:40 and then another message at 4:10. So that's, I think, when she said it happened. But remember, that detective, or not even a detective, Officer Ellis, they didn't even really do an investigation. So I can't wait to hear what's next. Stay tuned.
Running around the house.
Sustained, that response is stricken from the record. Jurors will disregard.
So let me ask you, you mentioned that you remembered doing something with flights and getting to the airport.
Correct.
What is that? What do you mean?
So because one of the airports that we usually travel frequently at, the Norwood Airport, there's limitations on the planes, and especially if the weather is bad, they typically recommend that we fly into another airport, which was Bedford.
Bedford, Massachusetts?
Correct.
So is that to say the weather was not great?
Correct.
December 2nd?
Correct.
That day, when you're making these phone calls, sending emails, doing whatever work you're doing to coordinate, you said you were downstairs. Did you see anybody else walking around downstairs during that afternoon?
MILA was there, his brother was there, and his childhood best friend, and another friend was also arriving in, who had flown in to go to Miami with us.
Okay. You said MILA was there. Did you see her that afternoon?
Yes.
What did she look like?
She looked like she was going to work out. She had workout clothes on. She complimented on my hair. Just regular, just walking around the kitchen, probably around the house. Nothing out of the usual.
Okay. That afternoon, did you, is that the only time you saw Miss Adams? You see her again as the
Towards
day went on?
in the evening, closer to the evening.
So after dark?
Yes, it was because it was getting dark at like 3 o'clock at that time. So by like 3:30, 4 o'clock, maybe closer to 4:30, it was like dark.
Okay. And so sometime after that, you think you saw Miss Adams again?
Yes, because I was sitting in the kitchen and she had asked me if I purchased her flight.
The flight, was that a flight to Atlanta?
Correct.
And when you spoke to her that afternoon in the kitchen, did you observe anything on her face?
No.
Anything on her neck?
No.
Did you see any redness or swelling?
No.
Was she crying at all?
No.
What was she doing?
She was walking around looking for a piece of a paper and a pen to write a card, I guess, write a note to him for his birthday gift.
When you say to him, is that to Mr. Diggs?
Correct.
That's that November 29th birthday you just referenced?
Yes.
That afternoon, was there anything on Mr. Diggs' schedule?
He had ozone therapy and massage.
So is that a nurse who comes and does fluids?
Yes.
And a massage, you said?
He has a massage therapist.
What time were those appointments?
I believe I told them both to come at 5.
Do you remember if those individuals actually appeared at the house?
Yes.
Did they?
I believe so.
That afternoon, you said you purchased a flight for MILA Adams to Atlanta?
Yes.
Did you arrange to get her to the airport?
Yes.
What time did that happen?
Probably in the 7 o'clock hour, because you have to be there an hour before checking in your bag, and it took about 45 minutes to get to the airport. So probably between 7 to 7:30.
You think about 7:30?
Yeah.
And so did she leave the house around 7:30?
She should have left around before 7:30 to get to the airport on time if she was checking in a bag.
And you saw her prior to that,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So is it the encounter you had in the kitchen?
Yes.
With the pen and the card, I think you mentioned?
Yeah, she was running to go to his room to put it on, I guess, his gifts that she was giving him.
Did you end up speaking to Mr. Diggs later that evening?
Yes.
And did you see any of those, the card or the presents that you
Yes, there were
discussed?
2 boxes on his bed from Chanel. One he had opened up and he put on after his massage, and we were getting ready to leave. I told him, we got to pack, we got to go, we got to make this flight. He put the beanie on. There was another box that was unopened, and then there was a green Post-it with whatever note she had on it telling for his birthday.
All right.
She bought him a beanie from Chanel. No wonder she had no money left. Both 2 boxes from Chanel, or did she just wrap a different gift in a Chanel box? With the green. We're learning a lot about the lifestyles of the rich and famous, and I'm invested.
Prior to speaking to Mr. Diggs, prior to arranging for Miss Adams' Uber, did you hear anything that afternoon?
No,
Any screams?
no,
Slam doors?
no,
Anything out of the ordinary?
no.
Do you know if Miss Adams cooked dinner that night?
It was like a hot dog. It was like and there was like mustard on it, but it was like left on the counter and it was like dried up. And then in the room, it was like dried up.
No way.
So there was like 2 that were made.
Let me back you up on that.
Didn't I say the other day she was probably cooking hot dogs and beans? I said that. I said Franks and beans. The hot dog is under the chat. It was dried up. Had mustard on it. It was my joke. She's got a degree in psychology, and now she's his personal chef. MILA, not this witness. Dried up hot dog. I nailed it. I had no idea. Man, I love it when I love saying I told you so.
Dinner that night?
It was like a hot dog. It was like and there was like mustard on it, but it was like left on the counter and it was like dried up. And then in the room, it was like dried up. So there was like 2 that were made.
Let me back you up on that. Do you know if she did cook dinner that night?
She did.
Where did she do that?
In the kitchen.
And what time did you see that?
I just remember the food being like prepared
Okay.
already.
And
Your face.
you mentioned it was a hot dog or something like
Yeah,
that?
it was like a hot dog, or like, you know, like Auntie Anne's when they have like the pretzel dogs. It kind of looked like that, but it just looked dried up.
Gross. Look at her face. Her face has subtitles too.
That night, did you all leave for Miami?
Yes.
If I may have one moment.
Alienated sharpness got his or her yacht sweater. No crying on the yacht. I love those sweaters. Should I link it in case anybody wants one? Thanks for being here for 7 months. Smash the like button because you guys would not be having more fun doing anything else. Holly Johnson said, "You said you don't believe you've seen a worse witness than Mila." My husband said out loud, "Yes, you have." Kelly Dever. LOL, he made a good point. Holly Johnson. Difference is Kelly
I just
Dever.
want to recap on one issue.
Difference is Kelly Dever was not the star witness for the Commonwealth. This witness, Mila, was the star witness. Thank you for your 5. I think this is
Okay.
cross. Hold on.
I just want to recap on one issue.
Okay.
I think you said Miss Adams complimented your hair. Did she tell you anything else?
No. She was like, "Oh, your hair's getting long and it looks good." I was like, thank you.
Okay. Did she tell you she was assaulted,
No,
strangled?
no,
You're the chief of staff?
correct.
HR? Are you also HR?
I have no further questions.
I'm over here to inquire.
Thank you. Good morning.
This will be cross.
And is it Sunny?
Yes, that's my nickname.
And that's, is that SU?
Okay, this is Sunny. It has been confirmed. This is Sunny. This is Sunny. Now I got to change the banner. And now he's going to ask her, "So Sunny, when did you steal watches and money?" All right, I got to put it in here. AKA Sunny. Stealing Sunny. Here she is. The Herald even wrote about her. We read that article earlier. If you missed it, you've been missing a lot of funny stuff today. Here we go.
Good morning. And it's is it Sunny?
Yes, that's my nickname.
And that's is that SUNNYNIE? Is it?
SUNNY and then SUNNI.
Okay, so both ways.
Yes.
Okay. So right now you are the chief of staff. Is that right?
Correct.
And how long have you been Mr. Diggs' chief of staff?
Since July 2023.
And prior to that, what was your position?
I managed his household, but it was part-time
Where
in
how long-
Maryland.
And how long did you do that?
September 2022 up until July 2023.
And prior to working for Mr. Diggs, what did you do?
I have been an independent consultant. I have been a project manager, event producer, and I consulted for companies for almost between at that time since 2017.
And right now, how much do you get paid by Mr. Diggs?
I would say between 90 to 100,000 a year.
And when you were, what was the term of the previous job? The house manager?
Yes.
Oh, how much did you get paid when you did that?
I was on retainer for 5,000 a month.
And
Just want to point out to you, she's making less money than MILA. MILA was being paid $2,000 a week plus reimbursements. She's only making 90 to 100 a year. She's making less money than MILA, and she's doing hell a lot more work. She organizes his whole entire life. She's in charge of everything.
And you mentioned you went to Art Basel?
Correct.
And how long was that?
That was from, we got there Tuesday evening up until the events were all the way through the weekend that Sunday.
And what kind of events were there?
There was a showcase of his furniture line, his birthday party, just, showcasing his new furniture line.
But and you went to these events?
Yes.
Did you have to pay for any of these events?
No. Like physically? Like my own money?
Yeah.
No.
And did you have food there?
Yes.
Did you have to pay for your food?
Not with my own money.
So.
With my company card.
Okay. So,
yes.
Thank you. You mentioned driving one of his cars. What car was that?
It was his Porsche.
Is it a nice car?
Yes.
How often do you drive that one?
If I need to go run errands, if I need to do something, I will use the car as an insured driver.
And when you say run errands, is that personal errands or errands for Mr. Diggs?
Both.
Okay. How often do you go on trips with the staff?
As needed, specifically for business trips, more so.
Okay. On December 2nd, you were at least at some point in the house, right?
Correct.
And you saw Ms. Adams?
Yes.
So she was there in the house?
Yes.
And you saw Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
So he was there in the house?
Yes.
Did you, was there any time that day where were you following Mr. Diggs the whole time?
No.
Were you following Ms. Adams the whole time?
No.
So there a time when both of them were outside of your range of being able to see?
Yes.
Have you been to Ms. Adams' room before?
Not all the way inside, but I knew which room she was in.
So you had not been inside that room before?
Not when she occupied it, but when we did the walkthrough, I was.
Okay, so when you were first looking at the house?
Yes.
But that day you were not in that room?
No.
Okay, so whatever could have happened in that room, you were unaware of anything that could have happened in that room?
Correct.
Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Is it fair to say that you have a financial interest in Mr. Diggs doing well?
Your Honor. Overruled.
What does that mean?
If he does well, do you do well?
I think we collectively do well.
Do you?
Yeah, even outside of financially.
Is he a good boss?
Yes, he's great.
Do you want to continue working for him?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
Like she's going to lie because she wants to keep her job. She probably works 24 hours a day. You know she does. If he needs something in the middle of the night, he's calling her. She doesn't live in.
For your witness.
That was a poor cross. They didn't bring up the ceiling of
I
watches.
just have one question for you.
Yes.
You mentioned that you got to drive the Porsche.
Yes.
All right. Would you lie under oath to get to drive the Porsche and work for Mr. Diggs?
What does that mean?
It's part of lying under oath, your job.
What? I'm sorry. Can you?
Is your job to lie, or would you be truthful?
I'll be truthful.
Okay. Who else got to drive that car?
Mila and anyone around the house, if they needed to use the car, they would drive it.
Did you see Mila drive that car?
I've seen her drive the car before.
I don't have any other questions.
Anything else for the students?
When you said just other people around the house, about how many people does Mr. Diggs have working for him?
Employed, one.
So then otherwise, they're all just contract or?
Correct.
Do you know about how many?
Depending on the job, as needed.
Okay. Do you know in this?
Objection, Your Honor. We're not outside the scope of the
Yeah.
Just in December, do you know?
I couldn't give that to you on the top of my head.
Nothing further.
It was outside the scope, but the judge
Thank
just
you.
wants to be done. Thanks, Sonny. I'm glad they didn't accuse you of being a watch thief.
Defense calls Juliana Stratati.
All right, Juliana. Yes, the Commonwealth Rests. So they only had two witnesses: liar, pants on fire, MILA Adams, and then Officer Ellis, who did no investigation on this complaint. And so the defense is now putting on its case, and so far,
Right hand. You
So
solemnly
good.
swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Let me sit and stand.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Juliana Stratoti, Stratoti.
Are you from Massachusetts?
Yes,
What do you do for work?
I'm a registered nurse.
Right. Where do you work?
Full time, I work at Mass General Hospital, and then I have a side, a per diem job at the Drip Bar.
What is the Drip Bar?
Drip Bar is a wellness and hydration service. It's a franchise, but we have a location in Foxborough.
And so what do you do as a nurse for the Drip Bar?
Provide like wellness services, hydration, like extra therapy for people that you don't get prescribed, like at a hospital or through your primary care physician.
Does some of that involve making house calls?
Yes,
On December 2nd, 2025, did you do some kind of treatment, a house call that afternoon?
I did.
And where was that?
At Mr. Diggs's house.
All right. And had you been to that house previously?
I had.
And that was at 7 Schoolmaster Street in Dedham, fair
Yes.
to say? Do you remember what time you got there?
Most of my appointments were 4, 5, or 6 o'clock. I think that day I got there at about 5 o'clock.
I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes, right in.
I'm going to put the image in front of you. I'm going to ask you to take a look at that and tell me if you recognize what that is.
That's me ringing at the front door on the Ring camera.
All right. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of you arriving at the house on December 2nd, 2025?
Yes.
I would move to admit it's Exhibit 12.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please, so more.
And I'm going to show you another photograph and ask you to take a look at that.
That's me leaving the house on the Ring camera footage.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you walking out of that house in the afternoon of December 2nd, 2025?
Yes.
I would move to admit it's Exhibit 13.
What time?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please, so more.
13. I'm going to put Exhibit 12 back in front of you and ask you, there's a timestamp in the bottom right corner.
Your Honor, may we be seated in sidebar?
Yes.
I'll be right back.
Ellis' objection is sustained.
A moment ago, I think you described when your appointments routinely were. Do you recall what time you got to the house in Dedham that afternoon on December 2nd?
That day I got there at 4:50
PM?
p.m.
And do you remember when you left the house?
According to the ring camera footage, it was.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember when you left the house?
I don't remember exactly the time, but all of my appointments were roughly 45 minutes to an hour long.
All right. And so on December 2nd, 2025, do you think, how long do you think you were in the house?
Probably about an hour.
In the house, when you were doing the treatment, where did it actually occur physically inside the house?
In the living room.
So then fair to say you were in that house that afternoon for about an hour, maybe a little less?
Yes.
Okay. Anything out of the ordinary that day?
Not that I recall.
Hear anything unusual?
No.
Did you see anything unusual?
No.
I have no further questions.
Matt?
Yes.
Good morning still. Had you gone to Mr. Diggs' house prior to this date?
I had.
And how many times have you done this before?
A handful of times, I think. Before that was 2 or 3.
Okay.
After that was a couple.
And without you saying the actual names of any of your clients, what kind of clientele do you have with this job?
It depends on what services they're looking for. So kind of all across the board.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Was he trying to make it look like only rich people have people come with IVs to their house? Maybe chronically ill people do too, sir. And he realized it was a stupid question. That was witness number 3 for the defense. Coming up is witness number 4.
Just watch your step, and if you could just remain standing, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You sit or stand, whichever you prefer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
My first name is Stephanie. My last name is Anastasi, Anastassi.
And do you live in Massachusetts, Ms. Anastasi?
I currently live in Rhode Island.
Where do you work?
I work in Massachusetts.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a massage therapist.
Are you employed in that work?
Yes.
Who do you work for?
The Right Touch Day Spa in Attleboro, Mass.
Shout out.
You provide massage therapy treatment to clients? Is that
Yes.
right? And as part of your work, do you need to visit clients in their home?
I do that separately on my own on the side.
I see.
It doesn't have anything to do with where I work currently.
Okay. All right. And as part of your work treating clients, are some of your clients professional athletes?
Yes, sometimes.
All right. And was one of your clients in December of 2025, Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
And how did it come about that you were providing treatment for Mr. Diggs?
I used to work for the Celtics back in 2019. And whoever I used to work for, he's a physical therapist. He connected me with Mr. Diggs.
Okay, thank you. And you would provide massage therapy for Mr. Diggs at his home?
Correct.
About how often per week would you do that?
Twice a week.
All right. And where in the home would you provide that treatment?
Sometimes it was in the living room area, and sometimes it was in his bedroom.
Did you need any special equipment to provide your treatment?
He provided that. I do need some special equipment. Yes.
I see. So there was the equipment in the house?
Yes.
I take it you used a table?
Yes.
Any other equipment?
No, just a massage table, and I would use my cups, which is for cupping.
I see. Okay. Thank you. How long did a typical treatment take?
Between a 90-minute to 2 hours.
And did you give Mr. Diggs a treatment on December 2nd, 2025?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember approximately when you arrived at his home for that treatment?
It was between 5:45 and 6 o'clock in the evening.
Okay. And how did you get into the house?
I rang the doorbell and Sonny opened the door for me.
Okay, thank you. And what happened next?
Then I asked Sonny where he was or where he would like his massage at. She told me he was in his room and that's where he would like his massage. So I went and grabbed the massage table. It was in like a computer room. And I brought it upstairs and he was laying in his bed and I started setting up the table.
All right. And was Mr. Diggs, do you remember what he was doing when you walked in other than laying in his bed?
I think he was falling asleep a little bit, but I wasn't sure. It was just laying down.
Okay. So I take it you began the treatment?
So I set up, I grabbed the blankets and stuff, and then he fell asleep. So I texted Sonny and I was like, hey, can I wake him up? And she said yes. So I ended up waking him up and then he got on the table.
Okay.
He was asleep.
And about how long was the treatment that day, if you can recall?
It was between 90 minutes to 2 hours usually. It was more towards the 2 hours than the 90 minutes.
All right. And did anyone
Sign
come
me up.
into that while you were performing that treatment in that 90-minute to 2 hour window?
Yes. MILA ADAMS came in the room at the time.
Okay. And how did you know MILA Adams?
I seen her in the house. I've seen her multiple times in the house.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to her?
Yes, we've had conversation.
Okay. So while you're performing the treatment, can you just explain to the jury what you saw?
Yeah, so I was working on his right side leg, and I can, because the door is in front of me, and I can see whoever was walking in. She was walking in. She saw that he was asleep, left, and kind of came back at a later time. When she came back at a later time, he kind of woke up because he was asleep, and she kind of went over to the bed, and she asked him, there was something on the bed. She asked him if he was going to keep it, and then he said yes, and then she turned around and left.
And were you able?
What kind of who walks in on someone having a massage? You're trying to relax. The last thing you need to do is be stressed out by somebody walking in during your massage. Who does she think she is? Huh. The gall.
To see what was on the bed?
It was a black box, but I'm not sure what it was or what was in it.
And did you ever have any occasion to look in that box?
No.
All right. How did Ms. Adams appear to you when you saw her come into the room those two times?
She seemed to be okay. It's nothing that I wasn't used to seeing in the past.
So she looked to your eyes the same as she had in
the
time
past.
you saw her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any marks on her face?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you see any marks on her neck?
No, she had a black jacket on, so I don't think I could see her neck, but I didn't see anything on her face at the time.
Very honest witness.
And did she seem upset at all to you?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. All right. And Miss Anastasi, do you remember when you left the house that day?
It's probably between almost 8 o'clock, 7:30 and 8 o'clock that day.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further
Of course.
questions.
Good afternoon, Miss Anastasi. Oh, sorry, good morning still, actually, Miss Anastasi.
Hello.
You said you had previously worked at the Celtics, and is it like kind of word of mouth that you got a job working for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
In your line of work, how important is word of mouth in order to find new clients?
It's very important.
And outside of just actual, I guess, technique and skill, is discretion and care of how you, because you're working with some high profile people, is that also an important aspect to have?
I don't understand the question.
I'll withdraw it. Nothing further.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Right. She's going to lie so that she can get more clients referred to her by Stefon Diggs. Come on, dude. Really? Really? Their case is so weak. And he's just quiet quitting. He's like, okay, no, I haven't got nothing else. Nothing.
And Your Honor, the defense calls Melissa Goddard.
All right, Melissa Goddard. Here's a pet peeve of mine. I have many, as you know, but One of them is when the witness only spells their last name and not their first name, because there's a lot of different ways to spell names, like Janelle.
Please raise your right hand. You
Stephanie
solemnly
is
swear the
sometimes spelled
testimony
with an
you're about to
F.
give in this hearing shall be
Spell
the truth,
both of your
the
names.
whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure. Melissa Goddard, Goddard.
Thank you. And what city do you live in? City and state, please.
Boca Raton, Florida.
Right. And are you employed?
Yes, I am.
Where are you employed?
At PMG Private CFO.
And what is PMG Private CFO?
It's a boutique financial service company. So we do accounting, tax planning, tax prep, budgeting. We handle everything financial, data collection.
And is one of your company's clients Steph Diggs?
Yes, it is.
Right. And do you work on Mr. Diggs' account?
Yes, I'm his client manager.
All right. And how long have you been the client manager for Mr. Diggs' account?
Since November 13th, 2023.
Okay. And can you just briefly describe how Mr. Diggs' account is structured?
Sure. He has the personal side, which we call concierge, and the business side. So the personal side is his life personally, but because his person is a business, it transfers also over into businesses. And then he has several businesses that we operate.
Can you just very briefly identify the different businesses? That
Sure. Diggs Deep LLC, which is for his name, image, and likeness. Liam Brands International, which is a clothing brand. CV Passem, which is a furniture brand. And Diggs Deep Foundation, which is his charity organization.
And so those businesses that you just described, are those handled on the business side of his account?
Correct.
All right. And then there's a personal side or a concierge side
Correct.
to handle his business. To handle his personal expenses.
Correct.
Okay. And up until starting before October 2025, so from 2023 to 2025 October, which side of his account did you handle?
I handled daily business transactions for the most part.
Okay. And did you have a different colleague to handle the personal kind of concierge side?
Yes, the practical everyday concierge side we did.
And would expenses for private staff be handled on the business side or the concierge side?
The concierge side.
Okay. And did something happen in the fall of 2025 that caused you to take over responsibility for the concierge side?
Yes, we had an associate leave.
Okay. So the associate left, and then were you responsible in the fall of 2025 for both the business and the concierge side?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have responsibility at that time for payments to Mr. Diggs's private chef?
Beginning of November, yes.
Okay. Beginning of November 2025?
Correct.
And do you recall, what did you do when you took over responsibility for those payments?
I was notified at the beginning of November that the data collection program that we used was updated so that personal payments needed to be made. And one of them was for the chef. And I asked, catch me up. Does she have a contract? How do we pay her? Does she have a W-9? Does she have an NDA? Just general information, like, what do I do? And
who are you talking to when you were getting this information?
Sunny.
And who is Sunny?
Stefon's personal assistant.
Okay. All right. Do you recall receiving an...
Do not denigrate Sunny. She is not a personal assistant. She's the chief of staff. They're running the White House over there. And it was a White House too.
An invoice from Ms. Adams on December 1st of 2025?
Yes.
And do you recall what that invoice was for?
It was for 3 weeks of services in November and reimbursable expenses.
Okay. What did you do with that invoice when you received it?
I checked, immediately I knew that it was incorrect because I had paid her weekly for 2 of those weeks. So it raised a flag. I needed to figure out, had I made a mistake or had she made a mistake? And that caused me to look a little bit further into the reimbursable expenses. We're much more structured on the business side, so I usually audit those before paying them.
Okay. So when the flag was raised and it caused you to look a little bit deeper, what did you do to look a little bit deeper?
Digs deep.
I pulled up every payment that we made to her for the last 18 months, as far back as I could go. And then I went through every receipt and reimbursable that we paid her for the last 6 months at that time.
Sorry. And at the conclusion, so would you describe that as a kind of an audit?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, if you receive an invoice and it's incorrect, I want to know, is it our mistake or was it her mistake? So I wanted to make sure that we had paid her correctly.
All right. And what did you learn from conducting your audit?
That she had submitted receipts multiple times over the course of 6 months, the same receipt. That she had submitted reimbursements for packages sent that were paid by our Federal Express account for reimbursement.
Stealing MILA. She's double and triple dipping. She's triple dip. She's giving Cosgrove a run for his money. Triple dip MILA. Submitting the same receipts over and over again for reimbursement. She didn't even have money for an Uber. Remember, that's why she couldn't fly to Atlanta. And instead she changed her flight to New York because she didn't even have money for an Uber. If she's getting reimbursement for groceries, how is she paying for them? I'm surprised that they didn't give her like a company credit card to use for groceries, because was her credit card maxed out and that's why she couldn't afford an Uber? Oh, stealing MILA. Here it comes. Well, let's listen to it again. This is I'd call her the CFO, but I just called her accountant for purposes of the banner. But she worked for his accounting company. And she's doing a little audit on MILA because she noticed that she submitted an invoice to get paid for 3 weeks in November. And she's like, wait a second. I thought I already paid her for 2 of those weeks. And then she's doing an audit, just like the IRS would do, and digging deep into the receipts and finding some fraud. And all of this goes to MILA's truth and veracity, because if she would commit fraud is a crime or an allegation that goes to truth and veracity. So put another one in the column of we don't believe a flippant thing she said, or I don't anyway. You can have your own opinion. And I'm talking about MILA Triple Dip Adams. Here you go. Listen again.
Okay.
You know, if you receive an invoice and it's incorrect, I want to know, is it our mistake or was it her mistake? So I wanted to make sure that we had paid her correctly.
All right. And what did you learn from conducting your audit?
That she had submitted receipts multiple times over the course of 6 months, the same receipt. That she had submitted reimbursements for packages sent that were paid by our Federal Express account for reimbursement, that we had overpaid her.
And were you able to quantify the amount of money that she had been overpaid based on your audit?
Yes.
And how much money was that?
I think the total was $2,500 and change at that time.
Wait, why is everyone putting ones in the chat? I didn't tell anybody to put ones in the chat. Why are you putting ones in the chat? I'm so confused. It's distracting. What had happened? She was overpaid by $2,500, according to the accountant. And Diggs probably didn't even know it. Dipping the digs. She's double dipping the digs. She's digging deep to double dip the double dip the digs. I said put ones in the chat. About what? Are you guys really behind? I don't remember. Oh, one in the column for not believing her? When was that? Like an hour ago? All right. Okay. I don't know. All right, here we go. Oops.
Had been overpaid based on your audit?
Yes.
And how much money was that?
I think the total was $2,500 and change at that time, with an additional $744 that maybe was legitimate. I couldn't substantiate because there wasn't a date on it. So that was more in a gray area.
Okay, gaslight me.
Did you ask Miss Adams for more information about the money that she was seeking?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I contacted Sunny and asked for her email. I gave my phone number, even my personal phone number, so that she could reach me because sometimes they're in different time zones. I reached out to her twice.
Okay. And did you ever hear back from her?
No, she never responded.
Did you tell Mr. Diggs what you had identified at least from the audit that you conducted?
Yes, he called me. We spoke about it on December 5th.
All right. And what was his reaction?
He's like, "Give me a report." And he had wanted to make sure that she was paid. And I told him I would get him a report, and he was fine.
In the course of conducting your audit, or actually strike that, did there come a time when you were aware that there was some paperwork not completed that you would have expected to be completed?
At the beginning, when I took over, I asked for those things as I think it was the beginning of December when the invoice didn't match what I had. You know, I'm buttoning things up. It's the end of fourth quarter. We're closing out the end of the year, so I wanted to make sure we had everything. So, you know, I was going through everybody's paperwork. But yes, it was about the beginning of December I realized we don't have her paperwork.
All right. And did you do anything about that?
Yeah, I had asked Sunny to, I had mentioned to Steph that I think we should get one. He said to coordinate with Sunny, which I did on December 4th. And I didn't receive anything, so I followed up with it as I normally would.
And how did you follow up with it?
I asked Sunny if she had collected it, and I emailed MILA asking for it.
Do you remember the date on which you emailed MILA for it? Sorry, Ms.
December
Adams.
8th.
December 8th.
Mhm.
Did you follow up again with Ms. Adams, if you can recall?
I did not, because Steph said not to worry about it.
Okay.
Just to clarify the record, that is what I said. Put another one in the column of "we don't believe a flippin' thing she said," right? Okay, all right. I wasn't being gaslit. I did not mean put it in the chat, but it's okay if you misunderstood me. That's okay. I just said put another one in the column of, like, another thing in the column of things that we didn't believe that she said is what I meant to say. It was kind of like rhetorical. Okay. Scott, don't start.
Just one moment.
Don't put ones in the chat. You're going rogue, chat. You're going rogue. She's the one who noticed there was no NDA signed. Everyone else had them, and she didn't have them. If you start putting weird stuff in the chat, YouTube is just going to block you. They do that. I don't know. They have these weird bots. Like if you use too many emojis, or if you start shouting at me in all caps, I won't accept it.
Ms. Goddard, you just testified that you followed up with Ms. Adams asking for the NDA on December 8th.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was incorrect. It was December 13th.
Okay, thank you. All right, no further questions. Council, care to report?
Just briefly, good afternoon now. Miss Goddard, have you ever been to Mr. Diggs' house in Dedham?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
She's never been to the house. Okay, so what? Okay, that was defense witness number 5. So far, the defense has called more than double the witnesses
Charles.
of the Commonwealth. And here comes Shy. Shy is coming to town. I put an Instagram reel up yesterday, and because yesterday I said, I bet you anything, Shy is going to come in and say, Mila told me she's going to make him pay. She's going to file a civil suit. And please tell me how to spell shy.
Just watch your step and remain standing and face the front.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall
Pretty
be
girl.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Miss Step.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your first and your last name?
My name is Shy Charles. It's spelled Xiacharles.
What do you do for a living, ma'am?
I own a hair salon and I braid hair, natural hair.
And where do you live?
I live in Brooklyn, New York.
You said you own a salon. Do you have an actual physical location?
Yeah, I
And
do.
is that down in the New York City area as well?
Yes, it's in Crown Heights.
How many clients do you have roughly?
Too many to count. I have lots of clients.
Okay. Is one of them Stefon Diggs?
Yes, it is.
How do you know Mr. Diggs?
I started doing his hair when he played for the Buffalo Bills.
Do you know how many years ago that was?
I'm not good with dates, but whenever he last played for the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you actually do Mr. Diggs's hair, how long does that process actually take?
I'd estimate probably about 3 to 5 hours, anywhere between that.
Wow.
And where have you done Mr. Diggs's hair?
At his house. He travels a lot for work, so wherever he needs me to do his hair, I go.
Is that true of other clients you have as well?
Yeah.
I wonder what she charges.
Have you been inside Mr. Diggs's house in Dedham?
Yes, I have.
All right. Do you know when he lived there?
I don't know when he occupied the space, but I can tell you the first time I went there to do his hair.
When was that?
It was when the season started with the Patriots, probably about July, September, around that time last year.
So that'd be 2025?
Yeah.
Okay. And
if you're not looking at your screen, I'm just going to narrate for a sec. She is lovely. She is beautiful. Her skin is flawless. Her skin is flawless. Somebody said it sounds Trinidadian. I'm not sure. Maybe. She has a lovely accent. She makes a beautiful appearance. She's gorgeous. And I love her accent. I love everything about her. She's classy. And she is his personal hair braider. And she comes from Brooklyn to do his hair. I love it. Nobody got the spelling of shy correct. It's Xia. And I'm here for everything she's got to say. She's going to tell us everything that Mila said to her. She's the one whose house Mila went to after she was kicked out of the house in Dedham. Instead of going to Atlanta where she had the plane ticket to, she changed her ticket to New York and went to New York and went to Shy's house, right? Let's hear everything. Tell us, Shy.
had you been in
Don't be
Mr.
shy.
Diggs's and other clients' house to do their hair previously?
Yeah, I have lots of celebrity clients, and obviously they wouldn't want to come to the salon, so I go to them. So wherever they're at, I go meet them there, whether it's a hotel, their house, wherever.
All right. So it sounds like September or July, fall of last year was the first time you were in Mr. Diggs's home in Dedham, but not the first time previously.
Yeah, first time in Dedham, but not like elsewhere at his house. Wherever he lived before that, I would go.
Got it. And having done that, did you meet some of the people who were normally around?
Yes.
Do you know a person named Sonny?
Yes.
Who's that?
His assistant.
Right. Did you meet any other family members of Mr. Diggs?
Yeah. Everybody that's in the house, his brothers, his mom, everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever meet a person named MILA Adams?
Yes, I have.
Who's that?
It was his chef at the time when I met her.
And so when did you meet MILA Adams?
At the same time, I went to the house for the first time, so like around July, September, whenever the season started with the Patriots.
Of last year?
Yeah.
Did you meet at the house?
Yeah.
And how much time were you at the house kind of the first time you met Miss Adams?
Probably like less than 24 hours or around that time, because I know I had a client the following day. So I just had to come do his hair. But that was late in the evening, and so I had to leave the following day. Yeah.
Okay. And so you met Miss Adams at that point, but did you speak to her?
I did, because I had to go to Walgreens to get some products. And so I asked anybody in the house if they needed anything. And Mila said she needed a sponge, a makeup sponge. And so I got her the sponge. When I came back to the house, she asked me how much money it was, and I told her it was okay. And that's the first interaction we had.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any other further interaction with Miss Adams after that kind of initial 24-hour stay?
Yeah, when I came back to the house.
When was that?
I can't give you an exact date, but I could like estimate. So probably within 2 weeks, because he'll do his hair like every 2 to 3 weeks.
So about 2, maybe 3 weeks later?
Yeah.
You went back to the house in Dedham?
Yeah.
Was Miss Adams at the house in Dedham at that point?
Yeah.
And so did you speak more to her when you went back the second time?
Yeah. So can we go back? Because even after, because I don't
No,
know.
I'm sorry. Just
Okay.
I apologize,
Yeah.
Miss Charles. But
Yeah.
did you speak to Miss Adams again that second time you
Yeah,
went back
I
to
did.
the house?
We spoke more. Yeah.
All right. How much time did you spend with her that second time?
More time, like a longer time, because we were talking about food, and she wanted to come to New York to start her restaurant. And I'm a business owner, and we connected on the fact that she was a business owner. And I have like a big social media following, and I told her that she needs to do content. And I wanted to help her with her content so she could start her business. So we connected on that.
Did you end up helping her
Yeah.
with content?
Yeah.
Did you two stay in touch?
Yeah.
How long were you around at the house in Dedham that second time?
I can't tell you how long, honestly. I would stay longer if it had a game and we'd go to the game together. But for however, because most times she'll be like the only female there and Sunny will come and go. And so I spent more time with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of following that time you spent together where you said you connected over being business owners,
Yeah.
did you two remain in contact?
Yeah.
And how did you do that?
We'll text, we'll send Instagram reels, we'll FaceTime.
So you guys exchanged phone numbers?
Yeah.
How much did you talk, you think, in the following weeks and months that fall?
A lot, because a lot. We talk about business, we'll gossip, we girls, so yeah.
Gossip.
Did you?
We'll gossip. Do you think that if Mila was assaulted by Stefon, she would have told Shy? They're girls. Gossip girls.
Ever spend more time together in person with Miss Adams?
Yeah, I took her back to my country. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, so I took her to Tobago. She spent time with my family, with my grandmother. Yeah, I actually bought her ticket to go to Tobago. So yeah.
When was that?
This was probably around Thanksgiving time.
End of November then?
Yeah. Whatever Thanksgiving was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Following that trip, do you remember where you went after that?
I came back to New York. We came back on the same flight. I came back to New York and she went to Boston.
Okay. Do you remember where you were on December 2nd?
Yeah, actually. I was in Target, like late evening.
What were you doing in Target?
I was shopping for ingredients because I was spending too much money on Ubers. So I was buying ingredients to cook, like groceries.
You're buying groceries at Target?
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. They do sell groceries at Target. I sense a little shade there. She was spending too much, I guess, on Uber Eats, and she was like, I got to start cooking. Groceries are so damn expensive now. It's almost cheaper to get DoorDash or Uber Eats for dinner than it is to go get groceries. Tell me I'm wrong. She remembers where she was when Mila called her on the evening of December 2nd to tell her. We'll see what she was going to tell her.
What were you cooking?
So I wanted to make this like Cajun pasta with shrimp and like sausage. Mila had made it at the house and it was healthy. And so I wanted to cook that because I didn't want to buy Uber. I didn't want to spend money on Uber Eats, and I just wanted to be healthier and cook. And so I wanted to make it like her. So I was going through the aisles and like picking up stuff and calling Mila or message. Like I texted her a picture and asked her if it was this one, but she wasn't responding quick enough, so I FaceTime her.
All right. So let me break that down there for a minute. You're in Target. You're trying to purchase ingredients for a dinner that you had seen Mila cook.
Yeah.
You said at the house. Is that at the Dedham house?
Yeah.
All right. Did you say you were looking for what was the ingredient you were looking for?
Like shrimp, but so she makes matcha as well. So I was trying to find out like what matcha to get. That specific one from tea dealers. Shrimp, pasta, sausage, everything like that.
Don't buy shrimp at Target.
You just
people get mad if I don't stop when I make a joke. Pro tip: don't buy shrimp at Target, honey. Don't.
Said a moment ago that as you were trying to find ingredients, you started by taking a picture and sending it to Mila.
Yeah.
Do you remember what time that was at?
It was before 6 p.m. for sure, because I remember leaving my cart in Target to go pick up some dry cleaning for my boyfriend because I had to get it before it closed. So I actually left Target and came back to Target. So it was before 6 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about a specific time? Do you remember exact times?
So the dry cleaners was in Brownsville, Target was at Gateway. So I got there probably minutes to 6. So probably like the end, like ending at 4 or 5 p.m. somewhere there.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned a text message or a photograph of an ingredient you sent.
Yeah.
Was there any record of that?
Yeah, I took a picture and sent it to her.
All right. Would that have had the actual time?
Yeah, and
on
location.
The message?
Yeah.
Metadata?
Do you think taking a look at a record might refresh your recollection of what time you sent that photograph?
Metadata.
Did you say yes?
Yes.
I may approach her.
Yes.
What I'm going to ask you to do, Ms. Charles,
Yeah.
just take a look at that photograph. Okay. And I want you to look at that.
Yeah.
And after you've reviewed it,
Come the sirens.
take a look up.
Yeah.
Having looked at that, does that refresh your recollection on what time
Yeah.
you actually began communicating with Miss Adams when you were in the Target?
Yes.
And what time was that?
It says 4:38 on the picture.
Okay. Is
Yeah.
that consistent with your recollection of when you reached out to Miss Adams?
Yeah.
Now you said you started by texting and then you FaceTimed with Miss Adams?
Yeah.
What's FaceTime?
A video call app on every iPhone.
Had you FaceTimed with Miss Adams previously?
Yeah.
And so describe how that looks. What's happening at that point when you're FaceTiming?
So I FaceTime her. I told her what I was doing. We spoke about the pasta, and all the ingredients I needed to get. And she was like, "Girl, I'm not going to Miami." And she said she's gonna go home to Atlanta for a couple of days. Then she's gonna come to New York. Well, she's gonna go home to Atlanta, but she's gonna stop off in New York for a couple of days.
All right, let me actually stop you there. I apologize, Ms. Charles. It was not a specific question. So you said you're in Target while this conversation is happening?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you see where Miss Adams was?
Yeah.
Where was she?
She was in the kitchen.
Kitchen of what?
Of the Dedham house.
And how do you know that?
Because I've been there before, so I know the layout of the house. And the faucet was running, and I could see the island in the background.
Okay. You just said she mentioned Miami. Did you notice anything about her face, her physical appearance when you had this FaceTime call?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Did you see any redness, swelling?
No.
Was she flush?
No.
Was she teary-eyed?
No.
Were there any bruises on her?
No.
You started to talk a little bit about seeing Miss Adams that day.
Yeah, because
Following that conversation.
Yeah.
All right.
She said
Where was that?
In New York, because she said she was stopping off in New York for a couple of days. I asked her where she was gonna stay. She said a hotel. I'm like, girl, we friends. We You don't have to stay at a hotel. You could stay at my place.
How is she going to stay in a hotel when she didn't even have money for an Uber? She told us she didn't have money for an Uber. And that's the reason that she didn't go to Atlanta, because she didn't have money for an Uber to get anywhere from the Atlanta airport. And so she went to New York because her friend said she would pick her up at the airport. Interesting. I appreciate all of your comments, but the excessive siren emojis are only getting my attention in a negative way. Please don't do that. Thank you. This is the day of the assault. She told Shy she was going to stay in a hotel, but she didn't have money for an Uber. Okay. And she knew, right? It was a trap. It was a bump. Hey, if I tell her I'm going to stay in a hotel, I know she's really nice. She'll invite me to stay, and then I want to pay for a hotel. So bizarre.
All right. Did you actually see her that night? Did she stay at your place?
Yeah,
So where'd you first see her?
at the airport.
What airport?
LaGuardia.
And what were you doing out there?
I went to pick her up.
Mm-hmm.
What time did you pick her up from LaGuardia Airport?
She told me she was on at 11, so I got there like minutes to 11.
Picked her up at the airport even.
I had to wait because I think her flight was delayed. Yeah, her flight was delayed.
Oh, and waited.
So I waited there for like 45 minutes.
And so did you end up seeing Miss Adams? Did she actually get in your car?
Yeah.
You picked her up from LaGuardia Airport? When she got in your car, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
Mm-mm.
Did you notice anything about her appearance?
No.
Was there any bruising on her at that point?
No.
What were you doing when she picked Miss Adams up?
We went to go pick up my friend TALI in Queens, and we were just chilling in the car. We were just like singing and just talking.
Anything out of the ordinary about either Miss Adams or Miss your friend TALI's demeanor?
No.
What's your friend TALI's name? If you know?
Her name is TALI MOSES.
Okay. Your car, what kind of car do you drive?
Mercedes-Benz GLE 63S.
Go,
Is there any
girl.
kind of aftermarket systems that's equipped with?
It parks for itself.
Let me ask you this. Does your car have video?
Yeah. Well, I install dash cam in my car.
Oh, you put the dash cam in. That
Yeah.
didn't come with the car itself?
No.
Got it. What I'm going to ask is if we could pull up video 2, I believe, from what has been marked exhibit number 5.
Mila is cooked. If you're not from New York, you don't understand what a hassle it is to pick up someone from the airport. It's a hassle, a big hassle. So if someone offers to pick you up at the airport or drive you to the airport, they're like, you owe them. You owe them. There's a Seinfeld episode about it. When Elaine was trying to get that marathon runner to the airport, and then the Van Wyck. Here's the dash cam footage. Okay, and there's audio, so you may need to turn it up on your end if you want to hear what they're saying, if they're not going to help us with the audio. Let me see if I can boost it a little bit more on my end, or if they're going to fix it. Hold on. Oops. Please. I'm going to boost it higher. Let me know if you can hear the audio on the dash cam video.
Clean floor so they get an honest check. Work on the list more or less on everything.
So if we could pause it right there. All right. So this is actually, for the record, the first video in exhibit number 5, Mr. Charles. Looking at this, we've played 14 seconds. Do you recognize what we're looking at?
Yes.
What is that?
That's me in my car. Dash cam video.
All right. And that video, does that fairly and accurately represent kind of the drive you guys had?
Yeah.
All right. There's a timestamp down here at the bottom. It says 11:48 and 18 seconds p.m.
Yeah.
Is that consistent with your recollection of kind of after you had picked Mila up from the airport?
Yeah.
What I'm going to ask Ms. Silva to do is go to the next video down on that list.
Potholes.
I'm going to ask this other closet real quick by hitting the space bar. Thank you. So, looking at video number 2, it looks like the timestamp on the bottom says December 3rd, 24 minutes.
Yeah.
Watching that video, what are we seeing in the video?
We were listening to Cranes in the Sky by Solange, and we were just talking about what the song was about.
Got it.
Yeah.
So when you say there, we, who is we?
My friend Natalia Moses and MILA Adams in the car.
All right, so where we paused, it's a little hard to see, but is your testimony that Miss Moses was in the car?
Yeah.
Who's in the front seat here?
MILA Adams.
So was Miss Moses in the back seat of your car?
Yes.
Okay. What did the three of you do that night?
We went to Jersey. I have a house in Jersey City, so we went to Jersey City.
And what did you do?
Drink, eat wings, and watch TV, just chill.
All right. Did you end up staying or sleeping in Jersey City, or did you sleep somewhere else?
No, I went back to my apartment in Brooklyn.
Who went back to your apartment in Brooklyn?
Me, Tali, and MILA.
And
Oh, what are you doing? Why are you buffering? Long crime? Hold on.
Once in New York.
Hold on. A little back. I don't know. Just kind of jumped. Weird. I didn't think we were this far behind. Hold on. Why is this buffering like this? Hold on. Where were we?
leaves New York.
Yeah.
9, 10, 11.
Yeah.
And your testimony was that you think it was on the 13th. You saw her again?
Yeah. Either.
This sounds like Cross. Hold on.
If she got there on December 2nd, she left on the 9th.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Anytime the day of December 3rd.
Let's go back a little bit. It's like they started a new video. This is just really weird because we were at like the ad blocker, right? I don't know what just happened, but
When you say you get dressed in front of each other,
Yeah.
did you actually?
it's like
When you say you get
at the
dressed in
beginning of the
front of each
video.
other,
Yeah.
did you actually see Ms. Adams without clothes on as you were getting dressed?
With a towel on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you observe any bruising, redness on
No.
her neck or chest?
No.
Did you observe anything on her face?
No.
I'm going to ask Ms. Silva if we can actually play the third video.
This is the color video from
So I'm going to pause it right
December
there
3rd.
and just ask you, so this image, is that a fair and accurate representation of how Miss Adams looked that day on December 3rd?
Yeah.
That video kind of depicts how she looked.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Anytime the day of December 3rd, did you notice bruising developing, redness, any kind of physical marks on Miss Adams?
No.
On December 4th, 5th, 6th, did you notice any of that?
No.
Did Ms. Adams ever tell you that she had been assaulted or strangled?
No.
Did she ever mention any kind of an attack?
No.
Do you remember when she left?
I can't give you the exact date, but probably like somewhere between the 9th, 10th, or 11th. Either one of those dates.
Okay. And after Miss Adams left, actually, let me back up. Strike that. So if she got there on December 2nd, she left on the 9th, 10th, or 11th. Is it fair to say she was down there for a week, maybe a little bit more?
Yeah.
All right. After she left, did you see her again?
Yeah, I saw her afterwards.
Soon afterwards? Where was that?
In Boston.
And in Boston, where were you?
Where was I in Boston?
Yeah.
At the house in Dedham.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah.
I understand. So you saw her again at the house in Dedham?
Yeah.
And when was that?
Probably the 13th. Yeah, the 12th or the 13th, because I had to go do his hair.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was there some sort of time sensitive pressure about doing his hair?
Because he had to leave to go to Miami, so I had to go do his hair. Yeah.
Okay.
I had to do his hair. Probably had a game. He probably had a game.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me back you up. Miss Adams leaves New York.
Yeah.
9, 10, 11.
Yeah.
And your testimony was that you think it was on the 13th. You saw her again?
Yeah. Either 12, 13, 14, somewhere there. I'm not good with dates.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was
at the house in Dedham.
All right.
Yeah.
What were you doing in the house in Dedham?
I had to do his hair.
Who was in the house in Dedham?
His mom, MILA, me. I think Marshawn was there. Yeah. Yeah, that's where I can remember being in the house.
Okay. Did you do Mr. Diggs's hair that day?
Yeah.
What time of day?
It was late evening.
In the evening then?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
How long did doing his hair take?
Between 3 and 5 hours.
And so, do you remember when you finished doing his hair roughly?
It was late that night. Yeah, like probably 10, 11, somewhere there.
What did you do after you finished doing Mr. Diggs's hair that night?
I slept on the couch because I had a flight 6 a.m. that morning.
6 a.m. the following morning or that morning?
So I did his hair the night. I stayed downstairs on the couch. I was laying on the couch on my phone. I stayed down there because I had a flight early the next morning.
Got it.
Yeah.
When you were down on the couch, what happened?
Like later into the night, MILA came downstairs and she was just talking about stuff that happened earlier in the day.
All right. Let me back you up there for a moment. Did you see anything unusual on the evening of December 13th when you were doing Mr. Diggs's hair?
Yeah. So I was behind the couch. He was on the couch with Miss Stephanie. We were watching a Netflix comedy special and we were just there kicking it. He was on his phone. MILA was in the back of us, like in a little dining area. She was on her phone. And she shouts over to him, "Yo, Steph, when am I gonna get my money?" And he responds, I think you spoke to the accountant. And her demeanor changed. His demeanor kind of changed. But I wasn't paying any attention to it. I was just doing my job. So after a while, she moves from behind on the dining table and she comes to the front, like on the side, like a love seat area thing. And she was there on her phone and she was just like laughing really loud. I don't want to imply anything, but like,
No, so
okay,
let me stop you right there. You said she's over on her phone. She was laughing really loud.
Yeah.
Was she watching the comedy special?
No, she was just on her phone.
Okay. So you said later that night or the next morning, you spoke to her again?
Yeah, like in the probably midnight, 1 a.m.-ish. Yeah, she came downstairs and we were talking.
When she came downstairs, was there anybody else downstairs?
No, just me and her.
And what did she tell you when she came downstairs?
She asked me if he was annoyed. But
She asked you if
he seemed, yeah, if he was annoyed.
and that's Mr. Diggs?
Yeah.
Did she tell you she was going to do anything?
Yeah. She was trying to antagonize him while she was on the couch, like trying to get beneath his skin. And she was
Sustained.
She was trying to antagonize
Let me
him.
ask you this way. Did she indicate when she came downstairs that she was going to do anything? Did she tell you she was going to take any action?
Yeah, she said she was going to sue him
For what?
for the money that he owes her.
She said she was going to sue him. Remember yesterday, she was asked point blank, remember, ma'am, you are under oath. Did you tell Shy that you were going to sue Stefon? Did you tell Shy that you were going to make him pay? Here it is. This is what you call first an excellent defense witness, point by point, trying to show MILA is a liar. MILA also said they weren't very good friends, didn't she? Weren't very good friends. Here you go. This is like at 1 a.m. She already said she was trying to antagonize him. That was clear. Here you go.
She was on the couch, like trying to get beneath his skin, and she was
Sustained.
okay.
So let me ask you this way. Did she indicate when she came downstairs that she was going to do anything? Did she tell you she was going to take any action?
Yeah, she said she was going to sue him
She said she was going to sue him.
For what?
for the money that he owes her, and like she gonna take it to the blog. She gonna
Take it to the block?
blogs.
Got it.
Yeah.
She was going to take it to the blogs. Remember, there was also a fight going on between her or Stefon and Lindsay, some girl named Lindsay, about a blog that somebody was writing that was talking about Stefon stepping out on his lady or something like that. And she told Shy she was going to take it to the blog. And I think that the fight was about who was publishing these blind items, right? She says she's going to take it to the blog. Listen to that again.
And like she gonna take it to the blog. She gonna
Take it to the block?
blogs.
Got it.
Yeah. It was like an hour-long conversation, so it was a lot.
Hang on.
So-
Let me start with that.
Oh, sorry.
So do you remember her saying that she was going to make him pay?
Yeah.
Do you remember her saying anything about a hostile work environment?
Yeah.
She was going to make him pay.
Let me have one moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Hostile work environment. That's legalese. Was she already speaking to a lawyer, trying to get some more evidence against him so she could file a lawsuit against him for hostile work environment?
Things I want to follow up with is Charles. Did Miss Adams, prior to her coming down that night, 1 a.m., and having this conversation with you, did she tell you that she had been assaulted? Did you heard anything about a strangulation and assault?
No.
That night, when she was talking about the suing Mr. Diggs,
Yeah.
did she say that she had been assaulted?
No.
I want to back up down to kind of early in your testimony. You said you have a dash camera in your car.
Mhm.
How long have you had that?
Probably a little after my birthday, which is September. So, yeah. Probably end of September, beginning of October.
Okay. Why do you have that?
Because people are scamming in your insurance fraud. Like they hit your car, they see you have a nice car, and they try to get money out of you.
That's right.
In New
They
York,
jump
you
in
said?
front of it.
Yeah.
People will jump in front of a Mercedes, pretend to get hit, and then sue him. That's how she knows. She gets it. That's why she's got a dash cam.
People are scamming in your beginning of October.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
A little after my birthday, which is September. So, yeah.
That's when she got the dash cam.
Probably end of September, beginning of October.
Okay. Why do you have that?
because people are scamming in New York, insurance fraud. Like they hit your car, they see you have a nice car, and they try to get money out of you.
In New York, you said?
Yeah.
He's like, really? We're like, yeah.
I don't have any further questions.
Call, care to inquire?
Good afternoon, Ms. Charles.
Let's cross.
So you've been doing Mr. Diggs' hair, you said every 2 to 3 weeks?
Yeah.
For how long?
So I started doing his hair when he was at the Buffalo Bills. And then last year, like a little before the gala last year is when like I started doing it consistently.
Okay, so for more than 1 year you've been doing it, or?
Yeah.
And that's you said like a 3 to 5 hour appointment every 2 to 3 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
How much do you get paid when you do that?
It depends on the style that I do. It could range from $600 to probably $1,500.
And you said that sometimes you go
$600 to $1,500 for those braids every 2 to 3 weeks. And she's worth it. And she comes from Brooklyn to do it. So she gets her travel paid too. Good for her. That's why she drives a big Mercedes. It matters because they're trying to show bias. They're trying to show, oh, well, you'd lie for him, wouldn't you? Because you don't want to use that super sweet gig. You don't want to lose that super sweet gig of getting paid $600 to $1,500 every 2 to 3 weeks. So you're going to come in here and lie because you don't want to lose that gig, right? That's why it matters.
to the games afterwards?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me take it back.
Doing it, or?
Yeah.
And that's you said like a 3 to 5 hour appointment every 2 to 3 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
How much do you get paid when you do that?
It depends on the style that I do. It could range from $600 to probably $1,500.
And you said that sometimes you go to the games afterwards?
Yeah.
How many times has that happened?
I went twice when I was in Dedham, once in New York, and once at the Super Bowl.
And you also said that at least on one occasion you slept over his house. Did you sleep over his house often, or?
No.
Oh, hang on.
When did you meet Ms. Adams?
Didn't Mila say, oh, I didn't want to tell her about the assault because she had her own sexual entanglements with him or something like that? Didn't she intimate, or did she outright say, Mila, during her testimony, that Shy also had a relationship with Stefon? Or am I thinking of the wrong person she was talking about? And that's why she didn't tell her about the assault in New York. I wonder if he's going to ask.
Probably August, September.
So at the time when she went to New York, you'd known her for 2-3 months, something like that?
Probably, yeah.
And you'd known him for over a year?
Yeah.
And you'd seen him every 2 to 3 weeks for 3 to 5 hours?
Yeah.
So is it fair to say you knew him better than you knew her?
No, because we have a client service provider relationship. So I wouldn't say that's subjective.
When you're doing his hair, do you talk to him?
I keep it professional. So just how's the game, stuff like that. Nothing in his personal life.
One moment.
Mm-hmm. She outright said it, right? Okay.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Charles.
Thank you.
All hail Queen Shy. Queen Shy wasn't shy about telling us the truth. Because there was only one girl with them in New York, and that was her other friend. Tali. But I don't think Tali had anything to do with Stefon. I don't think she worked for him or anything.
Just watch your step, and then you can remain standing peacefully.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Another beautiful woman.
I do.
You may sit or stand.
Good afternoon, Ms. Moses.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Natalia Moses, Moses.
All right.
This is
and I'll
Tali.
just ask you to keep your voice up a little bit so that everyone in the court can hear.
Sure.
Do you also go by a nickname?
Yes, Tali.
Tali is your nickname?
Yes.
Where do you live?
I live in Brooklyn, New York, and I've just moved. I live in Florida. I go between Brooklyn and Florida as I have a business in Florida as well.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I'm a hairstylist.
Do you work for any particular salon or on your own?
No, I have my own business.
Okay. Do you know Shy Charles?
I do.
How do you know Shy?
Shy and I met in 2018. I started off being her assistant, her braiding assistant.
Okay. Do you still work with Shy?
No.
All right. What about Stefon Diggs? Do you know Stefon Diggs?
No, not personally.
Have you ever met Stefon Diggs?
No.
Is Stefon Diggs a client of yours?
No.
Okay. Do you know MILA Adams?
I do.
How do you know MILA?
I know MILA through Shy.
Okay. When is the first, have you ever met Ms. Adams?
I have.
When is the first time you met her?
I want to say December 2nd into December 3rd. Around that time, that was the first time I met her in person, but I would have spoken to her on the phone on multiple occasions before.
Okay. And did you talk to her, just the two of you before December 2nd?
No, not just the two of us. We would always speak on with Shy in the middle, so it would always be on Shy's phone. So I never spoke to her one-on-one prior to December 2nd.
I see. Okay. So Shy and Ms. Adams had a relationship.
That's correct.
And then sometime, and you and Shy have a relationship.
That's correct.
And sometimes the three of you would talk.
That's correct.
Understood. And were these calls professional calls, business calls, personal calls?
Personal calls.
Okay. All right. So what were the circumstances under which you met Ms. Adams on December 2nd?
So she said she was passing through to New York, and Shy told her, well, she could stay at her house. I just came from Atlanta because I had a job in Atlanta, and Shy told me that she would pick me up as we were coming in from the same airport. I, however, came in before Ms. Adams, so I went to my family's house, and Shy picked me up from there with Ms. Adams in the car.
Okay. And where was your family's house?
In Queens.
All right. And that was the first time you met Ms. Adams?
In person, yes.
In person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I take it you had been in Shy's car before?
That's correct.
All right. And can you describe her car, the outside of it?
It's a white AMG.
Okay. And can you just describe the inside of her car?
She has a red interior.
All right. Does she have any recording devices in her car?
Yes, she has a dash cam in her car.
All right. And can you describe what that dash cam looks like?
It's a rectangular shape. She has it on the top of the windshield.
Okay. So you can see it when you're sitting in her car?
That's correct.
All right. And did you know that that dash cam was in there?
I did.
All right. Did you know that on December 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And you could see it when you were sitting in the car on December 2nd?
Yes, I did.
All right. After Shy and Ms. Adams picked you up in, I think you said Queens?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
We went to New Jersey.
And what did you do in New Jersey?
We was just chilling at the house. We bought food, and, girls' time. We was just hanging around watching music videos and stuff like that.
And during that time, it's a strange question, were the lights on?
It was.
Okay. When you were with Shy and Miss Adams at the house in New Jersey, did you notice any marks or bruises or redness on Ms. Adams' face?
I did not.
Could you see her neck at that time?
Yes.
Did you notice any marks or redness or bruises on her neck?
No, I did not.
Did she complain at any point about soreness or stiffness or, soreness or stiffness?
No, she did not.
You testified, did you see her eat?
I did.
Did you see her drink?
I did.
Did she seem to have any difficulty swallowing?
She did not.
Did she complain about difficulty swallowing?
No, she did not.
Or a sore throat at all?
No.
All right. Did her voice sound hoarse?
No, it
did her voice sound any different than it had sounded when you previously spoke with her?
No.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary in her appearance or her behavior on December 2nd?
I did not.
Okay. How long did you end up spending time with Miss Adams in New York City?
Approximately a week.
Okay. Did you spend that whole week? And I'm sorry, I should have ask this question. Did you stay in that house in New Jersey on December 2nd?
No, we went to Shy's house in Brooklyn.
Okay. And did you end up staying there that night?
We did.
Did you stay there also on the night of December 3rd?
I did.
And did you stay there all the way up until December 9th?
I did.
Okay. And did Ms. Adams stay there as well?
She did.
Where did you sleep in the Brooklyn house?
We all slept in Shy's room.
Okay. By all, you mean you, Ms. Adams, and Shy?
And Shy.
Okay.
Sometimes Shy would go to her boyfriend's house, so sometimes it would just be Miss Adams and myself.
Okay. I take it you at some point woke up on December 3rd.
Yes.
And what was Ms. Adams' behavior like on December 3rd?
She was fine. She was bubbly.
Okay.
Yeah. A good personality. She didn't show any signs of anything wrong.
Okay. Did she cook for you?
She made breakfast.
And same question on December 3rd. Did you spend December 3rd with her?
I did.
Did you see any bruises, redness, marks on her face at that time?
No.
Were you able to see her neck on that day?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to see her chest on that day?
Yes, we all stayed in the same room, so we got dressed and everything together.
Okay, understood. And did you see any marks or bruising or redness?
No.
On any of those areas? Okay. Did you see any such marks or bruises or redness, anything like that the entire week you spent together?
No.
Okay. Did there come a time where Ms. Adams asked you to take a look at her hair?
Yes.
Can you, what was that? How did that come about?
So I was supposed to do her hair. So a stylist, I would analyze her hair. I would lift it up just to see if, the style that we was going to do. I was trying to decide on the style that we was going to do. So I did have close up view to her neck and her hair.
Okay. And in the course of lifting her hair and looking at her neck, did you see anything?
No.
Okay.
Busted.
Do you remember taking a couple of videos of Ms. Adams while you were together in New York?
Yes, I do.
Cue
Do you
up the
remember
video.
approximately when that was?
Possibly December 7th or 8th, around that time.
Okay. And I will ask Mr. Kettlewell to very smoothly play Exhibit 8, please.
Kettlewell, lead attorney, and AV squad guy. Everyone hit the like, please. Hit the subscribe too. It's free.
Okay, and we can just pause that. Sorry. Ms. Moses, is this one of the videos that you took of Ms. Adams?
Yes, it is.
All right. And can you just describe where you are?
We were in Shire's room there, and we were just goofing around, listening to music and dancing and stuff.
Okay. And then if you could just complete that video, please. All right. And then, Mr. Kettlewell, if you could play Exhibit 9, please.
But wait, there's more. There's more happy video. Remember, she's trying to ruin this man's life and his reputation.
And can you just hit pause for a second?
Maybe the Patriots didn't say that part of the reason for him being let go from the team, maybe they said it was financial, but you can't tell me that these allegations had nothing to do with it. I mean, this woman, MILA, was out to ruin his life and get money from him, including the $5.5 million that she just demanded 3 weeks ago. And this is why these cases piss me off so much, because when somebody goes and makes false allegations like this, really in an effort to destroy a man's career, it makes real victims harder to be believed, right? People don't believe real victims because it's like so many people are crying wolf. Corey Ortiz, I'm going to ask you again, please stop putting 700 red sirens emojis with your comments, please. It gives real victims, first of all, they don't want to come forward. It makes them more hesitant to come forward because they don't want to be mocked like this on television in an open court. But this woman was trying to ruin his life because maybe she was jealous that he was now with Cardi B. I don't know why. It's complicated. That's why. Pretty happy for someone who just got so violently assaulted at the 10 level, like she told the police a couple hours before she hopped on a flight to New York. Come on. This is outrageous. And Norfolk County declared Sandra Birchmore's death a suicide by hanging when Matthew Farwell was on video in her apartment. There were 44,000 text messages between them. He raped her or took her virginity and raped her when she was 15, met her when she was 12, and he was a police officer. That guy doesn't get prosecuted, and Stefon Diggs gets prosecuted for this bullshit. Enough already. Enough. Blame the district attorney and get an Adam Deitch lawn sign and put it on your lawn if you live in Norfolk County. This is a mess. What an embarrassment.
Thank you. Is this the other video that you took of Ms. Adams?
Yes, it is.
And that was on that trip in New York?
Yes, it is.
Between December 2nd and December 9th?
Yes.
Okay. Was this close in time to the first video?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Carroll, if you could keep playing.
This is a blow and a setback
Um,
for all real victims.
And was that video that you took, was that consistent of how Miss Adams was being with you?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to take that video?
No.
But Miss Adams knew you were filming her.
She did.
Okay. And the entire time that you were with Miss Adams in New York City, did she mention anything about being hit?
She did not.
Did she mention anything about being choked?
No, she did not.
Did she say or do anything that suggested to you that Steph Diggs had hurt her or scared her in any way?
She did not.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you. Kamala?
Just briefly,
There's
that
the
New York
cross.
trip, was that the first time you had ever met Miss Adams in person?
That's correct.
You said you didn't see any bruises on her. Were you looking for bruises on her?
No, but she was in my face.
Nothing further.
She was in my face. She said she picked up her hair, did her hair. She put it in her neck and her face. Wow, their case is so weak. So weak.
Defense rests.
All right, defense rests.
The defense rests and asks to be heard at sidebar. Okay. I mean, it might be time to put up a poll. We got well over 8,000 people here. Let me scroll this banner. What do you want the poll to be? How would you decide, or how do you think the jury's going to decide? This could be the fastest trial we've ever watched. We did not hear whether they made a motion for a directed verdict after the close of the Commonwealth's case, which somebody put in the chat. They don't do that. They only do it after they rest. No, that is incorrect. Please don't put incorrect legal advice in the chat. It's done both times. Wait a second. He just made a motion. Hold on. He made a motion like something like this, like a no. I don't know. We are a bit behind, so we have some time. Long Crimes feed just kind of like glitched in the middle to keep focusing on Stefon Diggs' watch. We need a lip reader. What did he just say to his attorney? I don't know.
All right. Jurors, so the defense has rested. There's no further evidence in this case, so that is closed. So that means that, as I predicted for you, what remains will be the closing statements of the attorneys, and then I will give you my instructions for you on the law. What we're going to do is we're going to suspend for the luncheon recess, and we will resume at 2 o'clock with all of that. Okay? So there should be, your lunch order should be ready, hopefully, and we'll see you back here in a little over an hour.
She's a lovely judge.
All rise, jurors can step down, please.
She's lovely. I really like her. She reminds me of a teacher I had one time. She's really a sweetheart. There are good judges in Norfolk County.
The squad stands at a luncheon recess.
He loves his job when he gets to speak.
Counsel, if I could just get the flash drive.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to come back at 2 p.m. and have closings. Let's and we're just a little bit behind. We're about 16 minutes behind. So they're getting a nice long lunch. They're getting about an hour and 15 for lunch. And the case is already over. Andrew says, people who do this need to be prosecuted. If there are no consequences, people will keep doing it. That is the problem. That is just one of the many problems that I see here. All right, court on break until 2. Just fix the banner here. I have a little video to put on for you for the lunch break while I go fill up my iced coffee and such. But let's just acknowledge some of the amazing viewers and their super chats. Thank you so much, Amy, who says, is she saying that she was hurt on the job due to the assault? I think that's what she's saying. Isn't workers' comp insurance involved when you are unable to work due to a workplace injury? She had 0 documented injuries. Well, workers' comp insurance comes into play, not just if you're unable to work, but also if you have an injury on the job, you can get money for the injury. Workers' comp pays very little. It is scheduled. There are schedules for different types of injuries. A pinky is worth X, an arm is worth Y. It's very, I don't need to explain that whole thing to you right now, but she was very eager to say on the stand, MILA was yesterday, that he did not have the proper workers' comp insurance. And so, that was an issue as well. And if she was an independent contractor, there's nuances in the law about whether or not he's required to carry workers' comp insurance. But she just wanted to make it seem like she could say every bad thing that Stefon Diggs did wrong in his entire life and throw it out there to the stand. And she was reprimanded this morning to the point where I thought it might be a mistrial. Thought there were good grounds for a mistrial because she would not STFU. And all of the things that she tried to get out on the stand and did get out on the stand, that finally, instead of maybe they moved for a mistrial sidebar. We didn't get to hear it because she went rogue so many times and was not answering questions and was just putting her own narrative out there. MILA Adams, the alleged victim. The court decided instead to admonish her and also to instruct the jury that anything that they have heard that has been stricken from the record or that they've been told to disregard, they are not allowed to consider at all. At all. Diamond in the Rough Adventures says, it appears there was no request for a mistrial. Well, it may have been at sidebar. Thanks for your 10. The more she talks, the worse future litigation gets. Yeah, that too. Thanks for your 10. Dr. Russell's gasp says, I've been trying to figure out how long I've been a cupcake. I guess it's a setting I have to change. I don't know. It just automatically counts it up for you. So I don't know how you can tell. After 24 months, if you put up some of those super chats, sometimes they let you do milestone super chats, I think. I don't really know. And then it tells you how long. It tells you how long you've been a member. But at 1 year, you get the red velvet. And then at 2 years, you get the pink and blue one. So I'm sure you've been here for a long time. Thanks for your 5. Thank you, Nicole. Said almost 7,000 watching. That was before. I think we had 8,500 at one point. Hit the like. Laura says, don't we all need a Sunny? Make that 2. 1 for the yacht and 1 for the mansion. Well done, Laura. Thanks for your 5. David's girl said, Stefon was the first player to go to the hospital when Damar Hamlin collapsed on the field when he played for Buffalo. Stefon has a good heart. That is very, very, very interesting information. Thank you so very much. Thank you to Jennifer. It says through Venmo, a cup of aloha. Aloha, Jennifer. Hoping that Maui is lovely today, as I'm sure it is. Alan says, thanks for the content and convivial and legal banter. You're very welcome, Alan. Thanks for your Venmo. Bruce says, because you light up my day. Oh, thank you, Bruce. I appreciate you and your Venmo. A lot of matcha lattes coming in today. Thank you to Jen for buying me 5 matcha lattes. You're the greatest. So says, I love listening to you and all your opinions. Go Avs. Thanks, Jen. Sko, Dobie Mama bought 5 matcha lattes too. You're the greatest. Thank you so much. It says she tried to gift memberships via iPhone, but couldn't. I don't know why. I don't know. Thank you. I wish I could help you with the technology side of this, but I just don't know how to do it. Thanks, Betsy. XOXO. Betsy says, this is laughable. You're the greatest. All right. Thanks, you guys, for all of your other emails that I don't have a chance to watch right now. And some other things. Liz says, wait, where are we here? Okay. Skybell said, Melanie, Christina said, you're the grand, simply the best. I don't know who Christina is, but thanks, Christina. I appreciate you so much. And thanks for being here for 16 months, Skybell. And Mr. Perfect says, prosecution, do you have a financial interest in this case? I don't know. What do you think? Thank you so much for being here for 8 months. Jill says, thank you for the stream. Thank you, Jill, for being here and for all of you to be being interested in the Stefon Diggs debacle. We didn't know it was going to be like this. The trial's only been a day and a half long, and we're getting closings at 2 p.m. Do you think the jury's going to be back today? I'll put up a poll. Hold on. Liz Miz says, cautionary tale, be weary of those that slide into your DMs. Oh, girl. Oh, girl. I don't know. I mean, I don't do that, so I don't know. But from what I hear and all of these things that we cover and all of these people, it's a jungle out there. It's a jungle. Holly says, you're my first go-to always on YouTube. You rock. Oh, thanks, Holly, for being here for 14 months. And Bale says, can Diggs sue for defamation after this? I don't think so. I don't think he's going to have it. What would he get from her anyway? You know, she doesn't have money for an Uber. Like, what would be the point be? I don't think he needs to embroil himself into any more litigation because it would cost him money and he's never going to collect a dime from this woman. And so I don't think it would be worth his while. Thanks for your deuce. Ashley says, I love this channel. Thanks for what I do. Oh, thank you so much. I love you. I love you with all of my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm going to die. And that, as you know, my friends, is the Clemenza's meatball scene from The Godfather. As I always quote to you. Thank you so much. Happiness is everything, says Stefon and Aiden. Like AJ, sue me. Do it, do it, do it. Thanks, happiness is everything, for being here for 4 months. And Joe Mars says, another great one to watch with you, Mel. I love you with all my heart. I love you more. Thank you so much. Court Chopped says, I snuck an Adam Deitch sign into my day 1 video. Listen, I don't want to tell you what to do, Court Chopped, but can I make a suggestion for content? Because I did look to you when I went to do the Dateline review of the Tara Baker murder trial and the Edric Foss trial. And I went to you. And your show notes are amazing. But I think you only have up to day 3 on the Edric Foss trial. And if I may just suggest, when you have time, because I'm sure you have nothing to do at all, if you could get the rest of the Edric Foss trial up there, because I am telling everybody to go watch it because of the misinformation that was in the Dateline video. He's also moving for a new trial. He's also going to appeal. And I think so many people need to watch the Edric Foss trial, and many of them do not like to suffer through my commentary. And so if they could have it all in one condensed place, the way you do it, nobody does it better. You do an amazing job. Just a suggestion. Thank you, Zoe, for correcting me on my Seinfeld reference. It was my mistake. Elaine said she wasn't trying. Zoe said Elaine wasn't trying to get the marathon runner to the airport. She was trying to get her house guest, Ed, from Seattle to the airport on time after they overslept. Oh, But didn't the marathon runner oversleep also because the alarm didn't go off? I'm conflating two different episodes, but I remember she's trying to get him to the airport and she's trying to get rid of him because she just wants him out of her house. And it's like, and then she's like, and I was weaving in and out of traffic. I was up on the median. I was getting there. I was almost there. And then the Van Wyck. And if you know, you know. If you're from New York, you know about the Van Wyck. Like you never know what's going to happen on the way to the airport. It's a mess. Always. The potholes too are amazing. Thank you, Silver Swag, for being here for 17 months. Thanking me for the stream. And look at Friend of Dog coming in here and gifting 10 Mofo memberships. You guys are amazing and so generous. Really, you're really the most generous people on the internet. The amount of letters that you wrote to Kelsey Fitzsimmons when she was in jail, your letters kept her going. I mean, you guys are amazing. And you understand justice and you understand wrongful persecution. Let me put up a poll. So the first poll we're going to do today, and there's still 7,373 people, 737. I got so many angel numbers I got to look up. 73 is 1, 7373. And I've been seeing repeating 8s for several days now. Repeating 8s. I have the angels number book behind me, which I'm going to look at, but I have to go onto YouTube to put up a poll. And so do we want to say what the jury's going to do or what you would do? Remember, there's only 6 people on this jury. There's 1 alternate. 6 of them are women. 1 is a man. I'm going to play for you a little piece from Commonwealth Confidential last night and their panel. It's like a kind of a recap of yesterday. And Sue O'Connell at the end does talk a little bit about the jury. She will tell you. Let me go to this stream because I have to do it through YouTube. So give me a second. All right. The poll is going to say, it's on a delay, which really annoys me. Okay. Why can't I open the chat on my own stream? Oh, please. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. What is going on here? It's not letting me open the chat on my own stream on YouTube. I guess YouTube is glitching. Hold on. Nope, can't do it. Oh, wait, there it is. Okay. Start a poll. How will the jury decide? Poll's going to be how will the jury decide, okay? Remember, the charges are assault, strangulation, that's a felony charge, and another assault charge. And he's facing up to, if he's found guilty on both, up to 7.5 years. Okay, so the choices are going to be not guilty, guilty, and then we'll just throw in there 1 for hung jury. See how many votes we can get on this. And there it is. It's up. Poll is up. Please vote. I would appreciate it very, 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 very much. All right. I'm going to go fill up my iced coffee. You might want to go make some popcorn. Court is on break until 2 p.m. And I'm going to put a video up for you. It's like movie day at school. Remember movie day at school when you got a movie in class? And that was so great because you could just kind of like take a little nap. Take a little break, go make some popcorn. Dennis became a member. Thanks, Dennis. And Carla became a member. So welcome to the new members. Let's put on a video. It's a little recap from yesterday by Canton Confidential. It's about 13 minutes long. So it gives me time to go take a little break as well. Let's see where I put it. Here we go. This is the day one analysis from NBC 10 Boston for your viewing pleasure. And you can see that even the people who are usually against us and think that Karen Read is guilty, etc., even they agree that this witness was a mess, an absolute mess. All right? I'm going to see you in a few.
It was like he tackled me.
But lawyers for Stefon Diggs say it's just not true.
It never happened. Did not happen. There was no strangulation. There was no assault.
Emotional testimony is possibly shedding light about what was happening behind closed doors. Commonwealth Confidential, the Stefon Diggs trial, starts right now.
From a football field to the courtroom, today the trial against former Patriot Stefon Diggs got underway in Dedham. Good evening, everyone. I'm JC Monahan.
I'm Glenn Jones. Diggs is accused of assaulting his former live-in chef, MILA ADAMS, at his home last December. And listen, getting the testimony did not take long at all.
Within 2 hours, a full jury was seated. 7 people were picked to hear the case. 1 will serve as an alternate. And those jurors immediately heard some emotional testimony as the accuser described what she said happened during the alleged incident. She told the court she had a personal as well as a business relationship with Diggs.
NBC 10's Eli Rosenberg was in Dedham District Court for today's proceedings. Eli, walk us through the day's testimony, which revealed a very complicated situation between the accuser and the defendant.
Yeah, Glenn, definitely a very interesting day here in court behind us. It was at times emotional, at other times disjointed, with a lawyer inside the courtroom telling me he cannot remember a time when a judge had to tell a witness so many different times to stay on topic. Prosecutors say this was a vicious attack, but Diggs' lawyers say it simply didn't happen. How do you think things went today? How do you think today went? Former Patriot star Stefon Diggs not talking as he left court this afternoon. As his former personal chef, MILA ADAMS, emotional on the stand, detailing an alleged attack inside Diggs' Dedham home last December.
Took his arm and he came around my neck with the crook of his elbow around my neck, and he began to choke me.
Diggs is on trial for that alleged December attack. ADAMS testifying this afternoon that she got upset with Diggs when he told her she was no longer invited to his birthday party week in Miami. That occurred during the Patriots bye week last season. ADAMS telling the jury she had a 4.5-year relationship with Diggs, one that at times turned sexual.
The story that you just told to this jury under oath was very different from what you told to Officer Ellis. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Under cross-examination, Diggs' lawyer questioning ADAMS about why it took her 2 weeks to file a police report with Dedham police and what she told police that day.
Me reporting anything outside of why he got upset, I didn't feel the need to put it. I was scared of how it was received by the public. He's in a very public relationship with Cardi B. So I did not put a lot of things in the police report.
Please answer the question.
Several times during ADAMS' testimony, the judge instructing her to stay on topic.
Do you recognize that person on the video as you?
Yes.
With Diggs' lawyers playing several videos for the jurors, including a dash cam video from hours after the alleged attack, and a video of ADAMS dancing from social media that Diggs' attorneys say was days later. And ADAMS is expected back on the stand when testimony resumes tomorrow morning. Diggs is facing 2 charges, assault, which is a misdemeanor, and strangulation, which is a felony. Lawyers say this trial could be in the jury's hands as early as tomorrow. Live in Dedham, Eli Rosenberg, NBC 10 Boston.
Eli at the courthouse for us. Thank you.
All right, now let's take a look at the charges that Diggs is facing. There are 2. We're talking about a felony strangulation charge and a misdemeanor assault charge. A conviction on either charge could lead to prison time. Joining the discussion now is NBC 10 Chief Legal Analyst and Dean of the School of Law, College of Law. We cannot forget our Michael Coyne, Sue O'Connell, of course, who is our courtroom insider. So glad you can both be back. Feels like the gang is all back together here. All right, Michael, let's start with today's testimony. it felt disjointed. There was a lack of just a clean timeline there, not just on cross, but on her initial testimony. So now she's in the middle of cross. That's where the day ended. Where does her team go from here?
Well, not to a very good place. I think it was a train wreck.
Train wreck. Okay, I said disjointed. You just upped it.
Oh no, I think watching it, clearly the government has an incredible burden now to be able to get a conviction on this case. She was all over the place. The timeline, as you point out, wasn't established. Even her own words, she wouldn't acknowledge, and they kept coming back to bite her. I think the case is in a horrible place, and it would be highly unlikely to get a conviction.
And she was at odds with the judge on many occasions. Eli touched on this. We'll play the sound for you where at one point the judge actually just tells her to stop.
Right.
I want to know how that played out for Sue in the courtroom, but take a listen first.
Okay, I also didn't put in a police report. I was begging for my pay with Mr. Diggs, begging for days.
Objection, Your Honor.
And he refused to pay me.
Objection is sustained.
Did you tell the officer about what happened on December 2nd?
I was very hesitant at first because of his fame and power. So yes, but I did.
Your Honor, move to strike.
I deleted messages because making the report to the police in my previous abusive relationship,
Sam,
I'm telling why.
stop. That part of the answer is stricken from
I think that's a
It's
good
painful.
summation.
My goodness. So, Sue, Michael says train wreck.
Yeah.
Did it feel like the jury was watching a train wreck?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that you come to this with a certain amount of empathy and sympathy for the witness, for the alleged victim. She's a civilian. This isn't what she does for a living, right? She's going to get up there. You would hope that she's been prepped by the prosecution, that they tell her what she has to do, what she shouldn't say. I said to Michael earlier, if you're on the stand and the opposite lawyer is talking, asking you a question, you keep talking and they don't stop you from talking, stop talking, right? Because they just let her go and say things that were not great for her case. So, but as the day wore on and she was unable, after the judge was gently instructing her, just answer the question. If you don't know the answer, say, I don't know. It's a yes or no answer. And as the narrative, at one point, the judge used the term narrative. It's not your time to get your narrative out, right? But she continued to do it. And it was just really painful to watch because then you get confused, right? I come into this with as little knowledge as I can around the case so I can act like a juror. And I'm all confused about who's who was in the car, what she couldn't get the timeline correct.
The
even
when
though
was,
there were
yeah, that's a big
text
problem.
messages,
Yeah.
and we know she had evidence about it. So it was really painful to watch because you go in with an open mind, you go in sympathetic to the alleged victim, and by the end, you're like, you couldn't answer one question directly, like even that he gets tackled when he's running the ball.
Yeah, they did ask if he gets hit when he runs, and she said she goes to the games for the vibe.
Yeah, that I agree with.
We're going to talk about the jury in just a second, but quickly, as a prosecutor or a defense, frankly, we did hear, and this was the first time I heard it, that they had a friends with benefits relationship as well as a professional relationship. So that adds a whole nother layer to this.
Well, sure, and it gives an additional motive for why she might bring these charges at this point, that feeling left aside or scorned, however you want to look at it. And the other part of that problem is, I mean, this is a judge who was previously in charge of the domestic violence unit in the DA's office. So if her sympathies would normally be, try to make sure that the victim is feeling at least able to tell her story without fear. But that's not the way it came across at all.
Let's take a closer look at the jury.
The group of 6 women, 1 man is a much smaller group than the other jury trials we've covered on Commonwealth Confidential. Both the Brian Walsh and Karen Reed trials had 16 jurors. So, Mike, I want to ask you on the potential impact of that. Does it matter one way or the other, especially for the defense? And also for you, Sue, just the makeup of the jury, which is really interesting in this case.
Well, it does matter because remember, Commonwealth has a burden of proof, has to convince all 12 jurors when there's 12. So only if even one holds out, 1 out of 12, and you live for another day. When you only have 6 who will be deciding, statistically, the odds are a little more against
better odds game.
That's right.
And there are 7 jurors, 6 of them are women, and 1 of them is a man, and he's an older man. I think he might even be a senior citizen, like
in the older than we are age, and the women, you're welcome, and the women range, from young adult to older women. And I think there's one African American woman on the jury. I think there is a Hispanic or Latina on the jury. And they are seated apart from each other because there's room in the box, so they're not sitting right next to each other, and they're paying attention. I know that the man did laugh when the witness, when Ms. Adams said that she went to the games for vibing.
Right.
Not
for watching the game.
Not for watching the game. But other than that, they're all just paying attention.
All right. One of those 7 will be an alternate, just so that you can remember that at home.
The other thing was evidence, right? Today, the defense basically said there is no evidence in this case. The only thing that has been shown so far, the text messages, which the defense put out, not the prosecution, and some dash cam video of the accuser in the moments, days, whatever, after the alleged incident took place. Barring anything new coming into play, are we not looking at another he said, she said?
Well, and that's true. Without any physical evidence, as they've said, and, to the extent we didn't even have pictures of the inside of the house, she had to describe it in detail, where the dresser was, where the bed was, where a photograph would help explain that to a lot greater detail. But he was charged relatively quickly after she went to the police. So we don't have any of that. And yeah, it makes it a lot harder. And it does become pretty closely to a he said, she said. But in this case, I don't expect that he is going to be testifying based on what we saw today of that testimony.
I mean, the list of what we don't have is pretty long. We don't have pictures of the injury or videos of the injuries. We don't have anyone who saw the injuries. We don't have anyone that she told that the injury occurred to. You have, she didn't put the attack in the original police report. So there's just a lot that isn't there already. There's no physical evidence.
And given that, doesn't a prosecutor have the option not to prosecute because the case is thin? Sure. And then let me ask you in the other direction as well, because we are talking about a celebrity who has a reputation to protect. Why are we even having a trial?
Well, I think that if we had heard that someone of his status, his size, his elite athlete, he is a elite athlete. He's very big. He's very strong.
She's 5 feet.
And she's 5 feet. That there was an allegation that he had attacked someone, or someone like him had attacked someone like her, and the district attorney did nothing about it. I think we would be having a different conversation.
Yeah,
so.
that's fair enough. Fair enough. But here we are.
Here we are.
A very thin prosecution and a reputation on the line for a celebrity.
I will say that she did point out part of why she claims she didn't say a lot of this is because of his celebrity.
That's right.
She was scared, and we just want to mention he was dating Cardi B at the time.
Yes, so I'd heard that before.
So it's not just that, he's a big celebrity, but we have another celebrity that was around.
Right. And there's a whole online social media aspect of it that I would definitely say to her would be just that part alone would be too much.
Another web.
Yeah.
Well, fear under the circumstances isn't uncommon in domestic violence situations. We all know that.
That's a good point. Okay.
Thank you both, as always, Sue and Michael, for joining us. Be sure to stay with us on air and online for the latest on this high-profile case. You can watch every day of the trial live on NBC 10 or on our YouTube channel. And then every night of the trial, we'll have in-depth coverage at 7 right here on NBC 10 Boston.
All right, don't go anywhere. More news and weather is up next.
In moments, we take you to a school in Melrose where a large tree toppled onto a playground. You see it there. 2 kids were hurt.
All right. Did they teach you anything that you didn't know? It was a good little summary of if you didn't watch yesterday. If you're just joining, welcome. Court's on lunch until 2. And then at 2, both sides have rested. And we are going to go to closings and jury instructions. And I think maybe, just maybe, we're going to get a verdict today. Could be the fastest verdict in history. The fastest verdict in history out of all the trials that we've watched anyway. Let's see. We've got how many? We only have 1,700 votes. There's well over almost 7,000 people. So we need more votes, guys. How will the jury decide? Not guilty, guilty, hung jury. Just take a moment to come to your screen, if you will, and let's try and get a lot more votes in the poll than that so we can have a better sampling. Man, this Cardi B dress that she wore to the Met Gala, oofa. Oofa. This is going to be done soon, right? It's going to be done soon, I think. In my opinion, it's not going to be a very long deliberation at all. I think the jury instructions might be longer than the deliberations. Tell me what you think. Let's look at some Met Gala fashions, shall we? Let's see who's got a good story with not a lot of pop-ups. Oh, they're going to give us everything. All right, let's go to Vogue. Let's go to Vogue, shall we? Many of you maybe you didn't watch the red carpet last night, but the Met Gala is a really, really tough ticket. You know, they say the toughest ticket in sports, I think, is the Masters, I think. That is the toughest ticket in sports. And the toughest party ticket is the Met Ball. You have to be specifically invited personally by Anna Wintour. And if you're on the naughty list, you're not getting in. And I think the tickets, if you have to pay for them, most of them who are invited don't have to pay, are something like, I don't know, maybe 6 figures or something ridiculous like that. All right, let's check out the fashions. Let's see, what was the theme this year? Oops. Let's see what I can let you know. This year's theme was costume art. Ever since I was a little kid, my favorite exhibit at the Metropolitan Museum of Art is the costume exhibit, and I love it so much. I love it. I love costumes. I love costuming. I love it all. And I would always, when I was young, because for those of you who don't know, the Metropolitan Museum of Art is free. You don't have to pay to get in. They have like a suggested donation, but it's free. So when you're a kid, you know, you can wander around there for hours, and I used to love to do that. I still do. And the costume exhibition is what kicks off the year, and that is often what dictates the theme for the Met Ball that year. And so for this year, costume art, this year's exhibit places fashion on the same pedestal as fine art. That exhibition is going to be going on from May 10th, 2026 till January 10th of 2027. And there's the new Condé Nast galleries are 12,000 square feet. They will be filled with hundreds of pieces of art that center the dressed body, paired with thematically relevant fashions. And so in concert with the theme, the evening's dress code for the Met Gala was fashion is art. And it asked attendees to serve as something of a blank canvas themselves. Okay. Nicole Kidman was the co-chair with Anna Wintour. And they're telling us everything. All right. And we can just keep looking at these pictures until the camera comes back up on Law and Crime for the 2 p.m. lunch hour. About 20 minutes. A little more than 20 minutes, I would say. Okay. There we go. And you can tell me what you like and what you don't like. And here we go. Number 1. First up. This is Rihanna in Maison Margiela. It would be good if I could. There we go. Interesting. Fashion is art. Not a fan myself, particularly. A$AP Rocky and Chanel. I happen to think that he looks stunning in this outfit. It's a pink long coat with a pink tassel-y silk scarf. And I mean, Chanel is everything. I'm a big fan. I love Chanel. If you buy classic, I mean, I don't buy Chanel clothing or anything or bags, but if you buy classic, it will last forever. Yeah, but he's giving Hefner. Yes, he's giving Hefner. I like it. And remember, Rihanna did show up to the ASAP Rocky trial, which I did not cover, but many of you did watch. Here's Beyonce in, I'm going to butcher this name, Olivier Rousteing. It's, I don't even know what's happening there. It's like a giant fur coat train. But not really a fan of this. I mean, it's got a lining, but it's like a skeleton. It's a rug train. Yeah, it looks like a rug train. It's giving skeleton vibes because it's clearly a spinal column and pelvic bones. It's like a skeleton. And I don't know. It's not really for me. It's not really for me. And she's got like a crown on her head, like a gladiator type crown. I can't even imagine like the crystals. Maybe that's Swarovski. I'm not sure. All right. Next up, Teyana Taylor and Tom Ford. All right. It's giving Chewbacca, and yeah, it's not for me. Teyana Taylor is stunning. Like, you could dress her in a plastic bag or a paper bag or a sack, and she would look amazing. But this isn't for me. It's like Snuffleupagus meets Chewbacca. Next up, Doja Cat. Here's Doja Cat. Not taking a lot of risks. She's a pretty girl. Doesn't even say who she's wearing. Okay. Hold on a second. When I said her name, the robot in the corner started playing a playlist by this person. That's not what I asked. This is, I don't know what's happening here. Kind of looks like latex, but look at the fingernails. Oh, here's Nicole Kidman. She could wear anything, and I would always think she looks great. She has very long hair extensions. And this is Chanel. And some sort of feathers around the cuffs. And this is her post-divorce glow up, I'm going to say. Keith Urban is a jerk. She's better off without him, but they have 2 girls together. And word on the street was that he cheated on Nicole Kidman with some very young girl in his band. And I don't like him anymore. I never really liked him to begin with, but I can... What just happened? Nicole Kidman. All right, so that was custom Chanel. Custom Chanel. Her daughter was there also. I think she looks gorgeous. This is Tyla. I don't know who Tyla is, but I mean, she looks flawless. It doesn't say what she's wearing. Did anybody fall down the stairs? I don't know. Sabrina Carpenter. I think Sabrina Carpenter is adorable. And this is Dior. I think she's cute. I like her. Isn't she cute? I love the headpiece. It's very, very Great Gatsby to me. She's giving. She's mogging, as my kids would say. She's mogging. Sabrina Carpenter in Dior. Next up, Hailey Bieber in Saint Laurent. Hailey Bieber is like a bazillionaire. Didn't she just sell her makeup company, Rhode, for like $1 billion or more dollars? Pretty. Sabrina Carpenter is a pop star. Charlie XCX. XCX. Zoom a little bit. I mean, the jewels alone. I don't know. It's okay. It's all right. Here's Cardi B. All right. If you didn't see this in action in Marc Jacobs, what are we doing? She twirled around and this thing on the bottom, it looks like a colon. It looks like somebody's colon exploded. And I just, Cardi, no. No, Cardi, no. I just can't. I can't. Did she fire her stylist after this? I mean, I don't even know. Jason Derulo fell down the stairs, somebody said. It's really bad. If I could find a video of her twirling around, or just Google it yourself, you'll see what I'm talking about. And, oh, Cardi, no. Cardi. This is Coleman Domingo and Valentino. It's giving Toy Soldier to me. Toy Soldier? I'm not really quite sure what to make of that, except he looks like Court Jester meets Toy Soldier, maybe. But, the Met Ball is the time when people are supposed to take risks, except for Cardi.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
Yeah, not for me. All right, let's see. All right, so that's Coleman Domingo. This is Io Edibiri. She's in I don't even know if I don't think they spelled her name right. But she's from The Bear, right? Do you guys watch The Bear? And Chanel. Let's see. Oh, lovely. It's very Grecian. It's Grecian. Pretty. Here's Kim Kardashian and Alan Jones and Whitaker. I don't know what the hell's going on here. I saw like a side view of this, and I got to zoom in just to show you, because it's like the old Madonna pointy boobs. This looks like it. She looked so uncomfortable. She looked like she was sweating to death. I thought she was going to pass out on the red carpet. I really did, because I don't know what that's made of, but the back of it was like leather, and this looks like it would be really heavy and really sweaty. And I don't really know what's going on here. I really don't. Not a fan. This is Blue Ivy. This is Beyonce and Jay-Z's daughter. Blue Ivy Carter in Balenciaga. Can someone Google how old she is? Because I want to say she's like 12 years old. She's beautiful. Tan lines. Fire Beyonce's makeup artist who didn't cover up the tan lines. But she's always dressed, I think, a little too old for her age. Is she 14? Thank you. She's 14. This is Serena Williams. Oh, girl, no. Oh, girl, no. What is happening? What are these shoes? What is this? It looks like birds, gold birds wrapped up around her shins and her calves and her thighs. And then it's a very gladiator looking mess. All right, Serena. Here's Emma Chamberlain. In Mugler. Emma Chamberlain. I'll tell you a funny story. If you don't know who Emma Chamberlain is, she's an influencer. And I remember one summer, I think it was during the pandemic, when I took my kids to California and just got the hell out of New York because there was no school or anything. We had to travel to LA to go to Emma Chamberlain's coffee truck. It was a thing. We had to go to Emma Chamberlain's coffee truck. This is interesting, though. I mean, listen, if the theme is wearing art, I think this is beautiful because it reminds me of a watercolor painting. I think she understood the assignment. Oh, yeah, look at this. I mean, it's like a painting. It's like she's wearing a painting. She understood the assignment, I think. I kind of like it. I like the train. I like the, the bottom of it, whatever you call that. It's not really a train, I guess. Magnificent. Okay, next up, Kendall Jenner I'm sorry, does that say Gap Studio? As in like the Gap? Where are my fashionistas in the chat? Gap Studio as in the Gap. All right. Let's see what's happening here. She's a beautiful girl. But it looks like her bra is sticking out. And it looks like she's advertising for Skims. Like what is this? Was it a wardrobe malfunction? Oh, it's supposed to look like a blank canvas. Okay, then maybe she did understand the assignment. I don't know. I don't know. I think they could be a little more creative. That's not really, it's kind of a safe choice, I think. All right. Kylie Jenner and Schiaparelli. This is like, I saw this on the red carpet and it's like she's half dressed and half not dressed. So it's like the style of this dress is like half off and then the top again is Skims. Are they all advertising for Skims? Because isn't that Kim Kardashian's company? Part of it anyway, Skims. And so this is Kylie Jenner. I wish they would give us more than one angle of it because you kind of really need to see her turn around in this to get the full effect. Not for me. All right, who's this? Alice Consani and Gucci. I don't know who that is. Anybody know who that is? Oops. Rachel Sennett we don't know, but that's just weird. Gracie Abrams and Chanel. My kids love Gracie Abrams. She's also a singer. I think she's the daughter of J.J. Abrams. She's a Nepo baby. She is. But this is a beautiful dress. I don't know if she understood the assignment. It's not wearable art to me, but it's Chanel. And it is stunning. Absolutely stunning. Gold. Bejeweled. It's bejeweled. It's definitely bejeweled. To the bottom. Oh, yeah. Stunning. Here's Kris Jenner in Dolce & Gabbana. Looks like she just came from the pool in like a kimono. She just had like $100,000 facelift, which is amazing, by the way. Need to find out who her doctor is. I know that Billy Bush talks about her plastic surgeon all the time. And I think he even came on Billy Bush's show. Here's the back of Kim Kardashian's dress. That one that looked like latex or some sort of weird plastic from the front. But Kris Jenner in Dolce & Gabbana, I mean, her facelift is amazing, but it looks like a house dress. It's like a kimono. I didn't think her hair was it either. I don't think her hair is really it. All right, here is Joe. Is this Joe who? Joe Burrow in Bodie. I don't know who he is, but it's an interesting choice. She's early for karate class. Someone said about Kris Jenner. Yeah, it was like a moo-moo, right? All right, here's SZA in Bodie. And I think she did understand the assignment. And I have to say, this is well done. I like it a lot. I think it's a beautiful yellow for her. It's a great color. Yellow is hard to pull off. Has to be the right shade of yellow. And I kind of like it. Oh, Cleveland Browns, Joe Burrow. Thank you. He's a quarterback. I had no idea. All right, well, let's go back then. I'll give him another chance. Okay. And that, good for him. Wait, hold on. Okay, wait. You got to hear this hot mic moment on Law and Crime. Listen to this. Listen to this. Hold on.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
correct. I see.
Before this, we couldn't get anything.
And this is the best.
Unreal.
Before this, we couldn't get anything. Unreal. They're talking about the Wi-Fi in Dedham District Court. Oh my God. Before this, we couldn't get anything. It was a mess. What a nightmare. It was a Michigas. It was a Shonda. What's that again? I need to know what that was.
Yeah.
That's correct. I see.
Before this, we couldn't get anything.
And this is the best.
Unreal.
Unreal. Unreal.
That's terrible.
It really is.
Totally a New Yorker. Can you tell?
You don't,
Yeah.
you don't have to work it.
Right, exactly. You don't have to live here.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, you have to live here. That was some real shade thrown on somebody from Massachusetts. That's some real shade.
All right, those are the juror cards.
I mean, listen, honey, across the street in Norfolk Superior, they just got Wi-Fi like 3 days before Karen Reed's first trial in 2024. I'm not even kidding you. That was not a Boston accent. No way. No way. No, I beg to differ. Let's hear that again. And no, it is not a Boston accent. No way. She's throwing shade on Boston right now. That's like a Brooklyn accent. Wait, let's hear it again.
That's terrible.
It really is.
Yeah. It's tough.
Get anything.
We're going to argue about the accent now? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Correct. That's correct. I see.
Before this, we couldn't get anything.
Before this, we couldn't get anything. Are you telling me that's a Fall River accent? No, that's Brooklyn. It's Brooklyn. Before this, we couldn't get anything. Maybe it's definitely not Massachusetts.
And this is the best.
Unreal.
Unreal.
It's tough.
It is unreal.
That's terrible.
It really
It's
is.
a Brockton mother. That was not Travis Kelce. Whoever fell for that, that was Sam Smith with a feather on his head. That was not Travis Kelce. Don't believe everything you read on the internet.
Given that slip now, given that slip.
It should be it from the pizza.
You're the one that wanted the pizza.
You're the one that wanted the pizza. All right, we're going back to this because I'm not going to listen to those broads. All right, here we go. This is Joe Burrow in Bodie. Okay, you're telling me he's a football player. I'll allow it. Here's SZA. So this is back to SZA and Bodie. I really like this look for her. I really do. I think yellow is hard to pull off. I think it's a great color. Look at the detail on this dress. The beadwork. The jewelry. She has hummingbirds on her hands. Man, I don't know. Maybe like Spencer Pratt with the hummingbirds. She's a beautiful girl, and this is gorgeous. Look at the headpiece. She understood the assignment. This is art. She's wearing art. It's got daffodils on it. It's got orchids. It's got like a dandelion. I don't really know what's going on there, but I really like it a lot. So props to SZA. Chase Infinity and Tom Brown. The sighing in the courthouse right now with the hot mic is insane. Like this, like I don't need to see anybody's nipples in sequins. I just don't. I don't know. Is it me? I don't know. I don't even like the word nipples. I don't even like it. But it's a beautiful dress, and I'm sure it's very expensive. And she was nominated, I think, for an Oscar. I forget what movie she's in. Bad Bunny. Here's Bad Bunny and Zara. Oh, look at Zara. Zara's getting a mention at the Met Ball. Zara is traditionally, I shop at Zara a lot. I love Zara. It's very good quality stuff for not a lot of money. You get a lot for your money at Zara. The key to Zara is, though, you got to buy it right when it drops. And they deliver in like 2 days because it'll be gone. He does look like Will Ferrell. I don't know. Bad Bunny. Oh, didn't he play the Super Bowl halftime show? Not for me. We didn't get to Madonna yet. No. I got the hot mic from the courthouse in one ear, and I got this in the other. This is Doechii. Wow, she understood the assignment. That's an interesting look. And if you got a body like that and you can pull it off, Good for her. Who's Jeremy Pope in Vivian Westwood? That's interesting. Looks like he's wearing one of those fake shirts with one of those fake muscle shirts. I mean, he could wear a paper bag too. All right. Justin Jefferson. Daisy Edgar Jones in McQueen. Pretty white lace. Tessa Thompson in Valentino. It's got an interesting neckline. Interesting hemline. Pretty. Jasmine Tooks. Beautiful. Not very risky, but beautiful. Don't know who she is, but Louisa Jacobson. I'm gonna go through until I find somebody that I know. Because I want you guys to see Stevie Nicks. And there's like 250 pictures here, so we kind of got to get through it. Stop me if you see something interesting. Oh, here's Madonna. Madonna in Saint Laurent. What is going on there? It's a train. It's a headpiece. Is this like a teepee over her head? What's happening? Oh, it looks like a ship. Is she the Nina, the Pinta, or the Santa Maria? No crying on the yacht. Madonna. What? I don't know what's going on there. No, this is Madonna. She's carrying, it looks like a bugle in her hands. I mean, it's interesting. Jay-Z. It was a ghost ship. Oh, thank you. Maybe you guys read into this more than I did. Alexa Chung. I don't know what's happening here with these earrings. Hydrangea earrings. Okay. Okay. Odessa Azion. I love her style. I think she's amazing. Did any of you guys watch Fresh Kills? Remember when I asked everyone to watch Fresh Kills because my friend Jennifer Esposito made the movie and she put all her own money into it. It was about a bunch of women from Staten Island that were like the mob women. She played the daughter. And then she got big and she was in Timothy Chalamet's movie that I hated, the one about the ping pong. But she's got an amazing, very unique sense of style. And I think she's going places, this girl. I don't particularly, I'm not really a fan of this, but I think she doesn't care. She just doesn't care. She's like a part of the we do not care club. Tate McRae, I'm not sure who that is, but she's a very pretty girl and it's a very pretty dress. The ping pong movie was so stressful, Gracie said. Blake Lively showed up yesterday. She showed up. Let me tell you what. She would settle her case in the afternoon down at Manhattan Supreme or wherever they were in federal court, down to Manhattan. And then she's uptown at the Met for the ball. Her case is over. It won't be going to trial. And she's wearing archival Versace. And I know a lot of people hate Blake Lively, but I think this is a beautiful dress. I think it's a beautiful dress. Come on, people. We need more votes. Please vote. Please vote in the poll because I'm going to take it down soon. I think she looks beautiful. A lot of people hate her. I really don't care about her one way or another. But the earrings, it's a beautiful dress. The jewels. She's like a princess. They're back in court. They're back in court, and they've just asked to go to sidebar. And I want to know which one of those women was saying whatever we heard on the hot mic. A lot of people hate her. I don't know. I don't, I didn't talk about Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni stuff because if you thought the trolls were bad and Karen Reed, they're like a million times worse. And the Baldoni stands and the Blake haters and the like, who cares? All right. Here's Stefon Diggs sitting in court. It looks like we are going to have closings. I don't know if we're going to have a charge conference at all because I don't know if there's really anything to argue about with regard to the jury instructions. So we'll see. Is Diggs' career over now? No, I think he may make a resurgence. I don't know if you've watched the trial at all. 0362. But he may make a resurgence. May get a resurgence after this. What do you guys think? Steph is a free agent. He can do whatever the hell he wants. Once he gets this behind him and he walks out of here with a not guilty within like half an hour. This should be done by 5 o'clock. It is 2:04 here on the East Coast. And he's nodding his head, or maybe he's got some music in his head and he's just nodding along. His hair looks good. We know who did the braids. We know. She was here. Her name is Shy. She told us everything. And he brings her in from Brooklyn every 2 to 3 weeks. Please vote in the poll. We have, beeping. That is wicked annoying. $3,247 votes. I'm going to let it go a little while longer. And I think what I will do, hold on, to fill some time here is I think I will gift some memberships because YouTube gives me memberships to gift every month. Just gonna go to the proper screen. Oops, which is here. I have way too many tabs open on my computer. Way too many windows open. It's getting a little drafty. 95% of you think it's going to be not guilty. 3% say guilty. Some of you said you voted wrong and hit the wrong button. And 2% said that you think it's going to be hung jury. Okay. We're going to send I'm going to send out 5 memberships. Ready? They're randomly gifted by YouTube. Randomly gifted by YouTube. Has nothing to do with me. I don't get to pick, but here we go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Ding, 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 ding. Let's see who the winners are. Bexweiser, number 7. Jillian. Lynn Howenstein. Kim Hardnett. And Jerry 585. Welcome to memberships. You have been gifted. You've been gifted. You're welcome. We'll keep the poll up for a little while longer. Yes, thank you. It's on the desk.
Jurors enter and all rise.
Congrats on the red velvet. AGA Crafts won. 12 months to get a red velvet cupcake. Missy Nick says, hello from Paul's Barbershop in Quincy on our big screen. Woo! Paul's Barbershop. Anybody need a trim? Get on down to Paul's Barbershop. They're in Quincy. Thanks, Missy.
May be seated.
3-5.
All right, jurors, good afternoon again. As I told you, the evidence in this case is closed and you're about to hear the closing statements of the attorneys. And what I want to say to you about that is that this is an important part of the trial because it is the final opportunity given to the lawyers to address you. It's an opportunity for the attorneys to summarize the evidence, to call your attention to certain parts of the evidence that they regard as important, and based on the evidence, to try to persuade you to reach a certain result. However, what you are about to hear is not evidence. Lawyers are not witnesses. All the evidence in this case has been presented through the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits, which you will have an opportunity to examine and consider during your deliberations. Our rules are designed to ensure that the parties receive a fair trial, and they therefore prohibit the attorneys from making certain types of arguments in an effort to persuade you to reach a certain result or to favor or disfavor either side. For example, the attorneys are not permitted to refer to facts that are not in evidence in this case. If based on your memory and understanding of the evidence, a lawyer does this, you should disregard that comment. The attorneys are not permitted to express their personal belief in the credibility or lack of credibility of any witness who testifies in this case. That determination is entirely for you to make. If a lawyer makes such a comment, you should disregard that comment. Attorneys are not permitted to persuade you for or against either party by appealing to human passions or prejudices. If you become conscious of any passion or prejudice as you consider the evidence or engage in your deliberations, you must put those feelings aside and not permit them to influence your thinking. And if a lawyer makes such a comment, you must disregard that comment.
Care to proceed? Bless you. I'm sneezing.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, in Massachusetts, the defense closes first. This is Andrew Kettlewell, attorney for Stefon Diggs, and he will be closing first. And I bet his closing won't even need to be that long, but I'm going to time it anyway. And here we go. It is 2:10 p.m. Let's go.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. As I said to you in my opening statement, there was no assault, no strangulation, no incident at all on that day or any other day. You didn't see any injuries. You didn't see any photographs. You learned there were no medical records, no statements, no nothing between December 2nd and December 16th. You have not been provided with a single shred of credible evidence to determine that any assault actually occurred in the house on that day. The Commonwealth's case is nothing more than the words of Miss Adams. In my opening statement, I told you one tool to use as you go through this process is to consider how to find the truth. That the simplest answer that accounts for all the facts, that answer is the truth. And so what I want to do is take you through some of the undisputed facts in this case. December 2nd, Miss Adams spent the afternoon talking on the phone. She got a ticket to Atlanta. She cooked Stefon Diggs dinner. We learned this morning that it was a hot dog. She went into Mr. Diggs's bedroom to provide him birthday presents and to deliver those birthday presents. Timeline-wise, all of this, every single fact that I just mentioned, all of those would have occurred after what Miss Adams says was a violent assault that occurred sometime that afternoon. That night, Miss Adams left the house at 7:15 and she flew to New York City. You heard that she told the police that she stayed with friends. You heard her describe whose friends they were. But you also heard her say that she had a ticket to Atlanta, purchased before she ever changed it to go to New York City. You saw videos of Miss Adams when she arrived in New York. You heard from the woman who picked her up from the airport, who also saw Miss Adams when she arrived in New York. You saw video and heard from TALI Moses, who spent the entire week with Miss Adams in New York. And you got to see how she looked. You got to see her face. You got to see her neck. You got to see the way she moved during the course of that week. One thing I'll say about that, Miss Adams, she might define bruising, however, is expedient or convenient for her, but we all know what bruising looks like. You saw the videos and you heard from the witnesses. On December 5th, Miss Adams texted Stefon Diggs, "Hi, can you please approve my pay with finance, please and thank you." That would have been 2.5 days after he violently strangled her in her bedroom. December 6th, you saw the video of her dancing. That's 3.5 days after this assault allegedly occurred. You heard that throughout the course of that week, from December 2nd to December 9th, Miss Adams didn't mention a single thing about any assault to anyone. The one thing you heard her mention was on the afternoon of December 2nd, she told Shy she wasn't going to Miami. You heard that on December 9th, she went back to the house. And I told you the details were going to be important about her going back to the house in my opening statement. She got back to the house at 11:30 p.m. alone and walked into the house. And what did she do? She didn't just go to Stefon Diggs' bedroom door and knock on it. She tried to punch in the code, and it didn't work. And those are her words. That's what she told you. None of that is consistent with a violent assault having occurred the last time they interacted with one another. Not one piece of that. And those are undisputed facts.
He changed the locks. That's akin to him changing the locks. She wasn't supposed to come back. She didn't care.
On December 11th, Miss Adams texted Mr. Diggs her apology. She said she was sorry she was being emo, and she didn't want him to feel that way. She didn't want him to think she was trying to quit her job. And she told you she was trying to keep her job. She was trying to get back. She also told the police 5 days later, that she had quit her job on December 2nd. We know that that was a lie. Not just from the fact that she actually told you that that was a lie, but from the actual evidence that you have in this case that is undisputed. That evidence goes on. She told Mr. Diggs's girlfriend that she didn't say any of that to the police, meaning what she told the police, that she didn't accuse Mr. Diggs of assault. And that wasn't true. She also, a month later, told the world that she had never demanded money. And that also wasn't true. Now, more undisputed facts. Miss Adams was paid for November. At first, she didn't admit that. She ended up saying they worked it out. She got paid for 2-3 weeks. And we actually got an answer today on why she wasn't paid for a full month. Because she was in Tobago with Shy Charles. You heard from Melissa Goddard. Miss Adams was paid up. The non-disclosure agreement. Miss Goddard talked to you about that. And you heard about that from Miss Adams. I want you to look at the text message in Exhibit 4. It's on page 195. We talked about it a little bit yesterday afternoon. But this is another undisputed fact, and it's very important. Because despite what Miss Adams told the police on December 16th and told you at times yesterday, on December 13th, 2025, Miss Adams says what she thinks the NDA is about. And she says, you sitting here playing in my face, 700 comments. If I told someone why it's not in the blog, you believe it, meaning Mr. Diggs, and now sign an NDA. Send me my money. You sitting here playing in my face. Miss Adams wants you to believe she wouldn't tell Shy Charles because Shy Charles knew Mr. Diggs. That requires you to completely ignore the fact that she chose freely and willingly to go to New York to stay with Shy Charles. December 13th, she told Mr. Diggs, she told Stefon Diggs what she thought the NDA was all about. And it was about the blog issue. You think it might make a little sense if the NDA was about any kind of a physical assault, a strangulation? That she might say to him anything. Hey, you know what this NDA is really about. Or maybe just, the NDA, because you assaulted me? Not a word. She describes why that's there. And those are her words from December 13th. And that is undisputed. Now let's talk about the police for a few moments. Because Miss Adams went to the police, as you heard, on December 16th. And there's other undisputed facts in this report. She lied to the police. She did not leave her job. Miss Adams told you something yesterday where she said, well, I left my position was like in the house, but that wasn't my job. And you heard what Officer Ellis said this morning. I said, you mean her position as in her job? And he said, of course. She told Officer Ellis that she just went back to get her stuff. And you know that isn't true. And at times, she seemed to admit that that wasn't true. And you know from her own words at the time to both Mr. Diggs and to Sonny that that wasn't true. The text message that you've heard about the deletion. There's two things that I want you to pay close attention to and that I want to talk to you about in both Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2. Exhibit 1, the text message that she sent purporting to be a screenshot of the argument that led to a violent assault that ended with Mr. Diggs choking her. That's what she told Officer Ellis. And you heard that from him this morning. You also heard from her that she deleted messages. And I think what she said was something like, I didn't want to look bad, or something along those lines. And if you look at what was actually deleted, The words she said, she was saying bet and pussy were what she deleted, that's what she did. She did delete those messages, right? Those are not in the text messages that she provided to Dedham police. But more importantly, what she actually deleted that wasn't about making her look bad or not, it was right after the words, "I'm out of your life." And it said, "and ruining that bitch life." And then you can actually go to Exhibit 2 and look, there's a fairy emoji she sent.
Fairy emoji or fairy?
And why that's important is because, as you heard from Officer Ellis this morning, it'd be important to know if somebody deleted messages. It'd be important to see the full picture. And that message right there, and ruining that bitch life, apologies for the language, with the fairy emoji, you think that might have prompted the question, hey, who's that bitch? She answered the question for you yesterday. It was Lindsay. The argument wasn't about money. You have it in evidence. And Miss Adams later admitted that. These lies to the police, the fact that they're undisputed, why? Look at all of those facts. They're undisputed in the record. They're all there. If you remove from those facts one thing, that an assault occurred, they all make sense. If you plug in that she was assaulted that afternoon before all of this happened, before everything I just read to you, none of it makes sense. Why would a person who was just strangled go down to the kitchen, chat on the phone, and not have a single mark on their face or look even remotely bothered? Why would that same person cook dinner for the man who just did it? Why would that same person knock on his bedroom door and deliver 2 birthday presents? Why would she act the way she did for the next week? And then why lie about it repeatedly to the police? And what ended up happening next, just chronologically, gives away the game on that. Because what you heard is that only a couple weeks later, her mediator made a demand for money. And if you plug that fact in, now it all makes perfect sense. We have provided evidence to you. We have presented evidence. We have called witnesses. As I said, we're doing so in order to give you the fullest picture of December 2nd and of what happened or did not happen. And think about that for one moment. How do you prove a negative? It's basically impossible, right? Pick a day 2 months ago, account for every action that you did on that day, every moment of your day. Great, now prove it. Can't be done. And this trap, the framers of our system, they were aware of it. And that's why it works the way that it does. The burden is on the Commonwealth to prove their case. And their case, as you have seen, is the internally inconsistent testimony of one witness. And that is their entire case. And that is not enough to meet their burden. The burden that you are going to hear is reasonable doubt. And the judge is going to tell you that that's to a moral certainty. How much would you bet on the words of Jamila Adams? Would you bet your own life, someone else's? You have all of the tools in what I just laid out for you to make a credibility assessment. But it is not only that, because the other thing the judge is going to tell you is you can actually take into account the way the witness answered questions, behaved, their demeanor, how they looked. Did they sound consistent? Did the things they say actually at least stay true internally in their own story? And one example I'll give you on that is this morning, when Ms. Adams was asked about another monetary demand. She didn't answer the question. She couldn't. She wouldn't. She gave you multiple excuses. She tried to say attorney-client privilege, and when there was no response to that, she said, I can't answer that correctly.
She also didn't understand the question, as I recall.
Take the way she answered questions into account, but line it up against the facts that you know that you have, because that's how you got to make a decision, on facts, on evidence. In terms of the evidence that the Commonwealth has actually presented to you, what they have presented to you are the claims of one person. Their second witness undermined their first. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason they had absolutely nothing to corroborate this allegation, which one thing I will say about the assault and battery, she described Mr. Diggs slapping her on the right side of her face.
That's right.
With his right hand.
Mm-hmm.
And she actually demonstrated it for you.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is that's a physical impossibility.
That's right.
And the reason I would suggest to you that that demonstration didn't go quite well is because sometimes people miss their mark. Sometimes actors forget the script. What you do not have before you is anything that you can base a firm decision on, unless that decision is that the Commonwealth has not proved its case. The Commonwealth has an opportunity to speak to you after I do. And you heard the Commonwealth question some witnesses about working for Mr. Diggs. There's a number of people who were called as witnesses. We tried to be as quick as possible. It's not terribly exciting to hear a witness talk about how they heard and saw nothing. But for a moment, stop and think and ask yourself, if you were accused of having something happen at your house on some random day 3 weeks ago, who would be there with you? The people closest to you. It'd be your family, the people who are in your house all the time. And for Mr. Diggs, we talked about that. That's staff. That's Miss Salas. That's all the people that you heard from. One thing that I want to talk about is a reason for bias. Because when Mr. Virtue asked, I think the first witness she was Miss Salas. Mr. Diggs paid her salary, isn't that right? The one witness who has the most significant financial interest in this is JANELLE Adams. You heard her talk a lot about money yesterday. And that was the Commonwealth's only witness to even touch on what they claim this assault was. That's their evidence. They cannot, and they have not, proved this case because no assault occurred. on December 2nd, or as I said, any other day. And it's your obligation to hold them to that burden and to decide the case on the evidence that you have in front of you. And that evidence provides one answer alone. And I would suggest to you that is that Miss Adams made this accusation as a means of trying to leverage and humiliate and to punish Stefon Diggs. And you heard that he has been living with this case and these accusations since December of 2025. And it is time to end. The evidence that you have heard that has been put before you is not enough for the Commonwealth to sustain their burden. It is your obligation to return a true and a just verdict. And the evidence that you have heard requires that you go back into that room and that you lift this burden off Mr. Diggs' shoulders and that you tell him and the world that Stefon Diggs is not guilty of this incident that never occurred. Thank you.
24 minutes long was that closing? It was 24 minutes
Good
long.
afternoon.
A plus. This is
Feels like it's
Drew
been a little while since
Virtue. Okay. He does this every time he gets up. Here's another one of my pet peeves. Do not open up your jacket. Show us your big belly. And I'm not body shaming him. Okay. He knows he has a big belly, I'm sure. And then like tuck in your shirt and adjust your belt. Like we don't need to see that, dude. Nobody needs to see that. That was a strong closing. He made an excellent argument. I'm going to let this man do his walk up again. But this is Assistant District Attorney Drew Virtue. And it's a mess. Here we go. This is your prosecutor, Norfolk County.
afternoon. Feels like it's been a little while since last time I talked to you guys directly. So, was Miss Adams a perfect witness? No. She was argumentative, avoided, difficult. But does that mean you should throw away everything she says? She said, no. I think it'd be easy for you guys to do that, but that's not your job. You guys are the jury. It's your job, your sacred duty, to comb over every bit of evidence you heard, to consider it, to give it the attention it deserves, the attention, the scrutiny, the weight it deserves. You don't have to like Miss Adams. You don't have to like the way she testified today and yesterday, but you do have to give her and her testimony the attention it deserves. You heard from her about what happened in that room on December 2nd. She said he entered the room, slapped her, put her in a headlock, said some things to her. I suggest if you remember how she was testifying, I think the way she was testifying to that lends some to her credibility. She was taking her time. She was looking. She was trying to remember things. As the defense counsel predicted, one of the things I'm going to say is that Miss Adams was the only witness you heard from about what happened in that room. You have defense's witnesses who said what happened afterwards, but if you remember Miss Adams' testimony, she said that was after she had an opportunity to kind of put herself together. She said she cried, she changed her clothing, she kind of started packing. The question you may be having is, why would she act that way? Why was she going out and smiling? Well, I'd suggest to you that all the people she was around are people that have known Mr. Diggs much longer than they've known her. I suggest you even consider the relationship she had with Mr. Diggs. He was sometimes lover, a boss, landlord. He was a athlete, a celebrity, financially powerful, surrounded by people that were all on his payroll that liked him. That when you put that all in consideration, her behavior does make sense in that it was her way of continuing on past that. And she told you that they had a complicated relationship. She said,
Okay, is he trying to tank his case? He's telling us every single thing that is wrong with his case in the first 5 minutes, in the first 3 minutes of his closing. Is she the perfect witness? No, she was argumentative. She was difficult. She was avoidant. But he was a celebrity, a lover, a boss, a landlord. All of the reasons why we should not believe her. Am I in the Twilight Zone? Can I have some Twilight Zone emojis? This is wild. Every single reason to not believe her and every single reason that your case sucks is what you just laid out in your first 2 minutes of your closing. You fail trial practice. F. Those are all the reasons why she was shaking him down for money.
they argued all the time. So that might also make sense as to why she texted them afterwards saying, hey, you know, trying to make amends or trying to figure things out, why she gave the birthday present afterwards. In this case, you heard 4 kind of things, right? You heard things that weren't evidence. The openings, these closings, questions, things that were stricken, those are things that aren't evidence. They can kind of give you some context, but those aren't the evidence in and of themselves. You heard the actual evidence. That was the testimony from the witnesses, the videos, photos, and you'll be able to see also all those text messages. The third thing you're going to hear, so things that aren't evidence, things that are evidence, and the law. The judge gave you some preliminary law at the start of the case. She's going to now, once closings are done, instruct you on the full law. I ask that you give her the same attention that you've given to all the evidence, and you've given the same attention to both attorneys during their closing. You give the judge that attention when she reads the law. And there's a fourth thing that you're going to need to pay attention and listen to and consider, and that's each other. When you guys are done here, once I finish, once the judge reads the law to you guys, it'll be your job to go into that room and deliberate on this case. When you go in that room, it's up to you guys how you want to run it. There's no manual, there's no guide, there's no schedule of how you guys are going to come to your decision and reach your verdict. And no one is going to make sure you're doing it one way. What I would suggest you guys do, and you guys can do whatever you want. This is just my suggestion to you. What I suggest you guys do is you don't go in there and just say, all right, let's take a poll right off the bat. I suggest you guys take the time, go over all the evidence, go over each witness, talk about each witness, try and do it both ways back and forth for every witness, not just the Commonwealth's defense as well. Go over every bit of evidence. Really take the time that this case deserves. And also listen to each other. I'd suggest as much as you can, make sure if there's someone that's that's not saying anything, make sure you get to hear from them as well. As I said at the start of this case, that every bit of evidence is important, and that's true. I'd hope that if you guys fairly treat every bit of evidence the attention it deserves, give the analysis, the scrutiny for all the witnesses, all the evidence, and talk amongst yourselves, and you guys will come to the correct verdict. And I would suggest that verdict is the verdict of guilty on all counts. Thank you very much.
Is he for real? Here's one thing you're forgetting, sir. You are forgetting. Okay, that closing was 6 minutes long. 6 minutes. You are forgetting that this is a Norfolk County jury. Okay, they live in your county. They've seen what went on with Karen Reed. They've seen what went on with the lack of prosecution of Matthew Farwell, who is now awaiting trial in federal court for murdering Sandra Birchmore and her unborn baby. They are aware of the corruption. They are aware of the proctoring. They are aware of TALI. They're aware of all of it. And you actually got up there for 6 minutes and told them that they should look at, there's no evidence here. All right, let's hear the judge give her instructions, because this is insanity. Everyone, if you haven't voted in the poll, please vote. It's what do you think the jury's going to do? Guilty, not guilty, or hung? I'm going to give it another second, and then I'm going to end it. Let's see what we got up to here. This trial is a day and a half long. We started this yesterday afternoon, and we're done. We're going to have a verdict today, I predict. Well, let's get 3 more votes, and we'll get over. Oh no, we're at 4,500 votes. There's over 8,000 people in here. So everybody, please get your vote in if you can get to your phone or your device. I mean, 95% of you already say not guilty. 3% of you say guilty, but some of you say that you hit the wrong button. And 2% say hung jury. And we're at over 4,500 votes. And I'm going to end it in 3, 2, 1. All he got to eat for his birthday dinner from his personal chef was a dried up hot dog. A dried up Frank.
All right, jurors, you are about to begin your final duty, which is to decide the fact issues in this case. Before you do that, I will instruct you on the law. It was obvious to me throughout this trial that you faithfully discharged your duty to listen carefully to all the evidence and observe each of the witnesses. I now ask you to give me that same close attention as I instruct you on the law. My function as the judge in this case has been to see that this trial was conducted fairly, orderly, and efficiently. It was also my responsibility to rule on what you may consider as evidence and to instruct you on the law which applies in this case. It is your duty as jurors to accept the law as I stated to you. You should consider all my instructions as a whole. You may not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any one instruction. You must follow the law as I give it to you, whether you agree with it or not. It was the duty of the attorneys in this case to object when the other side offered evidence which that lawyer believed was not admissible under our rules of evidence. They also had an obligation to ask to speak to me with me at the judge's bench at sidebar about questions of law which the law requires me to rule on out of your hearing. The purpose of such objections and rulings is not to keep relevant information from you, just the opposite. It's to make sure that what you hear is relevant to this case and that the evidence is presented in a way that gives you a fair opportunity to evaluate its worth. You should not draw any inference, favorable or unfavorable, to any attorney for objecting to proposed evidence or asking me to make such rulings. That is the function and the responsibility of the attorneys here. Now, your function as the jury is to determine the facts of this case. You alone determine what evidence you believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions to draw from that evidence. In making these determinations, you are to use your common sense, life experience, and good judgment. You are to decide what the facts are solely from the evidence admitted in this case. In evaluating the evidence and determining the facts, keep in mind that we all tend to perceive information and form opinions based on our own personal experience and background. This tendency may cause us to hold bias, of which we may or may not be conscious. And as I previously instructed you, you must not allow bias, whether held consciously or subconsciously, to interfere with your ability to fairly evaluate the evidence, apply the law as I instruct you, or render a fair and impartial verdict based on the evidence before you. The evidence consists of the testimony of witnesses as you recall it, any documents or other things that were received into evidence as exhibits may also be considered. Of course, the quality or strength of the proof is not determined by the sheer volume of evidence or the number of witnesses. It's the weight of the evidence that is important. Some things that occurred during a trial are not evidence, and you may not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of the case. The complaint itself is not evidence. A question put to a witness is never evidence. Only the answers are evidence. Also, you may not consider any answer that I struck from the record and told you to disregard. Do not consider such answers. Anything that you may have seen or heard when the court was not in session is not evidence. The opening statements and the closing arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are only intended to assist you in understanding the evidence and the contentions of the parties. If your memory of the testimony differs from the attorney's, you are to follow your own recollection. You should not consider anything I have said or done during the trial as any indication of my opinion as to what your verdicts should be. In evaluating a witness's testimony, you have to decide what testimony to believe and how much weight to give that testimony. You should give the testimony of a witness whatever degree of belief and importance that you judge it is fairly entitled to receive. You are the sole judges of the credibility of a witness. You may believe everything a witness says, part of it or none of it. If there are any conflicts, discrepancies, or inconsistencies in the testimony, you should examine them carefully. You may consider whether a witness was candid or guarded, responsive or evasive, and whether the testimony is reasonable or unreasonable, probable or improbable. You may take into account how good an opportunity a witness had to observe the facts about which the witness testifies and whether the testimony seems accurate. You may also consider evidence, if any, about a witness's motive for testifying, whether a witness displays any bias in testifying, and whether or not a witness has any interest in the outcome of the case. In deciding whether to believe a witness and how much importance to give a witness's testimony, you must look at all the evidence, drawing on your own common sense, life experience, and good judgment. Consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you have gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until then. Once you have determined the facts, apply the law as I explain it to you to the facts in order to decide the verdicts. Now, there are two types of evidence which you may use to determine the facts of the case: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. You have direct evidence where a witness testifies directly about the fact that is to be proved based on what he claims to have seen or heard or felt with their own senses. And the only question is whether you believe the witness. You have circumstantial evidence where the witness cannot testify directly about the fact that is to be proved, but you are presented with evidence of other facts, and you are then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact which is to be proved. Let me give you an example. Your daughter might tell you one morning she sees the mail carrier mailbox. That's direct evidence that the mail carrier has been to your mailbox. On the other hand, she might tell you only that she sees mail in the mailbox. That's circumstantial evidence that the mail carrier has been there. No one's seen the mail carrier, but you can reasonably infer that the mail carrier has been there since there is mail in the box. The law allows either type of proof in a criminal trial. There are two things to keep in mind about circumstantial evidence. The first one is that you may draw inferences and conclusions only from facts that have been proved to you. The second rule is that any inference or conclusion which you draw must be reasonable and natural based on your common sense and experience of life. If the Commonwealth's case is based solely on circumstantial evidence, you may find the defendant guilty only if those circumstances are conclusive enough to leave you with a moral certainty, a clear and settled belief that the defendant is guilty, and that there is no other reasonable explanation of the facts as proven. The evidence must not only be consistent with the defendant's guilt, it must be inconsistent with his innocence. Whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial, the Commonwealth must prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt from all the evidence in the case. Now, when you consider whether to believe a witness or how much weight to give their testimony, you may consider whether that witness said or wrote something earlier that differs in any significant way from their present testimony in the courtroom. It is for you to say whether there is a difference and how significant any difference is. Please note that you may not use the witness's earlier statement as proof that something said in it is true. So, for example, if a witness testified here that she found a donut but had earlier written that they found a bagel, that earlier statement would not prove they found a bagel, but it might raise doubt as to whether they were accurate or truthful when they testified that they had found a donut. So the earlier statement is brought to your attention for the sole purpose of discrediting or casting doubt on the accuracy of the witness's present testimony here at the trial. It's for you to decide whether it does so. Normally, you may not consider any statement that a witness made in the past which is similar to that witness's testimony at trial. The rule rests in part on our common experience that saying something repeatedly doesn't necessarily make it any more or less true. But we make an exception to that rule where there has been a suggestion that a witness may have recently contrived their testimony. In determining how reliable a witness is who has been accused of recently inventing their testimony, you may consider any earlier statements that the witness made which are consistent with their present testimony. It's for you to say how important the consistency is depending on depending on when any earlier statement was made and any other circumstances that you consider significant. The earlier statement is not itself evidence of any fact that is mentioned in it. To repeat, if there has been a suggestion that a witness recently contrived their testimony at trial, when you evaluate that claim, you may also take into account any earlier statement the witness made which is consistent with their present testimony. The prior statement is relevant only as to the witness's credibility, and you may not take it as proof of any fact contained in it. At this trial, you may have noticed that the defendant did not testify. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof, in this case, is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that he is innocent. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether he is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because he did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. As I have told you, the complaint against the defendant is only an accusation. It is not evidence. The defendant has denied that he is guilty of the crimes charged in the complaint. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent of the charges against him. The presumption of innocence is a rule of law that compels you to find the defendant not guilty unless and until the Commonwealth produces evidence from whatever source that proves that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts. The defendant is not required to call any witnesses or produce any evidence since he is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocence stays with the defendant unless and until the evidence convinces you unanimously as a jury that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It requires you to find the defendant not guilty unless his guilt has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Your verdict, whether it is guilty or not guilty, must be unanimous. Now, as I've said, the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges made against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your mind an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until they are proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is charged with having committed an assault and battery upon MILA ADAMS. In order to prove the defendant guilty of committing an intentional assault and battery, the Commonwealth must prove three things beyond a reasonable doubt.
If your mind has begun to wander, come back. This is the most important part of the charges. This is what the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt for each charge. All right, this is the important part. The rest of it is all form.
The Commonwealth must prove the defendant an assault and battery. The defendant is charged with having committed an assault and battery upon MILA ADAMS. In order to prove the defendant guilty of committing an intentional assault and battery, the Commonwealth must prove three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant touched the person of MILA ADAMS. Second, that the defendant intended to touch MILA ADAMS. And third, that the touching was either likely to cause bodily harm to MILA ADAMS or was offensive. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove the defendant touched MILA ADAMS. A touching is any physical contact, however slight. A touching may be direct, as when a person strikes another, or it may be indirect, as when a person sets in motion some force or instrumentality that strikes another. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant intended to touch MILA ADAMS, in the sense that the defendant consciously and deliberately intended the touching to occur, and that the touching was not merely accidental or negligent. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant specifically intended to cause injury to MILA ADAMS. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove that the touching was either likely to cause bodily harm to MILA ADAMS or was offensive. A touching is offensive when it is without consent. If the Commonwealth has proven all three elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. The defendant is charged with strangulation.
Okay, the first assault and battery charge that you heard, that is the lesser charge. That carries a maximum penalty of up to 2.5 years in jail. This is the more serious charge, the assault by strangulation charge.
The defendant is charged with strangulation. To prove the defendant guilty of this offense, the Commonwealth must prove three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant intentionally applied pressure on the throat or neck of MILA ADAMS. Second, that the pressure was substantial. And third, that the pressure interfered with the normal breathing or circulation of blood of MILA ADAMS. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intentionally applied pressure on the throat or neck of MILA Adams. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant consciously and deliberately intended the touching to occur and that it was not merely accidental or negligent. You may examine any evidence regarding the defendant's actions or words and all the surrounding circumstances to determine whether the defendant intended to apply pressure to the throat or neck of MILA Adams. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pressure was substantial. You may consider evidence, if any, about how, where, when, and for what duration the pressure was applied, as well as any evidence of its effect or impact on MILA Adams. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pressure that was applied interfered with the normal breathing or circulation of blood of MILA Adams. If the Commonwealth has proven all three elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty.
As to the second element, remember MILA told the officer when she gave him the report, she said the amount of pressure that he put on her neck was a 10 out of 10. Was she prepped before she went in there? I don't know. Did he even touch her at all? Well, let me know what you think. Because if he didn't touch her at all, they come back with an immediate not guilty. Because the touching is the first element of both charges.
Counsel, I'll see you at sidebar. All right, jurors, when we impanel a jury at the beginning of a trial, we never know whether some personal emergency will arise during the course of a trial, which will require one of our jurors to be excused from further jury duty. So in order to avoid having to start the trial over again, should that occur, we impanel 7 jurors, even though the case will only be decided by 6 of them. So the time has now come to reduce your number to that 6. And I am going to ask Mr. Clerk to draw one of your cards at random, and that juror will be designated as our alternate juror and will not take part in the deliberations unless necessary to provide a substitute for one of the other jurors. So if fate makes you the alternate juror, please don't take it personally. Your service up until this point, your willingness to serve is appreciated by all of the parties, and we will make sure that you are kept as comfortable as possible in an area isolated from the deliberating jurors.
That would be juror number 1 and seat number 1.
All right. Stay right there. You will serve as our alternate, but as I say, we'll make sure you're kept comfortably in a different location. If you would be good enough, Mr. Clerk, to draw another card at random, this particular juror will be the foreperson of this juror.
That is juror number 25 in seat 4.
All right, so you will be the foreperson of our jury. All right. What that means, oh, Mr. Clerk, thank you, is you gave it to me right here. The juror has who is designated as the foreperson has the responsibility of recording the jury's verdict on the verdict slip. Once that has been recorded, you sign it, date it, and inform the court officer that the jury has reached a verdict, and you will be brought back into court. Now, if during your deliberations, the jury has any question, the foreperson should write out the question on a piece of paper, sign it, date it, fold it up, let the court officer know. They will bring the question to me and we'll proceed accordingly at that time. Now, you're not to make any use of cell phones or any other kind of personal wireless device during your deliberations. Incoming, outgoing calls, or any other kind of electronic communications can disrupt the deliberative process or even allow for the receipt of improper extraneous information. So you're not to conduct any outside research or investigation by means of the internet or otherwise about the law or facts of this case. If during your deliberations there is a request to view any of the evidence that is not physically with you, for instance, there are flash drives that contain certain of the videos that were displayed here in the courtroom. If the jury should like to see any of that, if that is just requested in any note form, we will bring you back in here and make sure that that is displayed for you as many times as you might like. All right, so just let the court know by mentioning that in a note. At this point, I am going to ask Mr. Clerk to swear the court officers in, and they will escort you to your deliberations.
Do you swear that you will keep this jury in some convenient place until they are agreed, that you will not suffer any person to speak to them, nor will you speak to them yourself, except by order of the court or to ask if they are agreed, and that you will not permit them to depart until they've agreed upon a verdict, except by order of the court, so help you God?
I do. I do.
Here's the verdict slip. And can I have that sheet of paper? Thank you.
All rise. Jurors can step down this way.
Just a housekeeping. So here we have the list.
Housekeeping. And I think they'll be back within an hour. Let's see, it's 3:10. I don't know if this court works until 4 or 5 or however long it takes. I don't think it's going to go until tomorrow. And we're in verdict watch at 3:08, except she hasn't given them the forms yet because she's still talking to them about the forms. And now we wait. I think we're going to have a verdict today. Hopefully, Law and Crime will put up the verdict clock. She said 4:30. Thanks, Law Girls. I didn't hear. I think they're not going to want to come back tomorrow. That's what I think. Her name is Jeanmarie Carroll, and I really like her. What do you think about the judge? They got to talk. They got to fill out the papers. And, you know, the prosecutor, Drew Virtue, asked them, please don't take a straw man poll. Please don't just go in there and all raise your hand about whether you think guilty. Please go through all of the evidence. What evidence? What evidence? The Commonwealth put on 2 witnesses. The alleged victim, MILA Adams, and the officer who took her report down at Dedham PD. That was it. They did 0 investigation. He did say he tried to call Stefon Diggs once or twice, but he didn't get a call back. But he wasn't really sure if it was his number. I don't know what there is to talk about. I did not find her to be a credible witness in any way, shape, or form. I thought that her demand for $5.5 million that we just learned about this morning, apparently 3 weeks ago, her mediator demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs, was really all I needed to know. And the fact that she was totally obstinate and would not answer that question and claimed it was attorney-client privilege and claimed she didn't know how to answer it, claimed she didn't understand it. That was it. That was it for me. I was done. I don't know who the alternate was. As we learned earlier, out of the 7 jurors, 1 alternate was picked. 6 of those 7 were women. 1, an older man. And so I don't know who the alternate is, but let me see if Sue O'Connell has anything to say from inside the courtroom. I thought all of the witnesses who came in to testify for the defense were presented very well. I don't think they appeared to be biased at all, even though the Commonwealth tried to make them look biased by saying, well, he pays you, right? You want to keep your job, right? So of course you're going to lie for him. I didn't find that to be what's going on here, in my opinion. Well, please. And let us see if Sue O'Connell had anything else to say in her thread from this morning. And this was after she couldn't answer the $5.5 million question. That is when the next witness came up. Kenneth Ellis, the patrolman from Dedham Police Department. And after that, he took no photographs of her. There was nothing to take photographs about. The Commonwealth rested. Defense called their forensic expert, Michael Perry. Celebrate report on Diggs's phone. And I think the reason for that expert was to show that Mr. Diggs's phone had some text messages on it that were not on MILA's phone, because MILA admitted she deleted a bunch of messages that didn't make her look good. And if she's willing to do that, is she willing to lie on the stand? Next up was Sunny. I thought Sunny was a great witness. They didn't ask her if she was stealing watches or accused of stealing any watches and money. I thought Sunny was a great witness. She was the chief of staff for Stefon Diggs. All the witnesses that testified today, none of them saw any injuries. None of them were told by MILA that Stefon assaulted her. She went to New York to stay with Shy. I thought Shy was a great witness too. And I think she did say, MILA, right, during her direct testimony, that she and Shy were not very good friends. Shy picked her up at the airport. She picked her up at LaGuardia. And she seemed like she was a better friend to MILA than MILA was to her. And we learned that MILA cooked Stefon his birthday dried up hot dog. Lolly says, I think this is the combo of jealousy and main character syndrome. I believe the money was later. She wanted some, but then it grew. We also heard from his accountant, his bookkeeper, the woman who pays his bills out of, I think, Florida. And she said, I realized that when she submitted her invoices for her November pay, that I had already paid her for 2 of those 3 weeks. So then it made me think, I'm going to go back and audit her and go back through all of the receipts that she had submitted for reimbursement of groceries. And she said she found that she kept submitting some of them several times. And that she had been overpaid something like $2,500. She stayed at Shy's place in New York. I don't think I've ever seen a worse witness than MILA Adams. You can let me know if you have, or if you can think of one. We heard from the nurse who came to do the IV drips, what time she came and went. We heard from the masseuse who came to give Stefon his 2-hour massage. We heard from a lot of witnesses who, in my opinion, they were all credible. And so we're just going to have to see how long it takes. Kelly Dever was not but Kelly Dever was not the star witness for the Commonwealth. Okay, this entire prosecution against Stefon Diggs for these felony assault charges were based on this woman's word. Right? And she had, a chip on her shoulder. She had a bone to pick. I think she was jealous. Yes. I noticed that too. Cap Bama said this judge had them draw a second card that would decide who the foreman was. Judge Cannoni did not do that. She assigned the foreman, which is the way it's supposed to be done in Massachusetts. It seems to me like most of the trials that we watched, it's the juror in seat number 1 that is always the foreman. That's the way it is in New York. But in Massachusetts, I feel like the person in seat 1 in most of the jury trials we've watched has been the foreperson. But here, number 1 was the alternate. And then number 4 is the foreperson. Many states allow the jury to elect their own foreperson. They don't do that here. Yeah, Robert Ellis was he was a bad witness too, but he was the criminal defendant. Roxy's mom says she's a scam artist, and she said she was only friends with Stefon for only 4 years. It wasn't a lifetime. He needs to make better choices in who he lets into his circle. Well, I wish that we could let him know that, but I'm pretty sure he's rethinking some of his life choices at this point. Let's take a look. Now, to making a count says, pretty cliche, but Amber Heard was a bad witness to making accounts. This is cliche, but Amber Heard was a pretty darn foul on the stand. LOL, my dog stepped on a bang. Right. But again, that was a civil trial, right? This is like he's facing jail time for these fake allegations with this complicated relationship. And we don't really even know if that's really true. That was based on her word. Did any other witness say that this woman, MILA, had a sexual relationship with Stefon? I don't think so. Stephanie Green says, how many assault victims in this jurisdiction are screaming, you charge this case and not mine? This looks bad for the prosecution. It does. Is Michael Marcy going to give a statement outside the courthouse after this verdict? Is Greg Connor going to be out there? Is there anybody outside the courthouse? I'm sure there's a lot of media. Oh, the clock stopped. What happened? Oh. All right, we're a little behind. I know we can fast forward it a little bit. That happens sometimes for some reason. Sua sponte. Look at the clock go fast. Didn't you wish when you were in elementary school that the clock would go that fast? I feel so bad for him too. Like this was ruining his reputation. That's not fair. Maybe she got jealous of Cardi. This was retaliation. Yeah, is Michael Marcy in court? Denise wants to know, to make sure his ADA feels supported with this nonsense. Nicole said, how about Windows Bay on Apple TV? I don't know. Did you watch that? Is it good? Is it good? You guys give me all my recommendations too. You told me about Imperfect Women. That was so good. Go watch Imperfect Women if you haven't watched it. That's on Apple, I think, also. Apple's getting a lot of good series now. All right, did you like it, Nicole? Anybody watch Windows Bay on Apple? Tinfoil hat. So they can prosecute this dog's ass of a case, but they can't prosecute Matthew Farwell? Still no. Still no. Even though the medical examiner's office announced the other day that they changed the manner of death on Sandra Birchmore's death certificate, finally, from suicide to undetermined. Olivia is here, or she was. She said, this is effing outrageous. Why the heck did the Norfolk DA's office take this case to trial? It's like they have a humiliation kink or something. Did they prosecute any real criminals? They're prosecuting Aiden Carney on how many charges left? I don't know, 16, 10 of witness intimidation. He's facing up to 100 years in prison for asking questions of witnesses in a murder trial. That's the criminal side. Then he's being sued for defamation, along with Karen Reed by Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert, because you just can't make this shit up. Jem is here, says, I love your program. I'm from Trinidad as well. Welcome. Natalie said, I'd have to really like someone to pick them up at LaGuardia. Yep. Shy did it. She was like, sure, girl, come on. Snarktastic Sam, excellent observation. Shy is a giver. Mila is a taker. In my opinion, it's true. Givers attract takers. That's another bit of knowledge I could lay on you today. And I think this is fantastic. Who's making shirts? Gen X Jen says Mila's hot dog stand. Great Scott said his argument makes perfect sense. Everything makes sense without the assault. Add in the assault and none of it makes sense. The assault never happened. This prosecutor's office should be ashamed. We've seen so many bad prosecutions in Norfolk County. So many of them that it would blow your mind. And they're not ashamed. They just keep doubling down and tripling down. Maybe if there's a change in the guard, if they elect a new district attorney, if they elect Adam Deitch, he says he's going to reopen the John O'Keefe murder investigation because he's mad about it too. Aman says, dang it, I've been house hunting and I missed half of today's date of finding Diggs not guilty. Well, we're not there yet, Michelle. Don't worry. Thanks for your 5. Oh, the good dog said. Surprised no one claimed he said, I hit her, I hit her, I hit her. Well done. James Dean Baxter said they're going to read those texts for fun. Marcy's Lie says, I like this judge, but after all these years, she still has to read everything. Yeah, the jury instructions are different for every case. And so, they have like the judge's Bible up there and they read them. And they have to tweak them for certain cases. So I'm not surprised that she's not off book. Everyone smash the like button while we're watching and waiting for the jury to come back in what we think is going to be rather quick. If it just froze, that's the browser issue that StreamYard has. So just don't worry about that for a second. Well, TMZ is reporting that in the Lively versus Baldoni matter, no money changed hands except for the lawyers. Let's see what TMZ has to say about that since, we can cover more than one topic at a time. No money changed hands except for the lawyers. There it is. Exclusive TMZ. There's a picture of Justin and Blake. Blake Lively went in with like a lion when she sued Justin Baldoni, but she went out like a lamb because TMZ has learned she got no money in the settlement. Sources with knowledge tell TMZ there was a lot behind the scenes drama in the Lively camp in the days before a settlement was reached. We're told Blake brought in a new law firm, Sussman Godfrey. The firm is a litigation powerhouse. Among their legal victories, a $425 million verdict against Google, a $1.6 billion settlement or judgment against the Baha Mar Casino Resort, and a $1.5 billion in an AI copyright settlement. It says in here somewhere that they paid $60 million in attorney's fees. What? Wait, where is that? I don't know. It's being reported somewhere that it was up to maybe $60 million in attorney's fees, but I don't know where that is. It was like a public apology, public spanking. That's pretty much what it was, but it's over. So that trial won't be happening. Deborah says, anyone else feel this case was a red herring to distract from all the other shenanigans happening with the Commonwealth? Yeah, the only person who's happy about this persecution is Mike Vrabel. It took the eyeballs off of Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini for at least a day and a half, right? Sure, 5, Deborah. Vague Ambiguous says, She had 19 attorneys. TMZ has gotten most of it wrong. They kept on first attorney. Camera was just shaking over there. The attorneys made lots of money, I'm sure. Cat Babbitt says, what blows my mind is we are just focused on Massachusetts. Can you imagine what is this is happening in every state somewhere? Well, no, we're not just in Massachusetts. We have been covering Arkansas. Have you seen what's going on in Arkansas? Oklahoma, where a 17-year-old kid can grape and batter and beat and strangle and almost kill a 16-year-old girl and another 16-year-old girl that he called his girlfriend. And he was facing 78 years in prison. His name's Jesse Butler. Look it up. I've had a lot of shows on him. He was supposed to get 78 years, and then he was reclassified as a juvenile. And because his father was, heavily involved in the football community, including Oklahoma State University and the high school football program, some judge gave him a sweetheart deal, and he's going to get 1 year of probation. No, not even probation, I don't think. 1 year of community service and counseling. He will not do any time at all. That's Oklahoma. We've been looking at Arkansas, where Aaron Spencer is going to be on trial for the murder of the 67-year-old man who was graping his daughter. And it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Georgia, we saw Edric Faust be prosecuted like a real life To Kill a Mockingbird on a 25-year-old cold case based on junk science DNA. Tony says, I didn't really get the hype about Vrabel and Rossini. Yes, it was a terrible thing to do to his wife, a-hole, but it's not like he's an ethics professor. He's a football coach. I covered it a little bit. I fell into the rabbit hole of it. I find that she absolutely should lose her job. Rossini, she's a reporter. She's supposed to not have bias when she's reporting on coaches such as like Mike Vrabel, and she's the one with the ethics. I think he's a jerk too. I don't think he's going to lose his job over it. I'm just saying he's pretty happy about this because it took the eyeballs off of him, for at least a day and a half. So there's that. I don't think the Pats are going to get rid of Vrabel. Do you? Let's go Avs. Puck drop is what time tonight? Hold on, I got to find out. I think it's at 7:30 Eastern. Colorado leads. 8 p.m. Eastern. Colorado leads 1-0 over the Minnesota Wild. Any hockey fans around here? Got some time to kill while we wait, because I think we're going to be waiting for a little while. Maybe, hopefully, they just go back and take a poll and just say not guilty and come back out with the forms filled out. Everybody gets out of here, in, out, nobody gets hurt. We all get to go home. All right, we got some Avs fans in here. Look, I got a nice cap. It's on my Amazon list, which is in the show notes if you want one for yourself. It might be hard to get. I tried to get a Montreal hat the other day. Like yesterday, because I'm going to root for Montreal. And because Marty St. Louis is the coach and he used to play for the Rangers. And couldn't get a Montreal hat in time. Wasn't going to be here for like 10 days. I was like, what's up with that? Oh, we do. We have a lot of they're only going to go until 4:30, so we have about an hour. Yep, Montreal won in Game 7. So tomorrow night is going to be Game 1, Canadiens versus Sabres. That's 7 p.m. Eastern. Also tomorrow night, Game 2, Anaheim Ducks against the Vegas Golden Knights. Tomorrow, 9:30 Eastern. And I'm rooting for the Golden Knights because John Tortorella is the coach, and he used to coach the Rangers. I couldn't believe it. The other night when I was talking about Tortorella, I said he used to coach Islanders, and I can't believe I said that. He used to coach the Rangers, okay? I have to correct the record on that. I've been a Ranger fan for a long time. I don't even know why I said Islanders, because, Scott, I was thinking about you being an Islander fan. Oh, please. So I needed to correct the record. John Tortorella was the coach for the Rangers, okay? Till like the early, I don't know, 2010, 11, I don't remember exactly. I think the Avalanche are unstoppable. I really do. I think they're going to take the whole thing. Tra-la-la. Says I'm a Rangers fan, but the Avalanche is a good team. The Rangers stink this year, and I cannot root for the filthy Flyers. That's what tra-la-la says. I know. I misspoke. That was terrible. Terrible. We're going to hope that it's going to be. Have I watched Heated Rivalry? No. No, Sarah, I have not. Where can I find that? Al Dente says, why are the O'Keefes suing Turtle Boy? Defamation? The O'Keefes are not suing Turtle Boy. Jennifer McKay, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert are suing Turtle Boy and Karen Reed. I saw something in passing about the O'Keefes filing a motion to intervene to try and get Turtle Boy's phone extraction from his criminal case, but they're not suing him. So I don't really know that that's going to fly. He's not a defendant in their case, the wrongful death case that they filed. I haven't read it closely enough, so I really can't opine on it, but my gut reaction is, how are they going to get Turtle Boy's phone extraction when he's not a defendant in their case? I don't know. But I haven't looked at it, like I said. I haven't looked at it because I've been neck deep in Stefon Diggs with you guys. Yeah, that's what they're doing. I think they're intervening in his criminal case to try and get Norfolk DA's office to give them a copy of Aiden Carney's phone extraction, but they're not suing Aiden Carney. They're suing Karen Reed, the Waterfall, and CF McCarthy. So I don't know that that's going to happen. Heated Rivalry is a hockey movie? Okay. Okay. Yeah, they served him with the subpoena. I don't know. I have to look at it, but I can't really, I don't want to talk off the top of my head because I really don't know about it. Anyway. And then game 3 on Thursday, Canes versus Flyers. I'm sorry, I just don't like the Canes. I just don't like them. I went down there once when the Rangers were in the playoffs to watch the Rangers play the Canes, and I have to say the fans were really mean. Fans were really mean. I didn't like the vibe. The vibes were off. The vibes were off. Remember Mila said, I just went for the vibes. I have no idea what goes on in football. I don't know if he gets tackled. I have no idea. So that is Thursday. Oh, there's only one game a night? I want to only have a one game a night. Wait a second. Tomorrow there's 2 games. And then one game, Hurricanes Flyers on Thursday. And then Friday will be game 2 of the Montreal Buffalo. But I don't know. Oh, and there's more to the schedule than that. But we'll see. I love hockey playoff season. It is one of my favorite seasons of the year. Let's take a look at the Maybach, since we know Stefon Diggs has a Maybach. Maybach is the ultra luxury sub brand of Mercedes-Benz, specializing in high-end chauffeur-driven vehicles that elevate the S-Class sedan and the GLS SUV with superior comfort, materials, and craftsmanship. Positioned against competitors like Rolls-Royce and Bentley, modern Maybachs feature lengthened bodies, reclining rear seats with massage functions. What? And bespoke hand-finished interiors, generally priced well over 150 grand to 200 grand. I mean, let's take a look. Let's take a look on the Mercedes-Benz website, shall we? Did she say which model it was? All right, let's see. Let's see. Here's the Mercedes Maybach S-Class sedan. I mean, it's lovely. I think that's the one that was pulling out of the driveway, right? Let's look at the inventory, shall we? Oh, tell me your zip code. I'll put it in for you. Let's do New York City. Because really, if there's going to be one, it's going to be in New York City. All right, here's one for 208,500. 234,490. Which one do you want to look at? Let's look at the one that's more expensive, $238,000. Lovely. Can we see the interior? Do you have any more pictures? I want to see what the inside looks like. How can I spend $234,000 on a car if you can't show me the interior? Hold on. It's a sweet ride. $261,000. Let's see what that gets you. You want to go over the testimony from this morning that the West Coasters missed? All right, hang on a second. I have to get on my notes. I'm invested in this Maybach right now. What do you think? What an insane amount of money to pay for a car. Like, this is people who just really have money to burn. Really, really want to see the interior of it. Well, I'll see if I can find that. But in the meantime, for those of you who missed this morning's testimony, trying to get me off my side quest, it would look lovely next to my yacht. Oh, yeah, we read the affirmations this morning. We did them all. If you missed those, though, I can tell you what they were, I think. But I don't know where I put them, because I have like a whole stack of them over here. I don't remember which one's today. Which one was today's? Oh, here it is. Here's the affirmation. This is the empowerment card of the day. Don't adapt to the energy in the room. Influence the energy in the room. Don't adapt to the energy in the room. Influence the energy in the room. There it is. That's your empowerment card of the day. She said GLE 63S. Says someone in the chat. Let's see. This morning we heard from MILA was on the stand again for Cross. I don't think Karen's hearing is being broadcast. It was at 3:00. It is now 3:42. If there's a video on YouTube of the Zoom conference and somebody wants to email it to me, we can watch it. But you're not allowed to broadcast the Zoom according to court rules, and it was at 3:00. So unless it's in my inbox as somebody like already published it on YouTube, not another creator, like an actual news station or something. I have no other way to play it. So apparently it came out this morning during this continued cross-examination of MILA that on New Year's Day, January 1st of 2026, she sent a text message that TMZ got a hold of to Steph's girlfriend, who I believe is Cardi B. They would not say Cardi B's name at all. It was like they weren't allowed to say it, apparently. Saying, I didn't say that. Then it was brought up that she had a mediator. She was very obstinate. She did not want to answer any questions or even admit who her mediator was. Didn't know her mediator's name, didn't know her mediator's last name. But apparently her name was Lynette Turner. And so on December 29th, apparently her mediator made a $19,000 demand. It was broadcast on what? I mean, just saying it was broadcast doesn't help me find it. Thank you, no nudes so far. Where was it broadcast? 12/29, she made a $19,000 demand. And then she made a public statement on February 13th. She wouldn't answer that either. And then at one point, she said during her testimony, I was told to have a lawyer because you were going to tell me to plead the fifth or something like that. And then 3 weeks ago, it was brought up that she demanded $5.5 million. Can't answer that correctly. She also blurted out, Mr. Diggs offered me $100,000 to recant my testimony or to recant my statement. And that was when they took a break. And I thought they were going to move for a mistrial, the defense, because this woman blurted out so much on the stand that she just really wanted to say when there was no question on the table, so much improper testimony that was highly prejudicial to the defense, in my opinion, that there comes a point where you just can't tell the jury they have to disregard it anymore because it's too late. It's too prejudicial. And so I thought they were going to move for a mistrial. I thought a mistrial should have been granted, but they must have reached some sort of an agreement because after the break, the judge just decided to instead instruct the witness to answer the question. She admonished the witness, and she did instruct the jury that any testimony that has been stricken by her cannot be considered by them. It came out on recross that she wanted Stefon to give her money so that she could open up her own restaurant. She wanted to open up her own restaurant, Mila's hot dog stand, or give me a break. Right. Okay, again, saying it was broadcast does not tell me where to find it. Thank you, Kathleen. If you're saying it was broadcast, I need to know where so that I can pull it up. Right now we're on Stefon Diggs, so breaking to talk about Karen Reed. I'll do it if somebody sends me a link, fanbase@mlittlaw.com. That is on YouTube. Because it was probably very short. If anybody watched it, why don't you tell me how long it was and what it was about? There was a Karen Reed hearing at 3:00 about goods records that they're trying to get from the town of Canton in the Plymouth case. I think it was on Zoom. People are saying it was broadcast, but I don't know where and I don't know how to find it. So. And then Officer Kenneth Ellis took the stand. He was from Dedham PD. And he said that when she came in, when Mila came into the police department, it was December 16th of 2025. He was like the desk officer and he took care of things like people who wanted to use the bathroom in there. And he said that she was crying on the bench and she asked for a female officer, but they didn't have a female officer until 4 p.m. So she gave him her police report. And he says he called Stefon Diggs 2 times, but he wasn't really sure if that was his phone number. He didn't take any photographs. And she provided her own text messages. Then the Commonwealth rested and the defense started its case. Michael Perry was the first witness. He's a forensic expert from Celebrate. I mean, he wasn't from Celebrate, but he talked about a Celebrate phone extraction. And he did talk about I think the purpose of his testimony, tell me if I'm wrong, my mind started to wander as it always does. When they start talking cell phone forensics, my eyes cross and glaze over. But the point was there was some messages in Stefon Diggs' extraction that were not in the messages provided by MILA. And so therefore she deleted them. She'd also admitted that she deleted them, right? All right, Grant Smith Ellis broadcast, but I'm not going to broadcast another creator's stream. That's not YouTube appropriate. If it's Boston 10, if it's Boston 25, if it's a law and crime, if it's somebody else like that, that's one thing. You guys want to go watch it, go watch it. I'm not holding you here. I'm not chaining you to the desk or anything. The next witness called by the defense was Sunny. Her name is JANELLE Salas. She's the chief of staff for the Stefon Diggs enterprise. And she was very organized. She handles everything. She handles everything for him. Off season, season, all of it. And she told us that December 2nd, 2025, the day of this alleged assault, it was the day after a Monday Night Football game. She was making travel arrangements. Everybody was going to Miami except for MILA. I think she was also scoring that she wasn't going to Miami. The clock is 5 minutes slow. Is it? I've got 3:50. It says 3:49. It's a couple minutes slow, but not 5. They were on Art Basel, because he was debuting his furniture collection. We looked at a little bit of his furniture. Stefon Diggs. And she told us that his birthday, we're also going to have a birthday party for him, but his birthday is November 29th. And MILA, despite the fact that she claimed to be so close with Stefon and had a very complicated relationship, she told us his birthday was November 20th. So she's so close with him, but she doesn't even know his real birthday. We learned that he drives a Maybach and a Porsche, and he let not only Sunny, but sometimes MILA drive the Porsche in case they had to go anywhere. And then we talked about, or she testified about seeing MILA that day after this alleged assault. And MILA was just looking for a pen to write a birthday card. And we learned that MILA did give Stefon 2 Chanel boxes for his birthday. One of them may have been a beanie. Also that day, he had therapy IV therapy in the house and a massage. She didn't see any tears. She didn't see any screaming. She didn't see any crying. She's the one who told us about the dried up hot dog. And the cross was fizzled out quickly. There was nothing. During cross, we learned that she only makes 90 to 100 grand a year, which is less than MILA, and she does everything. She does everything for him. Then the IV nurse came in. She testified about giving him an IV that day. She came around 4:50 in the afternoon. Then with the massage therapist testified, it was about a 2-hour massage. She was probably around from 5:45 until for 2 hours. MILA didn't seem upset. Nobody said MILA seemed upset. Nobody saw any injuries on MILA. And then, as I testified earlier, we heard from the accountant, Melissa Goddard, who audited. And then we heard from Shai. Shai was a great witness, I thought, for the defense. And she's the one who helped MILA when she came to Brooklyn. She picked her up at the airport. She didn't see any injuries. She wasn't told about any injuries. TALI was with them in Brooklyn. TALI testified also. Didn't see any injuries. And we also heard Shai say that MILA said to her, not only was she going to take it to the blogs, but she was going to sue him for the money that he owed her. She was going to make him pay. She was going to make him pay. She also talked about a hostile work environment, but she never told shy about the assault. And same with TALI, who also testified that she's a hairdresser and she looked at MILA's hair, didn't see anything. And then we saw that the closings were very short, to the point. I thought the defense blew the prosecution out of the water. Let me know what you think. Oh, Tanner was sentenced to death. Okay, thanks, Kim in Colorado. Didn't watch that trial. It was those kid cases are hard. That was a long trial. He was trying to get out of the death penalty, saying that he was on the spectrum, or he was autistic, or he had a TBI, or a combination of all things. I don't know. I didn't watch it, but thanks for telling us. Right. A 6-minute closing speaks volumes. No evidence to even review. No, not at all. Not even. We're waiting for the verdict, so I'd rather go back to watching I'd rather go back to looking at the Met Ball fashion. So I'm going to make the executive decision to do that. Okay. Okay. Here we go. So this was Blake Lively's dress. She was in archival Versace. I thought it was pretty. What did you think about that? That's where we left off. It's a nice looking couple. I don't know who they are, but the font is too small for me to read, but they look lovely. Russell Wilson and Ciara. Interesting. Remember, this was wearable art. That was the theme. Miranda Kerr. I think she's a model, right? A runway model. Lovely. But I mean, maybe she didn't understand the assignment. I don't know. Let me see somebody's wearable art. Kiki Palmer. Zach Posen. Romeo Beckham. Greta Gerwig and Stella McCartney. That's just plain. That's not even, come on. Take a risk. See, like, this is interesting to me. I don't know who this is. Hoyan in Louis Vuitton. Interesting. Leather. Yeah, kind of Hunger Games vibes this year, a little bit. Yeah. Simone Ashley. I don't know who she is, but that's body confident right there. Jenny and Chanel. Chanel's always lovely. Okay, what's happening here? Oh, that's interesting. John IMAH. Well, there, that's a look. That's a look. Rosie Huntington Whiteley. Boring. Amelia Gray and Saint Laurent. Oh, she's in Bridgerton, somebody said. I'm not sure which one. Hudson Williams. It looks like he looks like a bullfighter. It's like a bullfighting outfit there. Powder blue. Grace Gummer. She's one of the daughters of Meryl Streep. She looks like an Oscar statuette. Babyface. Carly Kloss. She's a supermodel. And that's kind of boring. Very plain white dress, in my opinion. Nothing to write home about. Natasha Poonawalla. That's interesting. Like an orchid, maybe? Elizabeth Debicki. Kind of boring. Oh, I thought she had bare feet. She's got like sandals. Oh, he's from Heated Rivalry. There you go. Rachel Zegler. She was in the movie version of West Side Story. She's wearing a mask or a blindfold of some sort. I don't know the backstory here. Okay, you don't need to announce your departure. It's not an airport. It's not your thing. You're free to go. Nobody's holding you here. Okay, this one, Sarah Paulson. Sarah Paulson can play anything. She's got money over her eyes. She's got a dollar bill over her eyes. What is going on here? Okay, I see you. I see you with a dollar bill over your eyes, like a. The court's closing at 4:30. So if they're not back with a verdict before that, I don't know who said they got a verdict. Somebody said they have a verdict. Says who? Says who? I have it up on my other screen, so I'll hear it if they come back. Sarah Paulson is in every single Ryan Murphy show. Every single one of them. She should play everyone. Somebody said she should play Jen McCabe. Okay. Here's Cher. Oh, look at Cher showing up. She used to be a lot riskier with her fashion. She looks amazing. I don't know how old she is, but she looks good. Remember her Bob Mackie dresses that she used to wear back in the day? Kate Moss. A lot of black this year. A lot of black. Boring. Coco Jones. Eh. Maybe they could have some bigger font. I can't even read who these people are. Interesting. Tell me when I get to something that you're interested in. Did anybody watch Wuthering Heights? And tell me what you think. It's haunting me. I watched it. When did I watch it? Yesterday, the day before? Cher's going to be 80 this month? Really? Wow, that's incredible. Good for her. Oh, here's Margot Robbie. I mean, she's flawless as always. Right? I don't really think it's wearable art, but it's a beautiful dress. I don't say who she's wearing. Catherine said, and it's ironic your name's Catherine, I was severely depressed an entire 48 hours after watching Wuthering Heights. No, Wuthering Heights is now on HBO, so it is not just in the theaters anymore. Thank you, Bridget. Said Melanie, I love spending these whole days with you. Thank you. Not guilty. Thanks for being here for 9 months. Karen said, I loved Wuthering Heights. The costumes were amazing. They were, weren't they? Acting wasn't bad either. It's on Prime too. It's also on HBO. That's where I watched it for free. Like maybe on Prime you have to look at it. Oh yeah, I can tick off the slow mode because it was like getting a little crazy before, and I really couldn't keep up with the comments. Hang on a second. have too many screens open. Where did I put it? What do you want to watch? I need to take a short little break, so I could put a video on for you. I could put another little movie up for you guys. Let me just get in here and fix the slow mode. Hold, please. All right, there you go. Let me just check the live tweeting. And it's my understanding they're going to let him go at 4:30 if we don't have a verdict before then. If they don't, I'll be shocked too. Well, Sue O'Connell bailed out of there 2 hours ago. So I don't know if she's got anything else to say. Yeah, thank you for sending me the videos, but I'm not going to play other creators' content. Thanks, Ashley, though. I don't do that unless I have permission. I have no idea who Legalese is. Thank you, Jill, for your Venmo. Says thanks for the stream. Thank you. Everybody needs to hit the like button. We cannot make this man come back tomorrow. We can't. Oh, Misty Copeland. Isn't she a prima ballerina? That's pretty. I'm watching the Testaments too. I like it a lot. Donatella Versace. I don't know how old she is, but she's got to be up there with Cher, right? How long has the jury been out? I don't know, chat. What time do they go out? 3:10? Maybe almost an hour? Maybe almost an hour. But I think they're going to send him home at 4:30. So hopefully they're going to fill out those forms real quickly. Come on out. This reminds me of, okay, Camilla Marone. Was she in Daisy Jones and the Six? She was, right? I love that show. Did anybody watch Daisy Jones and the Six? One of my favorites of all time because it's like a musical. It's like based on kind of like Fleetwood Mac story, which reminds me, we were looking for Stevie Nicks, right? And I love her. Testaments on Hulu. It is the sequel to Handmaid's Tale. Leve. One of my kids loves Leve. She's a singer. Where's Stevie Nicks? I'll know it when I see it. Here's Anne Hathaway in Michael Kors collection. She too was, I think, one of the hostesses. Yeah, maybe. Beautiful. Beautiful. Deanne says, you watch so many shows. When do you find the time? I don't know, middle of the night, mostly. The only show I watch on YouTube is my own. I don't even, I perform it and then I go off of YouTube and I have a real life outside of here. Testaments is different than The Handmaid's Tale. It's about Aunt Lydia, and it's about Aunt Lydia's school where she teaches the girls how to be good wives, and Hannah is in it. And it gives a lot of backstory about how Aunt Lydia got into her position and stuff. Like there's some flashbacks and stuff. So I don't know that if it's as good, it's different. But you can ask other people in the chat what they think. Joe Alwyn, didn't he used to go out with Taylor Swift? Look, there's Johnny Depp's daughter, Lily Rose Depp. Kind of looks like him, right? Doesn't she? She's got Johnny Depp's face. Oh, that's an interesting choice. You love the Testaments. Thanks, Bridget, for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing. We've only been here for 7 hours and 21 minutes today. Only 7 hours and 21 minutes. I think it's going to be much faster if I just Google Stevie Nicks. I'm running out of gas. I'm running out of gas. Let's get a verdict quickly, please. Here she is. Stevie Nicks makes a bewitching appearance at her first Met Gala. Thank you, Vanity Fair. Oh, there she is. What say you? We looked at Emma Chamberlain earlier in the stream. There's no cameras inside the Met Ball, so this is all they get. The paparazzi, it's all they get. Is the red carpet photos. Also, Dr. Russell's gasp found it. 7 months. Said found it. I'm so glad to be a cupcake. I love spending my time with Melanie. Thank you. JT says, can he now sue her for defamation? I don't see what the point would be. She's got nothing. He's never going to collect from her. Be throwing good money away. But anything she said as part of a court case is litigation privilege. I don't think that he'd be able to sue her anyway. Who knows in Massachusetts? But what would be the point? If he's acquitted, which I think that he will be, hopefully by 4:30, he'll get his reputation back and everyone will know her as a liar. And, well, the clock is shaking a little bit. I don't know if that means anything, but we're here for it. It'd be like throwing good money after bad. Teresa says, thanks for everything you do for us. Thank you very much, Teresa. Well, I don't know. The camera's shaking. But she's got nothing. She can't even afford an Uber. What would the point be? Why are the accused? We went over this. They're not. Siobhan says, what is this woman's history? Has she worked for other high profile clients? She said she did. She said she couldn't name them because, of course, NDAs. All right. All right. Coming back. Call your friends and neighbors. Thanks, Siobhan, for your 5. She says she has 0 chance of anybody working for anyone going forward. I don't know if they're going to let him go or if there's a verdict, but thank you, Martina.
Court, all rise. Daughter Cohen's back in session. You may be seated.
On the record, Your Honor.
All right, the jurors have a question. Basically, they are asking, what are the 3 criteria for assault and battery and the 3 for strangulation? So, Mr. Clerk, if you'd mark this for identification, my intention would be just to re-instruct them on the 2 offenses.
Why didn't they get to bring the instructions back with them?
All right.
They want the elements again. They want to know the 3 things that they need to find. Typically, they're given the jury instructions to go back with them, and that's part of jury instructions. And so they didn't get them to bring back, and nobody took notes. So they want to know what the 3 criteria are for finding guilt on each charge. It's weird to me that they didn't get a copy, right? Every case in Massachusetts we've watched, they always get to bring it back.
Jurors enter and all rise. May be seated.
All right, jurors, I did receive your question, which reads, what are the 3 criteria for assault and battery and the 3 for strangulation? So let me begin with the assault and battery. The defendant is charged with having committed an assault and battery upon MILA ADAMS. In order to prove the defendant guilty of committing an intentional assault and battery, the Commonwealth must prove 3 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant touched the person of MILA ADAMS. Second, that the defendant intended to touch MILA ADAMS. And third, that the touching was either likely to cause bodily harm to MILA ADAMS or was offensive. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove the defendant touched MILA ADAMS. A touching is any physical contact, however slight. A touching may be direct, as when a person strikes another, or it may be indirect, as when a person sets in motion some force or instrumentality that strikes another. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant intended to touch MILA ADAMS in the sense that the defendant consciously and deliberately intended the touching to occur and that the touching was not merely accidental or negligent. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant specifically intended to cause injury to MILA ADAMS. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove that the touching was either likely to cause bodily harm to MILA ADAMS or was offensive. A touching is offensive when it is without consent. The defendant is charged with strangulation, and to prove the defendant guilty of this offense, the Commonwealth must prove 3 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant intentionally applied pressure on the throat or neck of MILA ADAMS. Second, that the pressure was substantial. And third, that the pressure interfered with the normal breathing or circulation of blood of MILA ADAMS. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intentionally applied pressure on the throat or neck of MILA Adams. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant consciously and deliberately intended the touching to occur and that it was not merely accidental or negligent. You may examine any evidence regarding the defendant's actions or words and all the surrounding circumstances to determine whether the defendant intended to apply pressure to the throat of or neck of MILA Adams. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pressure was substantial. You may consider evidence, if any, about how, where, when, and for what duration the pressure was applied, as well as any evidence of its effect or impact on MILA Adams. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pressure that was applied interfered with the normal breathing or circulation of blood of MILA Adams. If the Commonwealth has proven all three elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. With that, I will send you back to your deliberations.
All rise, jurors can step down.
This is
Court stands in a recess.
Will she let him go past 4:30, being that it's 4:20? I don't know. She did tell them all those elements before, except I imagine that they were not allowed to take the jury instructions back with them, as they typically do. And so I, too, am confused. And so maybe they were back there arguing about it, you know? But for either of these charges, they have to find a touching. They have to find that he touched her. And I don't, you know, I still don't know who the alternate was. If it's 6 women back there, if it's 5 women and 1 man. But it's at least that. Because there were only 6 women and 1 man picked. Iceman, thanks for your 10, says Mel. Over lunch, I was watching Lawyer You Know, and he stated they may have asked for a mistrial at the sidebar, and the judge may have said she would without prejudice, so the Commonwealth could try him again, and the defense asked for admonishment. Could be. Could be. Lots of things could have happened. Could be. Thanks for your 10. Bridget says, peach margarita for Cinco de Mayo. Cheers, cupcakes. Thanks. Thank you so much for your 5. I appreciate you. Bridget also says, Stevie Nicks always looks fantastic. Thanks for your 5. And then Bridget gives it 5 memberships. Come on, Bridget. You're amazing. You're amazing. I don't know. You think we're going to be here longer than 10 minutes? You think they're just going to fill out the forms and come back? I don't know. She's going to call them back in 10 minutes to let them go. She's going to ask them if they want to go. It's 4:20. It's a good sign, says the Goodmans. Max Bang says, I think one female juror will believe her. The general consensus, as I read the chat, is that everyone thinks this is insane. Thank you, Bud Brown, for gifting 5 memberships. I'm at the end of my, I'm running out of gas here, as you can say. Thank you so much, Bud. And we wait. And we wait. All right, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a break to go fill up my coffee again, effing again. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. I'll be watching the long crime stream on my phone. So either way, when they come back, I'll be back. So just give me a few minutes. I think I've gotten out of this chair once today, and it's too long to be sitting here. So talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Well, the camera's shaking again, if that means anything. Court time says it's 4:30 something. So something's happening here.
Will the jurors and the defendant remain standing? All others may be seated.
Hang on. Might have a verdict, maybe. Hold on.
Madam Forelady, has your jury agreed upon a verdict?
Verdict.
Yes.
On count 1, strangulation or suffocation, what is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
On count 2, the charge of assault and battery, what is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Madam Forelady, members of the jury, hearken to your verdict as the court has recorded it. Upon your oath, you say that the defendant is not guilty of the count of strangulation or suffocation and not guilty of the count of assault and battery. So say you, Madam Forelady?
Yes.
So say all members of the jury.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Jurors, please be seated for a moment. Everyone be jurors, I told you during this trial and in my instructions that the verdict was your responsibility and your responsibility alone. Jurors, I want to thank each of you for your careful attention and your service throughout this trial. This case has involved a heightened level of public attention. Despite that, you have remained focused on the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law as I instructed you. That is exactly what is required, and it is essential to the fair administration of justice. I recognize that serving as a juror in any case can be demanding, and in a case such as this, it may have required additional patience and sacrifice. The court is grateful for the seriousness and integrity with which you have carried out your responsibilities. Now that your service is complete, you are free to discuss the case with others if you choose, but you are not required to do so. You should not feel any obligation to speak with anyone, including members of the media. If you are approached, you may simply decline. Whether or not to speak is entirely your decision. All I can say is that on behalf of the court and the parties, thank you again for your public service, and you are now excused with the thanks of the court.
All rise, jurors, and step down.
That was the right verdict. He was wiping away tears. He was wiping away tears, and I'd be crying too if I was looking at 7.5 years. That weight just fell off his body. That was the right verdict. Rarely do we
Stefon
see it.
Diggs, sir, you've been found not guilty on the following charges: strangulation or suffocation and assault and battery. Such charges will automatically be sealed by the Office of the Commissioner of Probation and the Clerk's Office, unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want the charges sealed, using the request not to seal court records under General Laws, Chapter 276, Section 100C form, which is available on mass.gov. The request not to seal form must be sent to the Office of the Commissioner of Probation by mail or email to the addresses provided on the form. If you want copies of any documents associated with these charges, you must request them immediately before the charges are sealed. Once the charges are sealed, you will not have access to related documents unless you file a motion with the court asking to unseal. Sir, you've been found not guilty. You're free to go, sir.
Yay!
Court, all rise.
Is anybody streaming from outside the courthouse so we can maybe get an interview? Let me go to local. Let me go to like Boston 10 or something. See if they're gonna have anybody outside. Oh, what a good day for
Court stands at a
justice.
recess.
I'll rewind it for those of you who tuned in and didn't see it. Stefon Diggs has been found not guilty
Thank you. Appreciate it.
of all charges. No strangulation. And no to the assault and battery charge. Right, she almost destroyed this man's life with lies. Says a chatter. He's hugging his lawyers and his mother. Sure, he got it right. We're going to rewind in a sec, but I want to see his reaction. He's very emotional with his family. We need more likes on the stream, somebody said. Not guilty on all charges. This is the kind of person, this woman is the kind of fake victim that makes real victims not always get justice. And it's a shame. And it's, we're going to rewind in case you missed it. We almost missed it, even though we were sitting here watching the clock. All of a sudden, the camera started shaking. Here you go. Here's the replay on the verdict for those of you that were not here. Here you go. How old is Stefon Diggs? Somebody said like 33. All right, here you go. If you could hit like multiple times, you would. Here we go. The moment we've all been waiting for a whole hour and 20 minutes. Real tears. He was crying real tears.
Madam Forelady, has your jury agreed upon a verdict?
Yes.
On count 1, strangulation or suffocation, what is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
On count 2, the charge of assault and battery, what is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Forelady, members of the jury, hearken to your verdict as the court has recorded it. Upon your oath, you say that the defendant is not guilty of the count of strangulation or suffocation and not guilty of the count of assault and battery. So say you, Madam Forelady?
Yes.
So say all members of the jury.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Jurors, please be seated for a moment. Everyone be jurors, I told you during this trial and in my instructions that the verdict was your.
This is his mom with her hands over her face.
Responsibility and your responsibility.
It's over.
Alone.
It's over.
Jurors, I want to thank each of you for your careful attention and your service throughout this trial. This case has involved a heightened level of public attention. Despite that, you have remained focused on the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law as I instructed you. That is exactly what is required, and it is essential to the fair administration of justice. I recognize that serving as a juror in any case can be demanding, and in a case such as this, it may have required additional patience and sacrifice. The court is grateful for the seriousness and integrity with which you have carried out your responsibilities. Now that your service is complete, you are free to discuss the case with others if you choose, but you are not required to do so. You should not feel any obligation to speak with anyone, including members of the media. If you are approached, you may simply decline. Whether or not to speak is entirely your decision.
He's wiping
All
away
I can
tears.
say is that on behalf
He could be
of the
all of our
court
son.
and the parties, thank you again for your public service, and you are now excused with the thanks of the court.
Arise, jurors, and step down.
Interesting, they didn't ask to poll the jury. She didn't even ask the attorneys if they wanted to poll the jury to make sure that everyone agreed on the verdict, which is typically what is done. Didn't happen here. He was an easy target. Somebody's saying, yep. Her lawyers were a powerhouse firm, says Mastad. Her lawyers, meaning MILA's lawyers. I don't know who her lawyers were, but he could be our son. It's like we watched these trials when we saw Brian Camp acquitted. It was the same thing. He became our collective son, and we cried tears of joy. Stefon Diggs, in my opinion, was an easy target for this woman. She wanted money. 3 weeks ago, she wanted $5.5 million. And let me tell you what, if he paid her anything, she probably would have refused to testify for the Commonwealth. And then what kind of case would they have had? They would have had just Sergeant Ellis Oh, his attorneys, you meant. Oh, Mastad with the typo. You never get anything wrong. That's good. It's good. It's good. A day and a half. The jury was out for a little over an hour, and that was all it took, because we could all see right through their star witness MILA Adams, and I'm still pissed about their failure to even charge Matthew Farwell with the murder of Sandra Birchmore and her unborn child, and yet they're prosecuting Stefon Diggs. Why? Because it's Stefon Diggs. Right? Where's their press conference? Who's got a live press conference? Tell me where it is. And I'll turn to it for you. Is there one? Hold on. On YouTube? Hold on, please. Let's see. Because I'd like to see it, but I don't have it. If anybody has it live, I don't see it. All right, let's take a look. Ashley says, thanks for streaming. You made my day. Thanks for your 10. It's good to watch a victory every now and again because we don't get them that often. Thanks, Bridget, for your deuce. Says, yay. Betty, thank you for your 10. Says, super sticker. Thanks, Betty. CC Headband and Cupcake Law Nerd says, thank you, Melanie and Cupcake Chat. Appreciate you. I don't think we've watched a trial this short. A day and a half. Great day for justice, says Dobie Mama. Thanks for being here for 21 months. Teresa, I didn't know that, says thank you. Thank you. Ellen says, thanks for caring about justice and law in all walks of life. Thank you very much, Ellen, for tuning in from Denmark. And Lisa Lott's Missing Robe is here and says, in my opinion, she lost the entire jury when she said she didn't know he got tackled in football and that he just ran the ball. Like, what, girl? Laughing my ass off. Please stop. Please stop. Today is no dried up hot dog day and will forever be known. It is May 5th. It is Cinco de Mayo, also known as no thanks for the dried up crusty hot dog. Nobody wants that. You know who wants that? You know who wants that? Nobody. Nobody. Thank you, Kathleen, for your Venmo. Says thank you for all you do. It is my pleasure. It is my pleasure to get an actual just and fair verdict, to watch it with all of you. I can't imagine how much he paid his lawyers, but I'm sure it was a hell of a lot of money. Boston 10 has footage outside the courthouse on YouTube. Thank you. Let's take a look. Man, if we're going to finish the day, we might as well finish the day, right? Might as well finish it with some words from the lawyers. And here we are. I'm going to rewind a little bit. Thank you so much for letting me know. They got out there pretty quickly. So let's see what they had to say in the press conference after court. Look at Boston 10 for keeping their feed going, doing the Lord's work for us. Here we go. Switch to here. Again, this is Stefon's mom when the verdict was read. Oh, we got to put it up so you guys could see it.
And the law as I instructed you.
Let's get to outside.
And you are
there.
And again, he, was on trial for
On both of those and throughout the evening,
as well as last.
Come to Florida. Traveling.
Okay, well, I saw it. Hold on. Scooch, scooch, scooch. I guess we didn't miss too much because it was like right at the end here. I just saw them outside the courthouse.
Have emotions and they don't have cares professionally.
Well, it just picked up right here.
Allegations. Stefon doing right now. It's an emotional thing to have false allegations right now. Not be more and could be hurt.
They're buffering. Hold on. I have it. Okay, it's going to pick up right here.
How do you feel about that verdict? Did you ever any doubt during the trial how this would pan out?
Stefon Diggs got right into his big black car. He had nothing to say. He's not talking to the press. He's going to go have a victory party, hopefully. Watch that again if you're just tuning in. He did not want to say a thing. There he is. He got out of there so fast. He's like, I just want to get the hell out of Massachusetts, just like everybody.
How do you feel about that verdict? Did you ever any doubt during the trial how this would pan out?
Needs one of those 2-hour massages right about now. A lot of people outside the courthouse. And they're off. They're done. That's the courthouse across the street. Norfolk Superior, see it? They're across the street at Dedham District Court. But I think his lawyer does speak, so we're going to wait and see. Not the greatest camera work I've ever seen.
Running an efficient. We want to thank the judge and the jury for running an efficient case and listening to all the evidence and coming to a just result. Domestic violence is a very, very serious issue in this country. And it's disconcerting when people use it as a sword and manufacture claims in an attempt to extract money. I believe the jury saw through that today, and we are very, very pleased with this result. I'm thankful for someone like Stefon Diggs, who insisted that he get his day in court so that his truth could be heard, and it was heard. No assault ever occurred, as Andrew said, both during his opening and his summation. People have to stop targeting professional athletes and trying to extract money. They have a target on their back, and it's hard enough doing what they do. And this has to stop. People should focus on real victims from domestic violence, and allegations like this do a tremendous disservice to those who are really afflicted and impacted by causes like this. And it's been an honor to represent Stefon, and I could not be more proud of him that he insisted that we see this through.
Good.
And that the truth be told.
Right, because he had the money. He could have paid her some kind of settlement to make it go away. He didn't want this on his record. It's going to be expunged. It's going to be sealed. This lawyer didn't handle the trial at all, but he was sitting behind the defense table, and he did consult with Stefon throughout. Maybe he's the senior partner at the firm. Standing behind him is the trial attorney, Andrew Kettlewell. So
How the verdict was read, he got emotional and he clutched his lawyers. How is Stefon doing right now?
Can you hear the questions? Because if you can't, I'll repeat them. He said, Stefon got emotional during the verdict, and how's he doing now?
It's an emotional thing to have false allegations levied at you. This has impacted him both personally and professionally. And so, yeah, he's an emotional person, but he's a person. He's a human being. And people just look at professional athletes like they don't have feelings and they don't have emotions and they don't have cares. They do, and he certainly does, and he's not shy about expressing that. So our hope is that this is now behind him, that he will get signed by a team. Any team that signs him will be lucky to have him. We are very pleased and happy that Stefon will, continue on and play football in the National Football League.
Describe the impact. You said he impacted him professionally and he wanted to professional. Give us more details on that.
Well, I just think teams have been reluctant to sign him with these false charges hanging over his head. And now that he has been exonerated and his truth has been heard and his position that
I think he's right. I think they have been hesitant to sign him with these allegations out there and these charges because there's a lot of all the time we're hearing charges about professional athletes. You know, usually it's beating a spouse or something. This was a a clean exoneration. This woman had zero credibility in my mind, and hopefully he will get signed. He's a free agent now. He can do whatever the hell he wants, and I hope that he gets picked up tomorrow or tonight. Maybe someone will sign him. What was that old TV series about the guy who was an agent, a sports agent? Ellis? Ellis?
this never occurred and he's been falsely accused, he's been vindicated. And I believe that a team will reach out and sign him imminently, and they're going to be lucky to get him.
With everything that happened with one witness, was there ever a talk of a mistrial during the past 2 days?
Not by us. We wanted this case to run its course and be completed. And there were a lot of missteps in this case. Whoever was listening saw it. But we, I believe, Sarah and Andrew and I, wanted this to see its end shortly. And so we persevered and we made sure that there was no mistrial and that the jury had an opportunity to opine and render a verdict. And they rendered a just verdict.
Was there ever a consideration to settle this, especially early on?
Never, never. Stefon.
They never wanted to settle. They didn't want a mistrial. He's telling us everything. He's like, we didn't want a mistrial. We wanted to get this over with because we knew. Common sensibility says we need more kettlebell. And yes, you were all correct. Ellis was one sports agent. That's a really old show. I'm dating myself. Ellis was one. He was a sports agent. Ari Gold was a talent agent. That was Entourage. Tom Cruise was in the Show Me the Money movie. He was a sports agent too, but I was thinking of Ellis. Okay.
Was not going to settle this case. He was falsely accused, and he wanted everyone to know that.
Why do you think prosecutors move forward with the case? I think you had said you'd be surprised if it reached trial, and yet here we are after a trial.
I was surprised then. I was surprised yesterday. I'm still surprised. This case never should have been brought. It was a waste of resources.
Mm-hmm. Jerry Maguire, yep.
This case, you certain that you practice in the back, and also what were other surprises during this trial that really stood out?
I think one of the surprises for me was Miss Adams' testimony and how she testified and what she testified about, what questions she couldn't answer or refused to answer. I think any experienced trial attorney will tell you there's never a sure thing, so nothing is ever in the bag. But we definitely felt very confident in our case. We spent a lot of time reviewing the evidence. We had great trial counsel. So we were always cautiously optimistic that this would be the result. But until a jury comes forward and announces not guilty, you're just never sure. But we were always very confident. And this was Steph's desire to be heard, to have the truth exposed. Mm-hmm. And we're very pleased. So thank you very much.
All of us want to hear more from Stefon. Can you speak more to how he's feeling right now?
He's emotional, but he's happy. He's happy that he's been vindicated. No one, whether you're a professional athlete or a business person, wants to be falsely accused. It hurts, especially a serious issue like domestic violence. And so, he was very upset about these allegations. He was emotional, and I applaud him for allowing that to shine through.
What's next for him? What's next for him? What's next for Stefon?
OTAs. Thank you, everyone.
And that's it. And that is it. No hostage video. Marcy didn't show up. He doesn't have anything to say for himself. Maybe some reporters will go knock on his door and ask some hard-hitting questions of the district attorney for Norfolk County. And I hope that Stefon Diggs gets out of Massachusetts, just like I tell everyone else who wants to get out of Massachusetts, because it's an abomination what is going on there. And the people they choose to prosecute, the people they don't choose to prosecute for perjury and other things, the people that they choose to prosecute for witness intimidation and other things. It is a selective persecution in Massachusetts. They saw this as a high profile case for themselves and they went ahead with it. And it's horrific. And I'm sure he didn't want to speak to the press right now because he's probably doesn't want to bawl like a baby in front of all the cameras. And who could blame him? Right? Thank you guys for hanging out with me for a whole day and a half that we covered this whole entire Stefon Diggs trial. I would never want to do it with anybody except for you guys. I love you with all my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm going to die. I think I'm taking tomorrow off. Somebody said, can you handle the Karen Reed thing at 17 minutes? No, I've been here for 8 hours and 9 minutes. I do not have another minute to spare because I'm starving. I got to go. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Tip your moderators. Thank your servers. I'll be here probably Thursday, Friday. And I love you guys so much. Nobody does it better than you do. Fighting for justice, one case at a time, one case at a time. Another amazing acquittal that I shared with you, my cupcakes. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. I love you, moderators. I could never do this without you. Peace out, my friends. I'll go if I rest my voice for the next 2 days. I love you so much. Comment, share, like, do the things the algorithm likes. You know what they are. Love you guys. Peace. Stefon Diggs has been freed. Rock on.